It's working now, right? Hello, is this working? It is showing now. Okay, if you can see and hear me, please say horrible moves, horrible stats, early evil level. If we have those three traits, I'll know that we're on the right list. I see we have horrible moves. We do have horrible stats, but hey, at least we evolve early. Okay, this is working. Great. Let me make sure the volume's actually correct. I gotta check all this stuff. Did you know that clicking on the microphone doesn't actually let you set the audio levels? It's great. Very intuitive. Is this working? Device properties? I've done it. Okay, everything looks good. Okay. Well, in that case, welcome everybody to what'll be our very first double feature tier list. I say very first. I don't know if we did this before, but I don't think so. But we are going to be making two tier lists today. It's not actually bugs versus pseudos. It's just bugs and pseudos. We're just going to be doing both. And although I know pseudos got more votes, it just makes a lot more sense to do bugs first. 4.99 microtransaction from Slapstick Comedy, but they spelled comedy wrong, unless it's a different language. Thank you for the microtransaction. I'm just gonna pull a pot shot guess. Ledian F tier, then again, it's not really a guess as much as an expectation. Well, I don't actually know how we're going to be ranking these yet. That's something we're going to discuss. However, you are correct. Whatever the bottom tier is, Ledian will be going there. We can also start the day off right by defaming Apple. Some of you guys know what's going to happen. But thank you for the $4.99 microtransaction, which I think means it's from an Apple device. For you guys who don't know, if you ever donate to a YouTuber from an Apple device, so usually an indication of that is that the donation ends with 99 cents instead of just a round number. Apple takes 30% of it. So although you paid $5, I actually get 30% less of that because they need to actually put more gold on top of Steve Jobs' tomb. Perfect way to start the day. Another way to start your day. Sorry, no, thank you for the donation. It's not an indictment of you. It's just every time somebody does that, I have to defame Apple because I can't believe they do that and I can't believe it's legal. Tim Cook, actually it's Tim Apple, get it right. Another way to start your day off right? Well, actually I wasn't going to say this, but the timing was very convenient. I muted the wrong thing. Megas are back, guys. Megas are back. I meant to turn the music off. I turned myself off. Prometheus, with the Gift of Fire, which none of these bugs appreciate. I think literally only araquanid doesn't die. Nice 50-hit pin missile. Hey, that's a bug move. Prometheus must be a big Mega Beedrill fan. I don't think any of these other bugs actually have a Mega. Is there a general reason why you're using the PMD sprite instead of the general art? Everyone's a critic. Everyone's a critic. What's the reason? I like it better. Five more gifted subs from the Dylan. Thank you for the... I'm looking for it. Gracious gift of convenience. Nice 5-hit pin missile. Thank you for the premium managers they've been helping at work lately. Thank you. Okay, now I'll finally get what I was actually going to say, which was, aside from 50 gifted subs from Prometheus, the way to start your morning off right. I don't think it's morning for any of you guys, but it's literally 7 a.m. for me. That's why I always say it's 7 a.m. Where is your ex? Although you didn't hear me say that today, because the mic was off. We're no longer in Rome, so that means we can use the classic. Cheers. Refreshed. Oh. Okay, so we do have to decide some things before we actually start. What is that drink? What? What's the matter with you? You can't read? It says shokunin no kohi, muto, which doesn't tell you anything. So, artisan coffee, no sugar. But maybe you don't need my help to read this. It's actually very... Okay, well, it says Coffee Dream. No BGM? Is the BGM not playing? Oh, there was BGM this entire time, but you guys couldn't hear it. Sorry. Good thing we tested. Well, there we go. Now, what am I... Okay, right, so... Just an overview of our goals today. So, I'm going to Unova tomorrow. And I'm going to be in Unova for 3 weeks. So, the goal today is to create both the beginner bugs and the pseudos tier list. And then I can make 2 premiums. So, although we are doing both of them today together, they're actually not related at all. They're going to be 2 separate videos and 2 completely separate lists. It's just that, well, we're making them both today. That's the only connection. And the dream, I don't think this is going to be possible. The dream is that each one would be under an hour in the premium. There's no way. There's no way. But, I mean, we'll try. You could change outfits halfway through. Do you think I'm some sort of casual? Nice suggestion. Oh, you could change outfits halfway through.
Something need
I
doing?
tribute 2 interns.
I can do that.
And I summon the unstoppable Gate Guardian. Negate all added effects from casual creatures, but you still take the damage. You could change outfits halfway through. You think I didn't think of that? You can bet we're gonna be doing that. Don't call me a casual. Yes, we'll be changing outfits halfway through. So I don't actually... So, what are we supposed to do here? Oh, right. So you'll notice here that we haven't actually set any of the tiers. There aren't that many Pokemon we're going to talk about. So we have to actually discuss, I guess, before we actually start recording things. I'm recording this anyway, but before we actually start recording things, we have to actually decide what our criteria is and how we're ranking these. And this is probably going to be the same way we're ranking all of the archetypes, but we've never done an archetype tier list before, so there's no rules. Now, there really are no rules, because we can just kind of make them up. But I don't think we need this many tiers, because there really aren't that many bugs at all. I would guess maybe 4 tiers would probably be enough. And it's not It's not in-game. So I'd probably just do it the same way like we do it for the moves and abilities, where they just get credit for wherever they're the best, wherever that might be. So as long as they were useful somewhere, at something, they'll get credit for that. And I'll probably rank them against each other, and not necessarily all Pokemon. So that would mean, like, we would actually have Pokemon that are in S, even though, to be honest, most of these are pretty bad. But, for example, spoilers, Butterfree, you know, probably pretty good here, especially compared to these losers. So, it would actually be in a high tier, even though, in a real game, you would probably never pick Butterfree. And in a competitive battle, if Butterfree's on the field, you're probably losing, assuming it's on your side. So that's how I think we'll do it. If anybody has any other ideas, feel free to speak up. Justice for Ninjask? Ninjask is not on here. Competitive only, no in-game at all. Nobody listens. Nobody... Did I not just say whatever context they're the most useful in? Am I already going crazy? Is it too early in the morning?
Ready to
I
work.
sacrifice 5 Patreons. And I cast the Wrath of Arceus. Destroy all video games wherever they are. Destroy mobile games twice. Maybe. Just maybe. Once each and every mobile game, including the new Pokemon Pocket trading card game, has been scoured from this earth, maybe people will finally listen. Yeah, we're probably counting in-game. Did I not? I did say this, right? Whatever context they're the most useful? I said that, right? Ah! Should we count, We normally don't count design, because, believe it or not, I try to be objective in these lists, but I never count design. Should we count design? We can make it like a minor thing. It could be like a rule, like a tiebreaker thing. I'll usually mention whether I like a Pokemon or not, but I almost never count it. Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. We probably won't count it. Yeah, we won't count it, but we'll still mention it. Imagine a cheese tier list centered around Pokemon designs. I like Charizard. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We probably don't need 5. So let's rename these. Let's start by making a holding area. So what do we call the holding area for these so you can see them all? Because some of them are cut off behind the chat. Add a row below. Just make 2. And then people will complain, why are there these holding tiers? Bug box. Oh, bug catcher's net. The net. Okay. What color should it be? Color are the... They're like vaguely green, right? Oh, National Park? That is where all the bugs are, right? But Viridian Forest is really where all the bugs are. We'll just put them... They're all in Viridian Forest, apparently. That subject to change. Green glitches? Green glitches when? Scarlet and Violet, no. If you want to use this template, by the way, it's in the description. You should find a link to it there. Let's just make sure everything's actually visible. Is that half? It's almost half. We'll put the Worm and Amphiforms up here. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why the ordering gets kind of messed up like this when you just create the default tier list, but now they should all be in order. And I'll just keep the Worm and Amphiforms here. There we go, okay. Now they're all visible, right? I think we should count Nincada. People are gonna complain no matter what. Why didn't you include Larvesta? Why didn't you include? Well, I don't know. No matter who we actually put in, people are gonna complain, right? You can't win. You can't win. Well, welcome to our beginner bugs tier list. You're gonna be ranking all of these early game bugs that you come across on your adventure. Typically, what I think is an early game bug is that they join you early and they evolve early with a power spike. Well, actually, why didn't you include Volbeat? Why didn't you include Illumise? Why didn't you include Carablast? Why didn't you include Shelmet? Why didn't you include Relor? Why didn't you include Paris? Why didn't you include Venonat? Why didn't you include Scyther? Why didn't you include Yanma? Why didn't you include Fortress Line? Why didn't you include Shuckle? Why didn't you include Heracross? Why didn't you include Nincada? Why didn't you include Dwebble? Why didn't you include the Escavalier line? Why didn't you include Joltik? Why didn't you include Larvesta? Why didn't you include Cutifly? Why didn't you include the Ultra Beasts? Why didn't you include Anorith? Why didn't you include Scorpy? Why didn't you include Sizzlepede? Why didn't you include Snom? I'm sick of the slander. Here's Snom. You happy now? I expect everybody to complain about every single archetype list. Why isn't this on the list? Because I don't count it as whatever it is. That's why. How long has it been? 21 minutes, okay. Araquanid and golisopod, but not Cutifly is crazy. Let's just get rid of him. Let's just get rid of him. Let's just get rid of him. Sure. I've had enough. Let's just get rid of them. They're gone, okay? We're not ranking them. And we're not doing Cutifly either. I hope you're okay. It's endless. It's endless. I mean, sure, don't include them. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. No matter what you do, people are gonna complain. If you don't do it, they're gonna say, why didn't you do this? If you do it, they'll say, why did you do this? You cannot win, so why even bother? I've had enough.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renew, with endless options for renew, with endless options for renew.
Hope is an illusion.
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you. Oh my goodness, this is awful!
It's endless. As far as I know, you have to make a whole new template every time. That's really annoying. Beginner bugs 3. Is it competitive or in-game? I'm not explaining this again. I've had enough. See you. Goodbye. I've had enough. Hammered. Oh, and the music even says I'm so sorry. Well, I'm not. Very annoying that you have to redo it every time. I wish there was a way to just add or remove images. Maybe there isn't, I don't know. If there actually is a way, please let me know. And I think this will work. And then if I do this... Okay, there we go. Actually banned? Yeah. Add a row below. And we have to bring back Viridian Forest. You don't think there's a way to remove from a template? Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. Well, Viridian Forest is back. Although it's not green. Viridian Forest is yellow now. It's autumn. We'll make it green again. We saved the forest, guys! There we go. I gotta put all these guys back. Well, now the list will be shorter, because we don't have to talk about golisopod. These in the right order. We put the Wormadam forms. Then we put kricketot. This is all of them, I think. Leavanny was in the wrong place. There we go, okay. We're back! We reforested, hooray! Okay. Why aren't the tiers even? Bait used to be believable. Ninkata's in the first forest just like Caterpie, but Cheese doesn't consider them early game enough. Ah. Does this say Petalburg Woods? No? That's too bad for you.
You have failed me, intern. It is you who should suffer. Be content that your death is a quick one.
I cast Dismember. Cost 0 if an intern deceived you this stream. Strip target intern of their channel membership. Then they die. Let this one's gruesome fate serve as a warning to the rest of you. Check before you speak. The consequences could be dire. Anyway, no, Ninkata's not in the first forest. Do we have to add Ninkata? I can't do anything! I can't do anything without people throwing a tantrum. Not me, of course. I'm not throwing a tantrum. No, I'm not gonna do it. We're not gonna do Ninkata. Beedrill's in the wrong spot? Oh, yeah, actually, you're right there. I fixed it. There we go. If we add Ninkata, we have to deal with Shedinja too. You can get it before the first gym, but it's your list, your rules. But you don't even... It doesn't even evolve early. Maybe we should do pseudos first. The eligible mons are clear and people wouldn't complain. Oh, you think? People would definitely complain. Isn't it level 20? That's pretty early. People always complain. Ariados is level 23. This is part of the reason why it's horrible. You can get Insect Plate Arceus before the first gym if you get the mystery gift. Yeah, an Orbeetle is 30. If we include ninjas, can we finally start? $10 microtransaction from Dr. Pilk Ninkata, please. Okay. Well, that's a very convincing argument. Yeah, sure. Well, you're all gonna have to wait though, because I do have to add it, so. Don't worry, Beginner Bugs 4 will save the franchise. Well, I gotta go get the images, so give me a second. I guess you guys can enjoy this in the meantime. It's been 30 minutes and nothing's been ranked. Hey. Hey! 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 Don't go anywhere, okay? We'll be resuming in about 3 minutes, I would guess. I hope you feel stimulated. $5 microtransaction from MJDXP. Cutify, please. We'll add Cutify, okay. 30 minutes is pretty good. Well, it's 30 minutes to begin talking about potentially ranking things. If you add golisopod, araquanid, and Cutify, that makes the video better, right? More content. People complained about golisopod. Do we just put them all in? I'm acting really mad, but I am just acting.
We need
For the
more
$10
gold.
microtransaction from Solomon Kearns. Look, we'll just put them all in. Well, I don't have Ninjask at all, because I wasn't planning to do it. If anyone else complains, just ban them. Oh man, these Ninjask portraits are actually pretty cool. Well, there's Ninjask. Gotta get Shedinja. I spelled it Shedinka, which is not correct, but I'll fix that. We'll get one that's glowing. We love Shedinja. There's Shedinja. What was this thing? Cutify? That's the other one. Cutify into Ribombi. Is Ribombi, was this Gen 6 or 7? It's 6, right? It's 7? I've never seen this thing. It's just like a sticky web user, right? Because it's really fast. You find it in the Flower Patch Place on the first island. Okay. We're gonna do Araquanid and Golisopod too. We'll just talk about more things. Because longer videos make more money. Where am I looking? I want to go to desktop? I called this Pokemon Archetypes, I think. Yeah. Then I go to beginner bugs. Okay, great. That's all the icons I need, right? Yeah, there's Shedinja. They're all there. And... okay. Tier Maker will create a new tier list, Beginner Bugs 4. If you're wondering what happened to 1, you never saw it, because I think 1 I left out. Burmy. The very chill music is in contrast to my inner turmoil. I bet you didn't know this was a poetic stream. Oh, by the way, thanks for joining, everybody. I hope you enjoy. It's gonna be fun. Once we get through all this admin stuff, I'm an executive. Create a tier list for anything. Yes, make a template. A $10 macro transaction from Frosen with 100 Norwegian kroner. I'm gonna turn off the stimulation. Where's the stim? No more stim package. Thank you for the Norwegian kroner macro transaction.
We need
and
more
they say,
gold.
how about you straighten out this by adding chunks to get them pretty early in the grand underground? No. I hope that answers your question. No. Can we have Flygon on the early game bugs tier list? Let's just put Flygon on both lists. Let's put Flygon on every single list. Beginner bugs 4. This time for sure, guys. Okay, presentation mode. Only 1 ban so far, not that bad. Although usually most streams have no bans. I guess I must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. Did you hear the lyrics in the song? Now its makers can be at rest. Their vision come to pass. When can I rest? Here we go. Okay. Alright, well, we planted Viridian Forest, but it burned down. So then we replanted Viridian Forest, and it burned down again. So then we replanted Viridian Forest, and that one burned down again. But 4th time's the charm, okay? Finally, we can actually get Viridian Forest. Adaro below. Courage, my children. My bugs. Okay, deforestation's out of control. Okay. Here we go. Maybe we can do it this time. I will make you strong. Milla's not gonna save these bugs. Okay, here we go. Hopefully everybody can be okay with this, okay? Everyone is here. Nobody's excluded. I don't think. This guy should go in Gen 3. Rabambi should go here. There we go. Okay, everything's visible. Yeah, everything's visible. She's forgetting the Gen 10 early bug. I'm sorry. Dr. Program meant for 23 months. Okay, I think we're ready. This is a tier list for just bugs and I'm sorry. I can't explain to literally everyone. Where are these sprites from? These are mostly, the ones that officially exist are just Pokemon Mystery Dungeon sprites, but there's a fan site that actually made them for all gens. So that's where a lot of them are from, because the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games don't include some of the newer gens. 575 microtransaction from Smashu75. Thank you for the microtransaction. What about Event Arceus? We can get through HGSS. Does that count as an early bug type? We'll mention that when we're going through the criteria, okay? Because, like, we gotta draw the line somewhere. Alright, so... Okay, our goal is to begin by 8 a.m. I think we can do it. So, let's actually... How many tiers do we need? Because we have actually quite a few here. Since we just added, like, 5. 499 microtransaction from a Hoot Hoot who says, don't forget, Sawaddle comes with Bug Bite and Razor Leaf right off the rip. High BP for a little guy. I've got bad news for you. But thank you for the microtransaction. From an Apple device. No, thank you for the microtransaction. I think on Apple, even if it's an iPhone, if you do it from Safari, I don't think they take 30%. But if you do it from, like, the YouTube app, from the App Store, I think they take 30%. I hate Apple. If you have Bug Bite, be sure to use it on Apple. 699 microtransaction from the Republic 21 Gen 6 tier list or re-riot. Probably going to be rioting. But thank you for the microtransaction. Also from an Apple device. Thank you. It's an App Store issue. They did this on Patreon as well, by the way. So, on Patreon now, if you sign up from Apple, they will take 30%. Why? Why are they just allowed to steal things like that? It's crazy. So, Patreon actually sent us an email saying you can either, like, it's not retroactive, so if you signed up already, they're not going to take more. But if you sign up soon on an Apple device, using, like, Safari, or I think the Patreon app, they take it from my cut. It's crazy. And Patreon gives us the option to just charge Apple signups more so that you get the same amount. But I wouldn't do that to you. I'm not a bad guy. Unlike the guy in this graphic. If I can find it.
Who are you?
Thank you to the Patreons for your support, and thank you to Metagrave for the $2.99 microtransaction, not from an Apple device. Just some trolling. Thank you. Okay, how many tiers do we need? I think maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is probably too many, right? 4 is probably good enough. So I mentioned at the very beginning, we're probably ranking them against each other, and not necessarily the entire Pokemon base. So 4 is probably enough. That didn't actually delete it. Can I delete this, please? Okay, there you go. So what is the lowest tier? You call it Jagan Jail. Or some region's finest. Bugsy's finest. Ledian's labyrinth. Bugsy's finest. Viridian's Vanguard. Well, if they're in the Vanguard, they're probably good. Who's the worst Jagan in the series? Aaron? Aaron, right? And Aaron's also the Elite Four bug member? So let's actually do that. Aaron's finest. We got a double pun! We did it, guys! That's so good! I will explain this, because most people might not know this. So obviously you guys know that Aaron is one of the Elite Four bug members. But there's also a Fire Emblem archetype called Jagans, which are... It's named after a character named Jagan. A Jagan is usually a unit who you start the game with, who is extremely, like, over-leveled and powerful for that point in the game, but their stats are... Their growth rates are very bad, so as the game goes on, they fall off, is what people say. And most Jagan characters are actually very, very good. The worst one in the series, probably, is a dude named Aaron, so... We'll call it Aaron's finest. Good suggestion. Let's make this gray. Aaron's finest. Jagans are anti-Ests? What would the Pokemon Est archetype be? Maybe we'll talk about that today. Aaron's not even that bad. True. I think pretty much no Jagans actually fall off. Because usually they're still at least paladins, so they're probably still pretty good. Alright, let's make this one, I guess, purple. Oh, Vander. Yeah, Vander's pretty bad, eventually. Let's make this, like, yellow, I guess? Oh. These colors are okay, I think. Vander's Viridian. Book 2 Aaron is worthless. Yeah, even though Vander falls off, Vander is very useful, but Aaron's kind of bad. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it Aaron or Aran or Aaron? Good question. Gunter and Rev is worse than Vander. He basically doesn't exist, right? Well, this isn't a Fire Emblem tier list. By the way, most of you guys don't know this, but this, potentially, one of the options was going to be a Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem class tier list. But I didn't want a spoiler candidate. Because I think if there were multiple Pokemon options and one Fire Emblem option, the Pokemon fans would all split their vote between the Pokemon options, and the Fire Emblem option might have won. But I ended up making them all just Pokemon options. So should these be descriptions rather than... These should probably be descriptions rather than letters, right? Okay, apparently his Japanese name is Aran, so it's just Aaron. Make S the hive mind. Is this basically S and Jagan's Day? Yes, that's why we're doing bugs and pseudos. That is why. The Overmind? Zergs are basically bugs, right? The Ilex Apex for A. Cresselia Crucible. Conquest mentioned. So what do we... I guess we'll talk about the criteria first. So this isn't being recorded or anything, but Pinwheel Pinheads. Who you calling Pinhead? B for bugs. So I believe we are ranking these against each other. And we are giving them credit for anything they're good at in any context. So it can be in-game or it can be competitive. As long as they're useful somewhere for something. Anubarax Aces. He serves only the Frozen Throne, okay? He's not allowed here. What did I spell this as? We'll do double R. The Berg Brigade. Heracross Heroes. I was thinking just if we have these as I want to use these names for all of the archetype tiers, because we're probably going to the Insect Glaive. I'll see you guys in Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, we can potentially use these names for all of the archetype tier lists. So I want them to be more descriptive. They don't have to be jokes. The bottom tier can always be a joke. Whoever's finest. S should be best. But these aren't the S. These are the opposites. Elite Bug. KG's finest? Oh hey, this is the music track that Whimsy Heath in the chat actually made. This is Fire Emblem Lo-Fi 4, Big Bug. Metamorphosis, I actually like that. That's really good. Okay, Jeremy Rossi gets 5 EXP. I like Metamorphosis. Oh dear, that didn't work. Metamorphosis, that's good. I guess meta somewhere. And then what do we do for these in-between ones? This tier is feeling pretty Kafkaesque. Is this spelled wrong? It's an O, right? Whoops. Yeah, we can literally just call this B. It's really easy. Boxed by Gym 3 and boxed by Gym 2. How useful would a niche tier for archetypes in general be? It's probably... because there aren't that many Pokemon here. Why is the bottom tier Aaron's finest? I just explained this, right? I explained this like 5 minutes ago. I'm not gonna explain it again. You're gonna have to watch the premium. Make tier A the Swarm Lords. Brood Lord is a good unit though. Good infestments. So I'm thinking now, if we were to... The tiers for ones that are only good art should be called First Impression. It's pretty much all of them. Acceptable ants, A-okay. Oh, Struggle Bug. That's hilarious. We'll add Struggle Bug. We'll add another tier just for that. You definitely need a Struggle Bug tier. This did not work. Struggle Bug tier. You can't not go with good infestments? Sure. We'll do that. There's someone who's just complaining about the legality of Wolf-Glix Pokemon who I think is irrelevant. Can I just ban them? I don't care if I get a hate for the spin, but Wolfie VGC should be banned. You want to do it, or should I do it? You can do it if you want to. Since you asked, you can do it. We'll do the combo. Once I see them gone, I'll play the graphic. So I've inflict break. There you go, okay. Excellent. Banned. Nice combo. Struggle Bug. Alright, and then I guess we'll do this. Good infestment. Okay, this is looking pretty good. So let's actually, just as an example, try and do this. To like see if we would actually use any of these tiers. So I would probably... this is not how we're actually going to rank them, but just like as an example. Yeah, I'd probably put Butterfree up here because it's actually like really good in Gen 1, and it actually fits like all the things of the archetype, right? Evolves really early. You can use it the entire game. It's actually pretty good. And it actually gets a lot of really powerful tools that unfortunately are on a Butterfree. You get Compound Eyes Powders, and you get Quiver Dance. It's just huge. So relative to all these guys, really, really good. For good infestment, that's probably where I would put someone like Scolipede. Because although Scolipede has, you know, really good, like, insane abilities, and probably among the best stats that we have here, the typing just sucks. So you can't actually attack with this thing, but if Baton Pass is not banned, you can do some pass stuff. That's cool. Would I actually put in B? B, I'd probably put someone like... I think I'd actually put, like, Golisopod there, right? It can do some stuff. However, it just has that horrible negative ability. I'd probably also put both of these there. Where they can do some things, but they have, like, serious flaws. But they're not, like, complete jokes. I guess, ironically, Beedrill would not go in the B tier. It would probably go in Struggle Bug. Because, it would definitely be in Aaron's finest, except it had the Mega. Which was never amazing, but it was something. And Aaron's Finest. I mean, I don't really have to explain this one, do I? Why is Ledian terrible? We know why.
The magic ends here.
Yeah, I think there's, this number of tiers could work. Okay, great. So thanks everybody for actually helping get everything set up. It's 8:02, so we didn't quite reach it. All right, so let's obviously when we actually do this, they're going to be far more in depth, but we're just setting everything up. These are Gen 7. Landing goes there. Okay, order has been restored. Yeah, these all look really good. Okay. Ah! The AI summary of this chat was so bad, it's never good. Okay. So, new goal. We're gonna start recording at 8:10. So let's try and... Love the BGM, thank you. It's called Fire Emblem Lo-Fi Music to Seize To. And one of the chatters, Whimsy Heath, is actually part of the video. Viewers in the chat are discussing the recently released Pokemon Scarlet and Violet tier lists. Untrue. There are several viewpoints, with some viewers upset about the placement of certain Pokemon, such as Beedrill. I think everybody agreed with Beedrill, so this is just a completely wrong summary. Okay, so before we actually start recording everything, let's actually talk about... So what would these tiers actually be? Because I am going to have to describe them, right? So Metamorphosis would be... I guess these Pokemon that have a legitimate role somewhere, where they're actually either the best at what they do, or worth using, in like a not meme context. Good Infestment, I guess, could be, for in-game at least, ones that you can use for most of the game and not be too sad about it. And maybe they pop up somewhere in competitive, like at some point, doing something. For B tier, these can be ones that aren't necessarily exceptional at everything, but they're not that bad. Like, doesn't really sound like much of an endorsement. Struggle Bug, I think, can be for ones that have serious issues. And probably, if this was a tier list compared to other Pokemon, this would probably already be the bottom tier. But they are compared to other generally terrible Pokemon, so we do want a little bit of division between the Struggle Bug tier and then Aaron's Finest. And these are, like, it's like the Ledian tier. I think I'll just describe it as Ledian tier. It's just, like, completely useless. I think that works, right? Is my... Oh, I see. My face is, like, shadowed, so I should probably move the hat back a little bit. Or I spell Aaron's name wrong? Bait used to be believable. How about this? What if I put 2 A's and 2 R's? Now everyone's mad. How about that? Like, golisopod is mid-game, isn't it? I'll let you go because you have the actually Ogre Pond PFP. Otherwise, it'd be the end for you. Which one of these Pokemon do you like the most for reasons not related to availability? I mean, I like Butterfree because I'm a Gen 1er. I like Kricketot's Cry. Obviously. I think that's about it. Most of these I don't really like. Where's Heracross? You can't get me, okay? Bay used to be believable. Alright, 2 minutes until we begin. Did I cry when Butterfree left? Of course! I went to the store and came back to see all the bugs are only on the bottom tiers. Well, we haven't actually started. Where are the humble Zerglings? Zerglings aren't like bugs, right? Alright, I think most people are okay with these as the actual options for the ranking. Isn't Wormadam trash unironically the best Wormadam form? Yes. I think we can start. So the dream is to have these done in 2 hours. I don't think that's going to happen because we're going to be looking at their stats and everything. Probably for all of these archetype tier lists, we're probably going to be looking at each form's stats at least, because they're kind of interesting. Especially for these bug Pokemon, their stats actually tend to go up and down. Usually the cocoon forms have more defense. They may or may not have less attack. And this actually happens for some of the pseudos as well. Like, Shelgon actually has more defense than Salamence. I'm gonna get some rest, catch you all on the premium. Taking a break after not even an hour and a half. I don't know if people will support you in the audience. I think this might be the end for you.
I have fought bravely, and I have triumphed. Have I not earned my rest? No.
I trust in you!
Light, save my soul.
Sweet dreams. During that, Terry Davis said, "Don't let the big bugs bite." Well, good night. Okay. Let's start. Alright, well, thanks for bearing with all of this setup. Don't worry, guys. Beginner Bugs version 4 will save the channel. Okay, let's go. So we're probably actually going to be... This is all stuff that's going to be recorded. I guess you're on camera now. So how do we start this? I have my net, but you can't actually see it. Caught one! I guess. We'll swing it at the camera. Alright. Just a little closer. Or no, we're almost there. Steady. Steady. Whoosh. Caught one. Caught what? A new viewer, you! Welcome to our very first Pokemon Archetype tier list. Beginner bugs with me, the bug catcher, who I don't think is looking at the camera correctly. There we go. That's probably fine, right? It's not gonna be there's an intro gonna be before that, but... 10 gifted subs from Richard Davis. Thank you for the... I can find it. I think... Is it in a separate thing? Gracious gift of convenience. Nice 10-hit pin missile. Hey, that's a bug move. What is a beginner bug? That's a good question, and something that the chat... What is a beginner bug? That's a good question, and something that the chat relentlessly will actually me on for about an hour, but after several revisions, I believe we've come to a concord that... It's probably these Pokemon that are on the list here. To me, the bug catcher, the premier authority on this topic, a beginner bug is a bug type, obviously, that joins you early game, typically evolves very early, so it gets a power spike early, and then it kind of falls off throughout the rest of the game. The falling off part is optional. Maybe? We'll say that, okay. What is a... Oh, I should explain this, by the way. So, for those of you guys who have never actually seen one of the lives, and you've only ever seen the premiums, you're gonna see me today repeat things that I've just said. And it's gonna look a little weird. The reason why I'm doing that is because, obviously, this is all footage I'm gonna cut together later. And the very first tier list that was done in a live format, black and white tier list, black and white too some days, guys, I didn't do retakes, and it was a nightmare. So, please bear with me as I repeat things. Obviously, in the premium, I'm only going to say things once. So, thank you for your understanding. What is a beginner bug? That's a good question, and one that the... chatters in this live stream relentlessly will actually me on for about an hour. So this is actually the 4th iteration of the template. Link in the description if you want to make your own. To me, bug catcher but after much deliberation, the chat and I came to an agreement, a concord, and the bugs featured on this list are what we consider to be a beginner bug. So, according to me, bug catcher, premier authority on bug types, a beginner bug is a bug type, obviously, that joins your team usually quite early. They usually evolve at a fairly low level, and they have a big power spike. However, the peak of their power is generally quite low compared to real Pokemon. That actually probably shouldn't be in quotes. Compared to real Pokemon, because I think you knew this when you clicked on this video. Spoilers, most of these Pokemon suck. Now, you can hem and haw till the Miltank come home. Well, how early is early? Don't you actually get Heracross in Gold and Silver earlier than some of these Pokemon that you get? Now, you can hem and haw. Now, you can hem and haw until the Miltank come home about what exactly counts as early enough. Right? I mean, don't you actually catch Heracross earlier than some Pokemon on this list? Why isn't Heracross on the list? Can't you actually do Mystery Gift Arceus with an Insect Plate and get that earlier than some Pokemon here? Please stop, okay? We're gonna rank these Pokemon. If there's a Pokemon you think should have been on the list, well then you should have been here in the live, okay? I hope to see you at the next one. What are the criteria? What are the criteria for our rankings? I believe that all of the archetype tier lists that we're going to do will probably use similar criteria. So I think we've decided that we're actually going to be ranking these Pokemon against each other, and not necessarily all Pokemon as a whole. So because of that, that means that some of these terrible Pokemon will actually get to be in the top tier, even though most of these on like a real tier list that includes real Pokemon that aren't just trash can bugs would probably not break like the top thirds. Most of these are pretty bad. We're going to be very generous in these archetype tier lists, and we are going to give these Pokemon credit for anything they can do in any context. So this can be either in an in-game playthrough, where their archetype of... We're going to be very generous. The music stopped? It did not. You just can't hear it, I guess. We're going to be very generous in our... For these archetype tier lists, we are going to be very generous with how we award credit. So we're going to give these Pokemon credit for anything that they do that is useful in any context, whether in your in-game playthrough or in competitive. You would expect that because these Pokemon have overall terrible stats, they would not be that useful in competitive, because you would just use good Pokemon, like Tyranitar or something. But you might use these guys in the early game of your playthroughs. Oh, maybe that's what makes them beginner bugs. Ooh. What are... what are the tiers? So what are the actual tiers that we have today? I'll just turn the music up, okay? So what are the actual tiers that we're going to be placing these bugs in? Well, at the very top we have Metamorphosis. Actually went So what are the actual tiers that we're going to be placing these bugs into today? Well, at the very top, we actually have Metamorphosis. Now, if Bug Hunter ever reaches level 6, to be honest, the game's probably over. You could think of Metamorphosis as very useful. So these Pokemon are, I'm not going to say the best, but more than passable at something. So this could be either they're a good early game carry, they can do something in some tier of competitive. So these can either, now it's kind of loud, people will complain no matter what. You can't win. You can't win. So why even try? I turned it down. So what are the actual tiers? Well, at the very top we have Metamorphosis. Now let's be honest. So what are the actual tiers? At the very top we have Metamorphosis. And now if the Bug Hunter hero actually reaches level 6 and gets Metamorphosis, the game is probably over, so you may as well concede. You can think of Metamorphosis as the very useful tier. So Pokemon that go in Metamorphosis are very useful, either as an early game carry, what this archetype is sort of intended for, or they have some sort of very useful niche in competitive, in whatever tier they're in. Probably Sticky Web. One tier below that we have Good Infestment. I guess you could describe these Pokemon as good. Not necessarily top picks, but Pokemon that you could use in-game without, like, having to carry them. And maybe they can do something useful in your competitive battle. Your opponent won't just get stun-locked by laughing at your team if you have a good Infestment Pokemon on there. Then we have the B tier. We'll just say these Pokemon are average. For a bug. On a larger tier list, this B tier would probably already be the D tier for, like, below average. Then we're in... Below the B tier, we have the Struggle Bug tier. Things are getting dire. On a larger tier list, this would probably already be the bottom tier. For Struggle Bug, I'm going to say that we're making excuses to not put them in the lowest tier, Aaron's Finest. How bad does a Pokemon have to be in Aaron's Finest? Spoilers. Ledibuz's gonna be in Aaron's Finest. That's how bad. I should also explain why in the world we called the bottom tier Aaron's Finest. So, what I would expect every viewer of this video to know is Elite 4 Bug-type Specialist, Aaron. That part's easy. However, there's also a Fire Emblem character named Aaron. Neither Aaron is spelled this way, by the way. We did AA, just to make sure that it's spelled wrong for both contexts. The Fire Emblem character Aaron is actually part of an archetype in that franchise called Jagans, which almost maps onto the Pokemon archetype for beginner bugs. So both of these archetypes are characters that are very strong in the early game, and then get weaker as the game progresses. And Aaron, the Fire Emblem... And the Fire Emblem Aaron, not to be confused with the other Fire Emblem Aaron, is probably the worst of the Jagans, so that's why he gets to be here. Hopefully that's a good enough explanation of Jagans. Did I... Mystery of the Emblem Aaron is dying? I mean, he has a good excuse. He's been toxic, so... That's why he's bad. But yeah, he is kind of bad. Well, he's not like bad, but for a Jagan, he's bad. And usually Jagans are the best. We got any silver lances for these bugs? Well, we do have a spear. Alright. Are you guys ready to actually start ranking these bugs? It's been an hour and a half. I think we can actually do it. I did say, I remember I did this. I did actually say that we were ranking these against each other, right? So... Oh, I should mention this as well. Because I didn't mention this earlier. Concerning designs, concerning designs, I'm not actually... Concerning designs, I'm not actually going to give any credit, whether positive or negative. But I probably am going to comment on designs, almost certainly negatively. And I'm also usually, when I'm talking about in-game performance, I'm also usually considering the generation these Pokemon were introduced in. Not strictly. So, they do get credit for every generation they appear in, but usually, I'm just considering their debut generation. Fair warning now that the later generation Pokemon, somewhat Gen 7, and most definitely Gen 8 and 9, these are going to be disadvantaged in in-game performance, just because of the structure of their games. They don't really have a place for these early filler Pokemon, and also the games they're in suck ass, and I don't want to play them, which means I don't have that much experience with them. Pretty unfair to the bugs themselves. You can blame Game Freak for that. I think that's everything, right? Alright, if you're playing along at home, pick up your nets, and let's okay, well, not snag. Nab, I guess. Okay. If you're playing along at home, did the music stop? This time it actually did stop. Let's go to Fire Emblem Lo-Fi 2, so it's actually a bit different. Okay. Let's bug catching. Oh, let the bug catching contest begin. You hear that chime? That means the bug catching contest has begun. Well, let's bug catching. If you're playing along at home, I expect you to also have your nets out. Let's rank Butterfree. remind me to keep changing the aspect ratio, because sometimes it's not going to look correct. So right now it's incorrect. But I have a setting that fixes it, like this. Okay. The very first of the beginner bugs, and complain... The very first of the beginner bugs, I fully expect complaints about some of the later bugs that may or may not be early enough, but nobody would debate. Caterpie and also Weedle are for sure beginner bugs. You get them early, and look at these evil levels. 7 to Metapod, 10 to Butterfree. It's a beginner bug. Oh. I did forget something. Something I want to discuss now, because we are going to have to talk about this for all of these Pokemon. All of them are bug types. Now, I think you already knew this, but I just want to reiterate, and you can trust me, okay, because I'm definitely... Now I want to be firm and explicit. YouTube, don't ban me. Maybe. Something that is going to apply to all of the Pokemon we talk about today. Because they are all bugs, they do all share the bug type. Now, you can trust me, okay? If nothing else, I am in no way biased against the bug type. So believe me when I say, hat off and from the bottom of my heart, the bug type sucks ass. It's so bad. Oh my god. Yeah, no cap, as the kids would say. Oh no, we'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. Why am I showing you the type chart? Why am I showing you the type chart? Let's talk a little bit about themes for types. Don't worry, this is not going to be another PowerPoint presentation. The dragon type. General theme for the dragon type is that they are powerful, right? Okay. Usually types have themes. Electric types, they tend to be really, really fast. Steel types, they tend to be really, really sturdy, borderline invincible. Question for the class, what's the theme of the bug type? Don't worry if you don't know the answer, because I'll tell you. As the foremost authority on bug types, I'll tell you now, no cap! And from the bottom of my heart, the theme of the bug type is that they suck! It is very much on purpose. I guess I'll just... It is very much on purpose that the bug type is god-awful. They tend to have bad stats, but usually the good bugs, like Scizor, are good despite being bug types, and not because they're bug types. Now, if you clicked on this Pokemon archetype tier list, I'm sure you already know the bug type matchups, but I'm just gonna give you a refresher. Fair warning here. Fair warning here. The following section. Fair warning here. Some viewers may find the following section disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised, okay? I'm gonna say that this is rated M.
Professor, I have something to ask of you.
Look at... So bug type has actually changed quite a lot. In Gen 1 only, it was offensively super effective against poison. And it was also weak to poison. And then both of those interactions were removed in Gen 2. So it's now no longer weak to poison. How generous. However, it is also no longer good against poison. It is instead good against the new dark type. Okay. And then in Generation 6, so this was bug for about half of Pokemon's history by now. In terms of offense, you are effective against grass. Who cares? You're effective against psychic. Oh, okay. You're effective against dark. That one's actually pretty useful. You are not very effective against fighting, flying, poison, ghost, steel, and fire. You are resisted by 6 types. That's horrible. Defensively, it's also really bad. Weak to flying, that's a problem. Weak to rock is a huge problem because that means you're weak to stealth rock. And weak to fire is generally quite bad because fire attacks are everywhere. Resisting fighting and ground, that's actually really good. Resisting grass, who cares? So as you can see here, in the beginning of Pokemon, Bug was in a really, really rough spot. They desperately needed a buff, and in Gen 6, they attempted to rebalance the type chart a bit by adding a Meta Breaker type in Fairy. The main goal of Fairy was to hold down dragons, but it also did regulate other types as well. They also beat fighting types, which were very, very dominant, and they are weak to poison, and poison was quite weak. Fairy type does actually interact with bugs. Bugs are actually super effective against... Oh. Fairy actually resists bug. Why? If any type didn't need a nerf, it was bug. Why? At the very least, Game Freak, make fair... At the very least, Game Freak, I'm begging you, make bug resist fairy. Come on. That's probably enough for dumping on the bug type. Oh, last thing before I forget. Almost 2 hours and we haven't started, but... I'm glad I remembered this. And please remind me when we do the pseudo tier list, but... We have to remind people to like, and we have to remind people about Patreon. For context about how important that is, the Scald tier list starts with me asking for 1,000 likes, which means that Game Freak will delete Scald. And the actual Gen 5 moves tier list, I don't think I asked for likes. The Gen 5 moves tier list has, I think, more than double the views, but the Scald PowerPoint has more likes. So if you're wondering why YouTubers always annoy you by saying, "What's up guys, be sure to smash that like button," it's because it actually works. So yeah, that's why people do it. It does work. So sorry. Now, if you don't like bugs, what? Who doesn't like bugs? Maybe grab your fly swatter. And smash that like button to help increase the reach of the video. And I guess also squash some of these bugs. And although there's heaps of fan art for a bug type evolution, none actually exist. However, with the link in the description, you can evolve into the mighty Patreon, which you should see on your screen now. Thanks to all the Patreons for your support. I think it's Caterpie time. And obviously you can't see them now, but I'll add them in later. So that means that if you evolve into a Patreon, you can be in the premium, because I'll update it before then. You don't see the link? It's there, right? I'm not crazy, right? The Patreon link should be in the description, right? If it's not, let me know. It is there. Of course it's there. I'm sick of the gaslighting. It's endless. It's endless. We just went over that bugs weak to fire, right? Yeah. Oh, maybe they were baiting chat. Oh, that could be it. No mercy. I tapped 3 Patreons. No, Caterpie's weak to fire. And I cast the crux of fate. Choose one. Destroy all viewers or destroy all YouTubers. Either way, I can finally rest. Anyway, please consider evolving into a Patreon with the link in the description. Okay, let's talk about Caterpie, okay? Less than 2 hours and we're able to start. Caterpie! I fully expect people to complain. Caterpie! I fully expect people to complain about some Pokemon that are or aren't on the list, but I don't think anybody will debate. Caterpie and also Weedle are definitive beginning pucks, right? They join you super early, and look at these Evo levels. Level 7 to Metapod, level 10 to Butterfree. It's a beginner buck. Wait, what? I clicked on stats and nothing happened. There we go. Stats-wise, I mean, this is abominable, but it's a Caterpie. What did you expect? Good luck with your 30 attack tackle. Metapod Evo actually reduces its attack by 15? They really had no mercy here. But hey, at least you get 55 defense. Oof. Your speed also goes down to 30. But hey, you only have to put up with Caterpie for like 3 levels, and you only have to put up with Metapod for another 3, because hey, only level 10 and you get to Butterfree. Butterfree's stats in generation 1 to 5 are, well, they're good for level 10, right? Which is sort of the point of this whole archetype. Defensively, this is just trash. You're gonna die instantly to everything. You're also a bug flying type. But if you look at the offensive stats, 70 speed and 80 special attack, for that point in the game, that's actually quite good. And they recognized that Butterfree was too weak, and in Generation 6 they did give Butterfree a buff, and it is actually a meaningful buff. They went ahead and gave it plus 10 special attack, so you now get 90 special attack at level 10, which is, hey, not that bad. Gotta fix the aspect ratio, right? I think the most positive things we said about Butterfree were various versions of not bad. Basically nothing that was a glowing endorsement. Are you ready? Metamorphosis, baby! Butterfree is one of the best Pokemon that we are going to be ranking today. And it's not because of the typing, and it's not because of the stats. Gotta go to the moves. It's because of the moves! And the ability, I guess. Upon evolution... Butterfree gets all 3 of the status powders. It gets Poison Powder, which you would never use. Stun Spore, which you might use, I guess. And Sleep Powder, which you would definitely use. 75 accuracy is pretty shaky, but remember, Butterfree doesn't have our feeble human eyes. It's got those buggy compound eyes, which makes, I think, Sleep Powder over 90% accuracy. It's basically Spore. It can miss, but it probably won't. And having an auto sleep off of, was it 70 or 80 base speed? $70 base speed? I mean, that's still pretty good. I think that's actually the same as Breloom. Having a 97.5% accurate sleep powder allows you to having a pseudo spore against any Pokemon, particular ones that are slower than you. Having having a pseudo spore is really, really useful. It allows you to have a gigantic edge against any Pokemon, particularly that's slower than you, because you can just set them to sleep. You will almost always get a turn advantage from that because they'll always be asleep for at least one turn. And what do you do while they're asleep? I mean, your stats are pretty terrible, and Bug Stab is horrible. I mean, you can try and do a Compound Eyes Hurricane. I mean, that's like kind of okay, but you only have 90 special attack. Press Quiver Dance. Press Quiver Dance. Probably gonna put you in a pretty good spot. In most in-game playthroughs, you probably wouldn't... In most in-game playthroughs, you probably wouldn't use Butterfree. In most later gen in-game playthroughs, you probably wouldn't use Butterfree. And although it does have Powder Quiver Dance, that's definitely just a lower tier thing for competitive, because you're not going to be able to do this against the big boys. They're just going to kill you. But in the lower tiers, yeah, this is actually pretty scary. In Generation 1, you actually would use Butterfree in-game, particularly if you're a Charmander picker. Getting Confusion upon evolution into Butterfree, even though it's not stab and even though your special attack isn't great, this is actually extremely useful because remember that most of Generation 1 is poison types. So this Confusion actually does double damage against almost everything, and Red and Blue Brock doesn't even have rock moves. So this is actually your best bet, and you can use Butterfree for the entire game, and it's actually kind of reasonable. As with many of the bugs we're going to be talking about today, one important thing to note about Butterfree is that it actually levels up really fast. So although its base stats are, kind of terrible, you are typically going to be several levels ahead of what another Pokemon with better stats would be, given the same amount of experience. And that helps pad out Butterfree's stats a little bit. They're never going to be great, okay? Let's not huff that tropium too hard. But they might be a little bit better than you would expect. Butterfree didn't get a Mega Evolution, but it did get the worst gimmick, a Gigantamax form. Gigantamax as a mechanic I think is just a colossal failure. I did phrase that intentionally. Mainly because it is a rich get richer scenario. Megas can change a lot about a Pokemon, but the only thing that Gigantamax does is it doubles your HP. But you died in one hit anyway. Probably more than... But you were probably taking more than 100% damage from your enemy's attacks anyway, because your typing and your defenses are horrible. So increasing your max HP still might not let you live a hit. And the only other thing that Gigantamax does is it changes one of your moves. Wow. So if you Gigantamax your Butterfree, you get G-Max Befuddle. Kyodai... What? Ikowaku? Kyodai Ikowaku. Kyodai just means huge. Enchantment. Apparently in Japanese it's called Kyodai Ikowaku. Kyodai just means huge. And in English it's huge enchantment. Enchantment? Enchantment! G-Max Befuddle inflicts damage to target and causes poison, paralysis, or sleep to all opponents. And it's a bug type move. Yeah, good luck with this one. It's not the worst move ever or anything, but keep in mind that if you're G-Maxing your Butterfree of all things, you're not G-Maxing a different Pokemon. And pretty much any real Pokemon is going to be better than Butterfree. Befuddle is right. Why did they even bother with this? Now, let me be clear. This move is actually pretty good. It's just that it's on Butterfree, who sucks. Now, let me be clear. This move is actually pretty good, but it's locked to Butterfree, who sucks. So, you'll never see it. G-Max is also particularly bad on Butterfree because a lot of Butterfree's utility comes from its powerful status and setup moves, which don't really do anything when you G-Max. G-Max Befuddle is right. What were they thinking? G-Max Befuddle is right. What were they thinking? This move appears on... Although G-Max is dead and buried, RIP, not that anyone will miss it, this effect does still exist. It is on Dire Claw, which is on Sneasler, an actually good Pokemon. With that, I think we'll say, bye-bye, Butterfree. But shed no tears for Butterfree, it is in the highest tier. Happy ending for Butterfree, which means you've got plenty of tears welled up for Beedrill, because my god, this thing sucks. There's literally a B tier, and that is actually not where we're putting Beedrill. Ah! First form is Weedle. This is another completely non-controversial beginner bug. You get it early, level 7 to Kakuna, and level 10 to Beedrill. In Japanese, Weedle is actually called Beedle. Okay, I'm sorry. I normally don't want to do this, but can we get a microtransaction? From anyone, of any amount. Yeah, because I need to say thank you. And we gotta try and time this. So I'm gonna say that again, and hopefully a microtransaction comes in, and then I can say thank you. I can't believe this guy's begging on stream. What an e-beggar. Streamer begs for money, claims it's for a bit. Don't tell them. Paris is in our hearts, though. Paris is an emote, but it's not even on the list. Is it a chill remix of... There it is. It's working! Weedle's Japanese name, by the way, is actually Beedrill. Weedle's Japanese by the name is actually Beedrill. Is there a character named Beetle? Whoa, wait, look at the chat. What a coincidence. All these donations. Well, I just have one thing to say to that. Thank you! And I'll put all the donations in the premium. So they'll actually be on the screen. I know they weren't here now in the actual chat here, but they'll be in the premium, don't worry. Thank you. So that's $1 from Tosu Esu, I hope I said that right. $4.99 from Slapstick Comedy, but comedy is still spelled wrong. Calling me an e-beggar, they were right though. $1 from Geek, thank you. And then $5 from I'm here to lurk and... Their full name doesn't show up. But they're here to lurk and steal something. I'm guessing it's money. And they say, I love all these bee and wasp themed pocket monsters. Thank you for the donations. Microtransaction. Oh, steal memes, okay. I sort of assumed that Wheel would have more attack than Caterpie, but no, they're actually the same. They both have 35. Kakuna's stats are, I think, the same as... Kakuna's stats are the same as Metapod's, right? I think so. Might want to check Caterpie's attack again. 35. Oh. Whoops. I guess I was wrong. Compared to its counterpart Caterpie, Weedle has 5 more attack, hooray, and 5 more speed, wow. However, its move pool is worse because it has Poison Sting, which is horrendous. Even though it is super effective against enemy poison types in Gen 1. I can't believe I'd rather have Tackle. Oh, God. Evolving into Kakuna, same deal as Metapod, where you actually lose attack and speed, but you gain defense, thanks. Don't have to put up with this for long, because only level 10 until you get to Beedrill. Kakuna's Japanese name is literally Cocoon, by the way. Do you know there's actually a movie called Cocoon with Wilfred Brimley? Don't know who that is? You actually do. And when you finally reach level 10, I guess you've crafted that cocoon into a mighty spear. Beedrill's Japanese name is just Spear. Now, lances are actually pretty good in Fire Emblem. Is Beedrill good in Pokemon? I'm asking you, but you already know the answer. Stats from Gens 1 to 5. Stats from Gens 1 to 5. Well, 80 attack and 75 speed. That's actually not that bad, especially for this part of the game where you're expected to have Beedrill. However, do remember, this is a bug poison type, which is one of the absolute worst offensive stab combos in the game. You can't do anything to anyone. You may as well not try. It did actually get a buff going from Gen 1 to Gen 2. In Gen 1, it only had 45 special, because special attack and defense were the exact same stat. But in Gen 2, they did split special attack and special defense. The 45 special became a paltry 45 special attack that does nothing. You should never use this. However, that 45 special did get buffed up to 80 special defense.
The magic ends here.
"65 HP, 40 defense. You are never surviving a physical hit ever, but you actually might survive a special one. 1. In Generation 6, it got another buff. And just like with Butterfree, in Generation 6, it got another buff. And they gave it 10 points to its attack. If they were going to give it 10 points in any stat, attack is probably where to put it. Not going to say this made it vibe. And just like with Butterfree, in Gen 6, it actually received a buff. It gained 10 more points in its attack. I'm not going to say that that made it viable, but if you're going to give it 10 points in something, attack is probably the stat to put it in. I think it got another buff in Gen 6 or something. What did they do? Oh my god, 150 attack, 145 speed? Oh, we'll do that differently. I think Beedrill got another buff in Gen 6. There's like a mechanic they included called Mega Evolution or something. So Mega Evolutions sort of have rules to them. With Mega Evolutions, you're allowed to give a Pokemon up to 100 base stat total increase. Unless you're Mega Alakazam for some reason, who they only gave 90. Why? Now, you'll notice here, Beedrill's base stat total post-buff is 395. For a fully evolved Pokemon, this is horrendous. For context, the starters are usually around 535 at their final Evo. So giving 100 BST would only bring you up to 495, which is still below most normal real Pokemon. So I don't really think that giving a boost of 100 is actually going to make this thing usable at all. I can't believe it. Hey, these stats are actually incredible. And this is another example of why Mega Evolution was by far the best gimmick. Because it actually lets you change complete garbage like Beedrill and actually make it usable. For many Pokemon, their BST is actually kind of misleading, because they have dead stats. So this 45 special attack, this may as well be 0, right? You are never using this. And Game Freak, they were very clever when they gave it the Mega, because although they still only give it an increase of 100, it still only goes to 495 BST, which is terrible. That 45 special attack may as well be 0? Yeah, it may as well be 0. Let's take that 30, let's put in attack and speed. So you can see here, it's, none of its stats change, except for attack and speed, and special attack, which goes down. They just min-maxed it. And you know what? It still wasn't that good. I'm looking for the... Here it is. But we can say, thanks to the Mega Redemption, this is not Aaron's finest, okay? I think this does qualify as a struggle bug. For in-game, you would never use this in any generation ever. It's terrible. But, in some of the lower tiers, back when Megas existed, and Megas are coming back, guys, yeah, you might actually use Mega Beedrill. The main thing holding Mega Beedrill back is that although Megas can change your type, they didn't change Beedrill's type. It remained a bug poison type, and although the main thing holding Mega Beedrill back is that although Megas can change your type, they elected not to change Beedrill's. In fact, they arguably doubled down on its typing because they gave it the incredibly good ability, Adaptability. Adaptability doubles your stab bonus, so instead of your stab moves dealing 1.5, they actually deal 2x. However, your stabs are bug and poison. Two of the worst in the entire game. But I think that if Beedrill had a real typing, it might actually have gotten... If Beedrill had a real typing, it definitely would have been at least B. Might even have gone up to good investment. If Beedrill had a real typing, it definitely would have been in B. Maybe even good investment. But bug poison, there's kind of a limit to how good you can be if you actually intend to attack. And Beedrill does actually need to attack. It doesn't have any utility of any sort. And as a bug poison type, you're just not going to be doing that in any serious context. We didn't cover Beedrill's moves, but they're terrible. They're just bug poison moves. Zero utility. Terrible. We didn't cover Beedrill's moves in depth, but unlike... We didn't cover Beedrill's moves in depth, but unlike Butterfree, who gets a ton of extremely powerful utility and boosting options, Beedrill gets basically nothing. You can Swords Dance, and that'll boost your bug and poison moves. Hooray. I guess you could use Toxic Spikes, and because you yourself are grounded, you can also absorb Toxic Spikes. Hooray. I guess you could use Toxic Spikes, and because you yourself are grounded, you also absorb Toxic Spikes, so points for that. But usually you want your spikers to be defensive, and Beedrill's defenses are god-awful, so you wouldn't use it for that. And it's not fast enough, really, to make use of Focus Sash for spiking. But at least the Spear has a drill tip, because you do get Drill Run. That's about the most notable thing I can say about Beedrill's move pool. I think that's it for Beedrill, right? Oh yeah, I guess we could mention that. This applies to all megas. This applies to all megas in Gen 6. This applies to all megas in Gen 6, but it's especially pertinent to Beedrill because its speed swing is so intense. Remember that in Gen 6 when you mega, you don't get your new speed instantly. You actually get it next turn, which meant that in Gen 6 at least, Mega Beedrill was basically forced to run Protect, because otherwise you would be way too slow. And you didn't have to do that anymore in Gen 7. And then in Gen 8, they removed Megas. God damn it! We'll just cut that in earlier. Next up is Ariados. Channel veterans will probably know what we're gonna say at some point during this review. Hola! It's our next Pokemon. Ariados. Okay. Hola! Hola! It's our next Pokemon. Adios. Channel veterans probably know what we're going to say about this Pokemon at some point during our review. Well, here's Spinarak, the first form of Ariados, with a weirdly late Evo. It's actually stuck as Spinarak until level 22. It's kind of late. Spinarak stats are better than Weedle's at least, right? Look at this. This is almost double the attack. Wow. Oh, these numbers are bad. Level 22, you do evolve into Ariados. Ariados' stats are better, right? Well, better is relative, right? Well, better is relative, right? 90 attack, that's actually fine. 40 speed, that is not fine. That is trash. But Ariados did get a buff in Gen 6. Just like with the other bugs we talked about, it got a 10-point stat bump, and it got that stat bump exactly where it needed it. Plus 10 special defense.
The magic ends here.
Well, now it's viable. I'm really wondering what was going through. I know we had those Game Freak leaks. Is there any data on why they... I know we had those Game Freak leaks. Is there any more info on the secret meeting where they sat down and decided, okay, Ariados is too weak. Let's give it 10 more special defense. How do we sum up Ariados? How do we sum up Ariados? Say it with me. Ariados. Horrible stats! Horrible typing! Horrible moves! Just awful. Aaron's finest. You'll notice that type, stats, and moves is basically everything. So, yeah, Ariados is god-awful, and there's basically nothing it can do that is useful in any context. Well, actually, I didn't include its ability. Swarm or Insomnia? Oh. Mediocre ability! There's a reason that basically every ROM hack that features Ariados and intends to make it usable has to seriously overhaul it. The template of Ariados is so fundamentally rotten that you can't fix it without making basically an entirely different Pokemon. This thing is unsalvageable. Probably the best buff I've seen while keeping the soul of Ariados intact is... Probably the best buff I've seen while keeping the soul of Ariados intact was giving it... Probably the best buff I've seen while keeping... Probably the best buff I've seen while keeping the soul of Ariados intact was giving it a unique version of Swarm that gives all other bug Pokemon a +1 attack. I'm kidding. The best buff I've seen was probably the Emerald Legacy version of Ariados, where they just doubled its speed. So it went from 40 to 80, which actually made it okay. For what it is as an early game bug. For how I would fix Ariados and sort of make it... How I would fix Ariados would be, yeah, double its speed, and also drop the Evo level. This thing should evolve... What did I say? Did I say Emerald Legacy? Oh, whoops. I'm looking for it. I actually meant the actual game that I think buffs it the best is Crystal Legacy, where they just doubled Ariados' speed. So it went from 40 to 80, which, yeah, makes it okay for what it is as a beginner bug. I probably would also drop its evolution level a bit. I think 22 is way too high for what you get. I think level 12 or 15 for the Evo into Ariados. Yeah, you might use it for like a gym or two and it would be okay. Grand Coliseum actually gave Ariados some huge buffs. They completely overhauled its stats and they gave it Intimidate. But at that point, is it even still Ariados? Can this thing do anything? Well, can this thing do anything? Well, it's a bug poison type, so you can just forget about actually attacking. However, you do get some pretty good utility. You do have Toxic Spikes, I think, as a breeding move, right? Does this thing not get toxic spikes? Oh, it does, okay. Well, it's a bug poison type, so you can forget about actually attacking things. However, it does actually get some pretty decent utility moves. You do get access to toxic spikes. And you do get access to Sticky Web. This is actually the first Sticky Web we're talking about. Sticky Web is a super powerful entry hazard that drops the speed of any incoming grounded Pokemon. That's great. Why would you set this with Ariados? You wouldn't, but you technically can? And we would be remiss not to mention Ariados's insane signature move of Toxic Thread. Whoa, what does this do? So Toxic Thread is actually incredibly powerful. It compresses String Shot and Toxic. So you both drop your target's speed and you inflict deadly toxic poison on them. There must be a typo on, there must be an error on Bulbapedia. This just says normal poison. There's no way that a move called Toxic Thread would inflict normal poison, the most worthless status. There's no way, right? It's not true. That's impossible! It is normal poison. You would never use this. If you want to experience Toxic Thread, you don't have to use Ariados. You can just go to 4chan or to Reset Era. I've actually never... If you want to experience Toxic Thread yourself, you don't need to suffer through Ariados. You can just go to 4chan or Reset Era. I only recently discovered Reset Era. It's so strange. If you go to 4chan, everybody is absolutely unhinged, but at least you know this is their true character. On Reset Era, it's so unsettling. Everybody is walking on eggshells because they don't want to be banned. I've never seen as many bizarro opinions as on Reset Era. They're basically not allowed to talk about things that are obviously wrong with games. It's so strange. I say this as somebody who has no problem silencing dissenting opinions and creating an echo chamber. It's completely fine when it's I say this as somebody who has no problem silencing dissenting opinions and creating an echo chamber. What's wrong with an echo chamber when it's echoing my own sentiments?
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
Well, if it works.
Welcome to the Imported Cheese channel. Democracy without any of the haters. There is zero reason to ever actually use Toxic Thread. Your speed is so awful that dropping your opponent's state... There's zero reason to ever use Toxic Thread. Dropping your opponent's speed by 1 stage is not going to help because your speed is terrible to begin with. They also buffed String Shot so that it's 2 stages. You don't even get that. And as for the poison effect, you would much rather inflict Toxic, and you don't have to worry about the mischance of Toxic because... And the 100% accuracy of Toxic Thread does not matter. You don't have to worry about missing Toxic with Ariados because Ariados is a poison type. And poison types always hit Toxic. Anything else to say about Ariados? I don't think so. I think I mentioned everything, right? People are mentioning Gen 4 Ubers. I don't know what this is. What is this Gen 4 Ubers thing? I'll say it, whatever it is. Apparently, Ariados was a gimmick anti-lead in Gen 4 Ubers, where you could, like, sucker punch Deoxys in the face. And also, in a meta sense, sucker punch your opponent, because who the hell uses Ariados? Sounds about as viable as one with nothing against Owling Mine. Sounds terrible. But hey, Darkrai can't actually sleep Ariados with Dark Void because Ariados has insomnia. And hey, you're actually giving Darkrai a taste of its own medicine because it faces the nightmare of losing to Ariados. We actually have some... Now, Gen 4 Competitive is where a lot... Gen 4 Competitive is actually where Wi-Fi battles... Gen 4 Competitive is actually where the competitive scene started to become a lot more visible. I mean that in a literal sense. Because this is where people started recording everything. There was the big Wi-Fi battle boom that happened in Gen 4. And I think we actually do have some footage of Darkrai versus Ariados here.
Vamos!
Bien hecho. Seguido.
Adios.
Adios. Incredible graphics for the Nintendo DS, although maybe pushing that E rating a little bit. Okay, that's it for Ariados, right? Ledian! I mean, I guess we'll talk about it. I guess we'll talk about it. Well, it starts off as Lediba, and in Lediba's defense, this thing is adorable. This is like one of the cutest bugs. I actually think this thing is very, very cute. And hey, its evolution is earlier than Ariados by 4 levels. And hey, for Lediba, wow, 80 special defense. Just like as a starting and Lediba's stats, 80 special defense. As a basic Pokemon, that's like really high. We haven't seen a stat that high so far on a first form. That's gotta go even higher when it evolves into Ledian, right? Oh my god! 110 special defense! We actually haven't seen a number over 100 yet.
The magic ends here.
No buffs needed here, capped res. If I had to pick a worse stat in Pokemon, it's probably special defense. And this special defense stat is actually worthless because 55 HP is terrible. 50 defense is terrible, so they can kill you with any physical move. And, by the way, you're a bug flying type, so you take quadruple damage from, like, everything. This is so bad. You're gonna try and be defensive with one of the worst defensive typings in the game? I don't think so. Oh my god, somebody shared the mod pointed out, this BST looks like Fire Emblem growths. That's true. That's not a good thing, by the way. Hey, 85% speed growth. Well, at least it gets good utility moves, right? Baton pass, agility, safeguard, non-stab mock punch. Where's sticky web? Where's sticky web? Control F. Sticky web. Sticky web, 0 out of 0. 0 out of 0 is right. Oh! We'll do it again where it's centered. I don't think there's any hope I don't think there's any hope for Ledian. I think that Game Freak knows it's a joke, and they're going along with it. They gave it Iron Fist. Iron Fist. On a Pokemon. With 35 base attack. They knew. They're just mocking Ledian. They're in on the joke. We'll get a 5-star graphic, hang on. Where is it?
Your future is bright. Show me more. You're in good form.
You're in good form? Absolutely not. Here you go. Oh, hey, they're even red. Okay.
You won't overtake me.
This thing has 4 arms and less than 40 attack. You can't even get 10 points of attack per arm. Also hilarious that early bird is... Also hilarious that early bird is just bad insomnia, but it's not strictly worse because you can rest and insomniacs can't. Ugh. There's something we overlooked, though. What's Ledian's classification? The 5-star Pokemon! Guys, we gotta rate Ledian. Five stars. 5 stars by IGN, maybe. Terrible. The background music sounds like Ledian dying, yeah. Terrible. There is... terrible. The only thing that Ledian excels at is getting mocked. It is very good at that. And at least... Ledian is beyond redemption. It is terrible. The only thing it excels at is being the target of mockery. It's definitely meta for that. Beautifly and dustox. Both of these start out as Wurmple. Fun fact, I went to the Pokemon Center in Tokyo before Brilliant Diamond and Fun fact, I went to the Pokemon Center in Tokyo before Brilliant Daipa came out, and they were recruiting for Team Galactic. I took their recruitment test, and apparently my starter Pokemon as a Galactic Grunt was Kemuso. Kemuso, more like Kuso. Oh, terrible. Just like with... Unlike with Caterpie and Weedle, Wurmple is actually a split Evo, and I do believe it has a unique criteria for the split. Evolves into its cocoon form at level 7, just like Caterpie and Weedle. And what determines whether it goes into the Silcoon and Beautifly path, or the Cascoon and Dustox path, is its personality value. As personality values can be influenced or seen by the player, what a given Wurmple will evolve into is essentially random. Great. I'll tell you right now, whichever path you go, there's no jackpot, okay? Level 10 to reach your final form of either Beautifly or Dustox. Stats-wise, ooh, you get more attack than Caterpie, but less speed. 20 speed is really bad. I think this is tied with some of the cocoons we've seen, right? Ugh. For Silcoon, your speed drops even lower. It is 15. We are approaching Shuckle levels here. 55 defense, though.
Break yourselves upon my body.
Gotta make sure it's centered.
Break yourselves upon my body.
I think Cascoon is the special version of this. I think so. No, Cascoon has the same stats. Whoops. I guess I was wrong. Well, here's Beautifly's stats. They're very reminiscent of... Well, here's Beautifly's stats. They're very reminiscent of Butterfree's. It actually had that amazing 90 special attack that Butterfree would later get. But Beautifly just starts out with that. Oh, and 70 attack, which was kind of relevant back before the physical special split. Remember, this is a Hoenn Pokemon! So, I think this does actually qualify as, yes, a slow, frail, mixed attacker. Oh, God. And in Gen 6, they buffed it. What stat did they give it? Hey, 10 to special attack. We actually get to see a number in the hundreds. Hooray. I mean, that is a buff. Although this 70 attack is now useless. Big negative for Beautifly. Big negative for Beautifly. Big negatives for Beautifly. If I were to describe Beautifly in a phrase, it would be budget Butterfree. You should be quivering. Not exact. Hearing that, you should be quivering. I expect you to get +1 special attack, special defense, and speed. Budget Butterfree is not a phrase you want to be associated with. You also don't want to be associated with the phrase Age Hunt. Beautifly exposed? It's actually Age Huntable. Just like the Final Fantasy XIV samurai ability, Ageha! That actually does come from butterflies. It's a type of butterfly. Age Hunt. It's kind of a vicious name, right? What does the Pokédex say? Oh. It has an aggressive nature. It stabs prey with its long, narrow mouth to drain the prey's fluids. Oh, that's pretty scary. Ready for the Beautifly? Ready for the Beautifly? Alright, time for the best Beautifly Alright, give me your best Beautifly impressions. Come here, prey!
It's sucking me dry.
Yeah, suck. Speaking of things that suck. This move pool is terrible. It misses out on arguably Butterfree. It misses out on arguably Butterfree's most important trait, which is Compound Eyes Powders. It does not have Compound Eyes, it just has Swarm. And it doesn't have the ability to disable the opponent and then be able to Quiver Dance. It has worse speed and worse defenses. So, although it technically learns Quiver Dance, you are never using this because you instantly die. It also doesn't get Hurricane. I'm sick of the Far Cry games. They keep making these, they're all the same. Well, here's Far Cry 9. I don't know what number they're at. Because this is actually a Far Cry from Butterfree. However, considering that this is a list of some of the worst Pokemon in the franchise, it's probably better than Beedrill. It's definitely better than Beedrill in-game. $100 special attack. Use special flying moves. People don't like Beautifly. Wow, people hate this thing. Sure, okay. Fine, we'll move it down. We did get a 499 microtransfer from Peeboo, the mutton. It's been a while since we've seen them. Welcome. Thank you for the microtransaction. Forgot to say Old Touchy My Beloved in the previous super chat. Was there a previous? Did I miss one from you earlier? I actually might have. Did I? I gotta check. I did! Sorry, 499 microtransaction from Peeboo earlier, who said, I am Ledian. I am Tekken. Tekken means Iron Fist. Thank you for the microtransactions. Although, I see those decimals. That's an Apple device, isn't it? We need a bad Apple graphic. If you donate to anyone on YouTube, Apple steals 30% of it if you donate through an Apple device or the Apple YouTube app. It's crazy. It should be illegal. But thank you for the donation, but Apple stole 30 of it. Really? Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's crazy. Bad Apple and hey, Hydra Apple's okay. I'm sick of Far Cry. I'm sick of Far Cry. I can't believe they're still making those. We'll get ready for Far Cry 9 or whatever. Because this thing is a far cry from Butterfree. You'd think they would be similar, but they're really not. This thing is so bad. And it doesn't even have that niche of actually being a useful early power spike. It's either Aaron's Finest or in the Struggle Bug. We'll see where it ends up. I'm thinking it's just barely struggling to make it into Struggle Bug. It does have 100 special attack. However, it is literally on Aaron's team, right? We wouldn't want to make Aaron sad. Yeah, we'll put him in Aaron's Finest. But I could see it in Struggle Bug. Hey, did you know that Beautifly is actually the better outcome? You'll never guess what stat. You'll never guess what stat dustox prioritized that makes it bad. You might actually guess. '90s special defense.
The magic ends here.
Way too much special defense. Way too little of anything that's actually useful. 60, 70, 90 bulk is not impressive at all. 50, 50, 65 offenses are hopeless. Hopeless. But it's got good utility moves, right? Nope. Oh, watch out for level 15 poison powder. By breeding. This Pokemon learns no moves by breeding. You can just say this Pokemon learns no moves. We saw this thing most recently in Grand Coliseum, and hey, Dustox itself doesn't even want to be there. All it does is spam Mementos, the Fresh Maker, in order to get itself off the screen as fast as possible. The nicest thing I can say about Dustox is that it actually has a pretty high XP yield, and it's really weak. So it's really easy to kill, and you get a lot of XP for doing it. Unfortunately, this also gives you special defense EVs, which you probably don't want. But I guess that's the price you have to pay. We were somewhat debating with Beautifly. There's no debate here. This thing is Aaron's finest for sure. This might actually be the worst Pokemon we talk about today. One of them. Zero offensive potential. Absolutely zero utility. This thing is actually worthless. Cheese, check its abilities. Shield dust, right? Shield dust? Oh, it's strictly better than inner focus. And compound eyes. Its abilities do nothing to save it either. Shield dust. Oh, strictly better than inner focus. And compound eyes, which is normally good, but you don't actually have sleep powder. Who cares about compound eyes poison powder? I actually think it's worse than Ledian. Ledian has 85 speed. It can maybe set up a light screen. Dustox does nothing. None of you have used Dustox in Gen 3 ZU, and it shows. Don't worry, guys. Gen 3... Don't worry, guys. Dustox is a terror of Gen 3 ZU. Dustox is a poison type, which means it can't be poisoned. However, you in the chat probably can. We're testing a new virus. Go ahead and take a deep breath. That tropium haze. Dustox, Meta Tyrant of Gen 3 ZU. Why is there even a ZU? There's not even that many Pokemon in Gen 3. We've just gotta make up new tiers to try and possibly get Dustox to do something somewhere. No, this thing does nothing anywhere. Horrible. The tropium is insane. Actually, Dustox can actually make Quiver Dance work, unlike Beautifly. Look at this. This is insanity. This is insanity. You are aware that Quiver Dance multiplies your stats, right? What are you multiplying? There's nothing to multiply. These stats are horrendous! $10 microtransaction from Bro Duderman. This is actually fake news. Dustox has been outclassed by Delcatty in Gen 3 CU. Well, thank you for the microtransaction.
We need more gold.
Game Freak knew that Dustox was apparently tearing up Gen 3 ZU, and that's why they didn't give it a 10 BST buff when they did give it to Beautifly. So, officially, this thing is actually too strong and doesn't need any help. Unofficially, because our rankings are unofficial. Probably bottom of Aaron's finest. I don't actually see anything dethroning this. If you can consider not being the worst as being dethroned. Masquerain! Masquerain! Starts off as Surskit? This is probably the first entry in our list that some people might not consider an early bug, but you get it right outside of Littleroot. And it does have this level 22 Evo, which is kind of late, but that's the same as Ariados, right? And people would consider Ariados an early game bug. Bug Water, actually a pretty cool type, the first Bug Water in the series, and that's a much better typing than either Bug Poison or Bug Flying, which are the only ones we've seen so far, right? $50 special attack, 65 speed? For a first form early game bug? That's actually kind of reasonable. Evolves into Masquerain, and, yeah, it's a Hoenn Pokemon. Why does this have 60 attack? $80 special attack is whatever, 60 speed is terrible. Oh, its highest stat, it's special defense!
The magic ends here.
Well, just like with the other bugs, they did actually recognize that this thing was pretty terrible, and they did give it a stat buff. They gave Butterfree plus 10 special attack, they gave Beedrill plus 10 attack, they gave Ariados plus 10 special defense, so buffs of 10 to all of these bugs. We have Masquerain at 414, and they gave it some stat buffs as well, so it actually went to... What? Why did they give it quadruple the buff of any of the other Pokemon? They gave it almost half a mega. That's how bad Masquerain was. And they did this in Gen 7 instead of 6. So what actually changed here? Well, we gained 20 more special attack. That's huge. And we gained 20 more speed. Wow. Hey, that's actually, like... That's actually pretty good. Wow. And all it took was almost half a mega. Now, what do we get for moves? Well, we get... learn set by leveling up. We do get Air Slash, that's pretty good. You get some standard bug sucking move. Hey, it gets Quiver Dance. Water Pulse. Ooh, wow. It gets Hydro Pump. Whoa, Hydro Pump off of 100 special attack? That's pretty good. And it gets Hurricane as well? That's pretty good. Does it get Hurricane? Where's Hurricane? Oh, yeah. Whoa, Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump off of 100 special attack? That's pretty good. And it gets Hurricane. Hurricane and Hydro Pump. So this thing is actually really good in rain. Why is Hurricane bold, though? And Hydro Pump isn't? Bold text means that it gets a stab bonus, right? It matches one of the Pokemon's types. So this is like a Bulbapedia error, right? Because this is a bug water type, right? It's bug. Oh. Bug flying. So they had the very cool Pond Skater Pokemon with the at the time unique typing. Tossed in the bin in favor of this completely generic, far worse typing of bug flying. Whoops. Pretty much every ROM hack I've seen that features balance changes just makes this thing bug water. It's much better. It even has rain in the name. Come on, guys. Why is this a bug flying type? Ability Intimidate's actually very good as well. We were pretty vicious to this thing. Without the unprecedented and quite unique massive BST buff, this would probably cap out at B, considering the things we're about to talk about. But I actually think Masquerain now is not a joke. I think this actually might be our first one in good infestment. For in-game, you actually can attack things with it. It does actually have okay early game stats now. And this is a thing you might actually use in a competitive match that you're actually trying to win. Because it is an 80 base speed, sticky web setter. For some reason, this thing gets sticky web. Sticky web is one of the best moves in the game. So it's very, very good at doing that. And it does also have Quiver Dance. And it has Intimidate. So it's got a lot of things going for it that counteract the god-awful bug flying typing and the very mediocre stats. Yeah, intimidating Sticky Webber with okay speed and Quiver Dance potential. And it's very strong in rain as well. This thing's actually pretty good. All it took was 40 welfare BST points and some of the best moves in the game. If this was Bug Water, it would probably actually be the best Pokemon on this list. Unbuffed Masquerain has a higher BST than Macargo. Have mercy. That's probably it for Masquerain, right? Anything else to say about Masquerain? I think we covered everything. Mentioned the one Guzma has? I guess Guzma has a Masquerain. He has another Pokemon that he's more associated with, though. It gets intimidating. I said that, so we should be fine. Oh, apparently Ultra Sun and Ultra Moons has a Apparently Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon Guzma has an EV trained Masquerain with max speed and special attack. I guess that's notable. It's not even his main Pokemon, though. Ninjask and Shedinja. These are both evolutions of Nincada, and I mean that as in they are both evolutions of one Nincada. Very unique and interesting evolution mechanic. That's a typo. They both start off as Nincada. Maybe it's Nincada. Maybe it's Ninsada. Maybe it's Ninsada. I don't know. I just call it Nincada. Bug ground type. Evolves at level 20. Stats wise, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know this thing had 90 defense. That's a lot. Remember, the Cocoons only had 55.
Break yourselves upon my body.
The bug ground typing is very interesting, but you can't really attack with this thing, so it doesn't really come up that much. Compound Eyes is a good ability, I guess. Really, as with all of these Pokemon, you want to just evolve this as soon as possible. I gotta go to the next music track. Let's go to Lo-Fi 3? We didn't do Lo-Fi 3 yet. This is not the beginning. Level 20 to evolve into both Ninjask and Shedinja. All you need is a Pokeball and an empty spot in your party, and the husk that was shed, even though there's no pupil form, then becomes Shedinja. Although I don't think cicadas actually have a pupil form, so that's probably why. Ninjask's the name! And speed's my game! Whoa!
You're too slow!
Wild speed. Now, these stats, aside from 90 attack, that's actually kind of decent. 160 speed is insane. I think this is the third fastest Pokemon in the game. It's slower than Deoxys S, who's like an alien. And it's slower than Regieleki. However, Ninjask is actually faster than both of them after only one turn because it's got one of the best abilities in the series, Speed Boost. Now, Ninjask itself obviously doesn't need any more speed. However, your teammates might. And you guys know what I'm about to talk about here. When you gain actual stat boosts in speed, that's something you can baton touch. That's how we say baton pass in Japanese. You can baton touch it to your teammates. And that's what this thing is the king of. Speed boost for passive speed buffs, and I mean, I guess you... Where is it? Where's Swords Dance? I guess you could... 90 attack isn't that bad. I guess you could try attacking your opponent, but probably not. You get Swords Dance. So this is a Pokemon that can get free speed boosts and can potentially substitute for more speed boosts and a chance to get a Swords Dance and pass that as well. Usually passing speed is enough to be successful. If you can pass speed and attack, you just win. This thing's gotta go fast. Essential part of strategies that were so meta, baton pass chains, that they literally got banned. And Ninjask was a huge part of that. As for actually attacking with Ninjask itself, either in-game or in competitive, probably not. But it doesn't need to. Extremely powerful utility role. Unmatched. Probably the best baton passer in the game. Yeah, it's probably better than Butterfree. It's probably going to use its ninjutsu here. It's probably better than Butterfree. What? It used its ninjutsu to disrupt the tier list. Hang on. And we're back. Teleports in front of you. If you thought dealing with Ninjask was obnoxious, oh, wait till you have to deal with Shedinja. Shedinja, one of the most unique Pokemon in the entire franchise, in many ways. Bug Ghost, very funky and unique typing. And it has, of course, the very unique and extremely powerful Wonder Guard ability. Now, I made a whole video about the super effective Swindle, and how I think super effective attacks aren't actually that important. People overemphasize them. But Shedinja with Wonder Guard can literally only be damaged by super effective attacks. Asterisk. Stats-wise, it has defenses? This 236 base stat total is actually very misleading. With Beedrill, we talked about stats that may as well be 0. But for Shedinja in particular, these defenses may as well be 0. And its HP isn't literally 0, it's 1. Because Shedinja, the whole gimmick is that it's almost invincible, but if you can hit it, it dies no matter what. A large part of BSD is also HP. That tends to be a large chunk of most Pokemon stat total, and Shedinja, of course, doesn't have HP. Hey, 90 attack's not bad. We are going to look at the type chart for Shedinja because this is actually extremely important because of Wonder Guard. So you need a flying, rock, ghost, fire, or dark move in order to directly damage Shedinja. However, there are other ways to get around Magic Guard. Magic Guard does not protect it against any sort of passive damage. So most passive damage can kill it. Entry hazards like spikes, Stealth Rock. Oh, it's Stealth Rock week. That's why it dies to Stealth Rock. Those can defeat Shedinja. Also dies to end of turn passive damage. So Leech Seed, Toxic, Sandstorm. All of those are alternate ways around Shedinja's Wonder Guard defense. So there's actually... Did I say Magic Guard? I meant Wonder Guard. Do I have to redo this? I guess so. It's probably easier. We are going to look at the type chart for Shedinja because it's actually very important. So because of the Wonder Guard ability, the only way to directly damage Shedinja is with flying, rock, ghost, fire, or dark moves. Now this is the only way to directly damage it, because you can actually get around Wonder Guard with any sort of passive damage. So indirect damage, like Leech Seed, poison damage, burn damage, Sandstorm Chip, entry hazard damage from spikes or Stealth Rock. Shedinja is weak to Stealth Rocks, that's why it dies. All of those will also negate Wonder Guard's damage prevention and allow you to knock out Shedinja. However, it will still get an action if you use most of those passive things. However, it will still get an action if you use most of those passive things. However, it will still get an action if you go with the passive damage, because those happen at the end of the turn, I guess, except for the entry hazards. Usually Shedinja's item choice will try and... Usually Shedinja's item choice just makes it a bit more obnoxious to deal with. If it has a Focus Sash, then you'll have to directly attack it twice. But it might also opt for something like Safety Goggles to prevent your Sandstorm from killing it, or maybe Heavy Duty Boots to be able to switch in safely to entry hazards. So Shedinja also has counterplay on its end to try and preserve its 1 HP. although Shedinja and Wonder Guard is very much a gimmick, although I would describe Shedinja and Wonder Guard as a gimmick, it is actually a very viable gimmick. There are many contexts where, if you have the right meta-knowledge, Shedinja is actually invincible. Which, as you can imagine, is extremely useful. This thing has a legit use in Ubers. Kyogre cannot touch this thing. Kyogre hates Shedinja. When move pools are limited, that's when Shedinja really shines. If you can deal with Shedinja, then it's a joke, right? Just get rid of it with anything. If you can't deal with Shedinja, it's invincible! What are you gonna do? Notably, Terra Electric Balloon Shedinja is such a problem that it is effectively invincible in too many scenarios, and it makes Gen 9 national decks kind of unplayable if you allow it. I normally don't talk that much about Nuzlocking in my lists, but we do have to mention, Shedinja is the Nuzlocke god, because Shedinja scales with your meta knowledge. If you know what your opponent can do, which is not always possible in competitive, but it is always possible in in-game, this thing is literally invincible, and it'll save your entire team if you use it right. And it's also free! Because, hey, you also got Ninjask out of your Ninkata, right? This thing is actually very, very cool. And very, very viable in many ways, if you know how to use it. I think it's gonna be one of the Metamorphers. I think it's Metamorphin time. I guess it did make it to heaven. R.I.P. A match made in heaven. I guess Ninjask also died at some point. Honey, I'm home! Oh god, Gen 4 honey Pokemon! We should probably talk about Kricketot first. Oh, apparently Ninjask died when Baton Pass died. Should we make a heavenly tier for Shedinja? No. Nah, this is probably fine. Okay. Wow. Okay, for people in the premium, I asked if we should make a separate heaven tier for Shedinja, and pretty much everybody is saying no. I can't believe we have a graphic for this.
Something need doing?
I tribute 2 interns.
I can do that.
Gate kept. Sorry, pal, you're not on the list. Does Shedinja count as a real Pokemon if it's carried by its ability? Well, it's the only one who has the ability, so yeah. Kricketot into Cricketoon. I can't spell Kricketot. I think it's CK. Yeah, CK. Kricketot! Very cute. And no cocoon stage. It just evolves into Cricketoon at the incredibly early level of 10. Wow. Yikes. Yikes! I think these are the worst stats we've seen so far. Oh my god, yikes! But hey, it doesn't need stats because it's method of combat. Well, in modern games, it actually gets moves. But back in the day, in its introduction generation. It was Bide. Bide. One of the Bide. One of the worst moves in the franchise. How are you gonna get to level 10 by biding your time? You're not. So this thing has to actually suck XP from teammates in order to level up, which is the exact opposite of what you want your early game bug to do. Stop stealing my XP! However, Bide did drop out of the race. And in modern games, you can actually attack. Congratulations. Only have to get to level 10 to get to Cricketoon. Now, after still a pure bug type, but after suffering through the Bide administration up to level 10, you would think that you would be rewarded by being able to finally open up a can of diddly whoop ass on your opponents, right? But you would be wrong. 85 attack, pure bug type, with 65 speed. And in Gen 4, no moves. This OST sucks. I'm hearing some sour notes. for the crime of completely failing at the role of early game bug, because for the crime of completely failing at the role of early game bugs due to the Biden administration's policies, and for not even being that good once you get to the evolution, I'm sorry, I have to sentence this thing to Aaron's finest. It's terrible. But hey, it does have a cool cry, and if you make a joke about diddly whoop, you get $9.99.
We need more gold.
Thanks, Cricketoon. And thanks to the Dukester for the donation, funding my music career. It is better in later generations because it can actually attack, and it gets access to Technician, and also buffed Fury Cutter. So you actually get a 40 base power Fury Cutter immediately upon evolution, with a possible Technician buff that takes the edge off, or maybe adds the edge on, to the initial 40 base power hit. But that's in the later games, which I think I mentioned at the beginning, have different structures, right? They're way more open, and in those games, these bugs sort of lose their role, because why would you use them when you can just go get better Pokemon immediately? I guess it also learns Sticky Web, but you know what? So does Ariados. Wait, why did I put this thing above Ariados? Things just keep getting worse. This guy's gonna get replaced by AI musician soon. Has it been 4 hours? Fun fact for you guys watching the premium. Up to this point in the tier list, including setting everything up, we've actually spent 3 hours and 45 minutes. That means if we slathered a honey tree at the start of this stream, we actually still wouldn't be able to catch a Combee. And people complain that our streams are too slow. Let's pretend it's been 4 hours. Honey, I'm home. It's Vespiquen. Vespiquen evolves from Combee. The vast majority of Combee are male, 87.5. Now, drones are important to the Zerg economy, but probably not to your Pokemon team. So there's an 87.5% chance you get stuck with a male Combee. So what do you get for male Combee? Gonna be honest, 70 speed is more than I was expecting. But hey, Combee comes with a honey gather, which lets you get more honey to keep spinning that honey lottery wheel, and you know what? You can't knock the hustle. Male combies have been watching too many red pill videos. They're on the Sigma grind set. They'll evolve someday. Hey, we actually get to use this graphic in reverse for once.
The future is not written.
Apparently there was a glitch in Sword and Shield that let you evolve male combies and Salandids. I actually did not know that. If you get lucky and capture a female combi at level 21, so you still have to deal with combi stats until level 21, it does evolve into Vespiquen. Vespiquen doesn't change type, it's still a bug flying type, it's got the pressure ability, and how are the stats? Four hours. 4 hours. For this. Now, these stats are actually pretty good. 474 total is quite high, and 70, 102, 102 bulk is actually very, very good. 80 on both offenses is also okay. 40 speed is horrendous. And none of this really matters because it's a bug flying type. This typing defensively is unsalvageable. $2 microtransaction from Solomon Kearns. You'll tank for the raid, right? Nah, I'd lose. Vespiquen, where's your shield? Hello? Kind of ironic that this thing has the ability pressure, because I think the reason most players in MMOs don't like playing the tank role is because there's a lot of pressure on the tank, right? You have to lead, you die first, and everybody blames you. Tank noob. Vespiquen does actually get a whole arsenal of signature moves. It gets Defend Order, which is a cosmic power. It gives you plus defense, plus special defense. It gets Heal Order, which is just recover. And it gets Attack Order, which at the time of release, back in Gen 4, this is like one of the best bug moves ever. 90 base power physical, 100% accuracy, and I believe it has a chance to drop the opponent's attack. That's pretty good. And in modern day, she can still give the order to attack or defend, but healthcare is dead, unfortunately. Along with Dexit, along with the Dexit controversy, I guess the NHS died. This all happens in England, right? So no more healthcare. Heal order is gone. Although you probably wouldn't use it anyway because it does get Roost, and Roost tends to just be better. I think I said attack order, lowered attack. Attack order has high crit. Whoops. This is not the correct aspect, is it? Give me a second here. In terms of actual stat total, it's actually pretty good. Unfortunately, in terms of actual stat total, Vespiquen is actually pretty good. Unfortunately, it's a bug flying type. RIP. And it takes so much work. And it takes so much work to actually get a female Combi. And you can forget about using this in-game, right? 40 base speed with bug flying offense. No thanks. And defensive utility is worthless in-game. Would you use this as competitive? No. If I'm being honest, I think factoring in the amount of work it takes to actually get a female Combi. Remember, 4 hours per honey. And you only have just over a 10% chance to get a female Combi. Now, you could breed to get another one, but assuming you actually just used honey trees, that's 40 hours. 40 hours for this. For me, that's Aaron's finest. However, I'm not exactly being honest with you. I'm going to put it in Struggle Bug. Why? Because I got paid $15.
We need more gold.
$15 macrotransaction from a Hero Lurk and Steal memes. Can I buy it to put Vespiquen slightly higher than you would put otherwise? Like maybe the top of whatever tier it goes. I just think it's neat. The monarchy is alive and well, lining the pockets of social media influencers.
Dungeon が販売されるんじゃないかと。Some people are worried that maybe we will sell dungeons. No pay to win. No pay to win.
People are worried that we might start selling stat boosts. By the way, we have 2 B Pokemon and neither of them are in the B tier. What's the cute charm thing? I don't know this. Can use cute charm to force a wild Combi to be female 50% of the time, I guess. They say that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, which is a very clumsy transition into saying you catch female Combis 50% of the time with cute charm, I think. So if you have a male Pokemon with cute charm, makes it a better chance to find the female Combi. It's just such a reward. You can go ahead and write a fanfic about the royal Combi running away with your commoner male cute charmer. Just soft reset the encounter until it's female. Bait used to be believable. I guess honey is bait. Apparently honey determines the Pokemon when you do the slathering. So resetting won't do anything. I don't think. Was I lied to? I was lied to. You could also just reset to get female Combi when you check the honey tree. I think the Pokemon itself is determined, but the gender is not. So as long as you get a Combi, you can just reset for Vespiquen. But you'd have to be honey nuts to try that. And I think that's enough talk about Vespiquen. Cheerio. Five gifted subs from Smash Hero 75. Nice 5-hit pin missile. What a gracious gift of convenience. Is Honey Nut Cheerios? No, Honey Nut Cheerios is the one with the bee. The crazy demon that, like, possesses kids and turns them into copies of itself. That's a different honey cereal, right? Honeycomb Crisp? What was that called? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's just honeycomb. That's a thing? Oh, it definitely is. I remember seeing this. It's literally just called honeycomb, okay. It's horrifying. I think maybe some non-Americans haven't heard of this. Consider yourselves lucky. Remember they had to change the image because parents complained? I'll say, your mom was right, okay? That honeycomb cereal was terrifying. Well, if you don't luck out with your... Now, if female Combi doesn't swipe right on you, don't worry. You might still land a... If female Combi doesn't swipe right on you, don't worry. Your honeyed words might land you a meeting with either... Now, if female Combi doesn't swipe right on you, don't worry. Your honeyed words might land you a hot date with Burmy. Burmy also has gendered forms. Well, here's Burmy. Evolves into either Wormadam or Motham starting at level 20, depending on its gender. Female Burmy evolve into Wormadam, whereas male Burmy evolve into Motham. Nicest thing I can say about Burmy is that its Japanese name, Minomutsi. It's pretty cute to say. Minomutsi, hey! Burmy without its cloak. Can you put your clothes back on, please? Actually, can you cover up these stats too? These are horrible. I feel like these stats are getting worse. Little did I know that Caterpie was gonna be among the high points of the attacks we were gonna see. Level 20 Burmese evolve into Motham. Japanese name is Gameru. The Sigma male jokes literally write themselves. Sigma Meru. terrible. It's bug flying with swarm. You would definitely want to try and get the tinted lens ability. Tinted lens doubles the damage of your resisted attacks, and hey, you're a bug type, so most of your attacks are going to be resisted. I think you guys might be surprised. Sigma male grind set. 94 in both offenses. What? I mean, 6 speed's trash, but it's not like the worst thing ever. You might go before some things. These defenses are god-awful, but hey, you were a bug flying type, so you're probably dying anyway. And look at this! Quiver Dance on Evo! Remember that for all of the other butterflies that were dancing, this was at like level 50 or something. Pretty high. Level 20 for Quiver Dance. Wow. In Gen 4, of course, you just get nothing. No hurricane, sadly. I've been thinking. Considering how good Mega Beedrill was, and the fact that we still don't have a B&B, I'm gonna do this. We're not even a flying type. We're gonna fly to B. Because I'm gonna put Motham in Struggle Bug. How's this? Are people happy with this? It gets a good ability. Tinted. I talked about Tinted Lens, right? I did already talk about Tinted Lens. Yeah, I did. Motham, surprisingly good stats for being just a piece of crap bug. ランニング時間スタート。いい質問だね。It's 11 right now. I'm sorry. I'm not even through the first list. I probably won't be able to join you today. Will you forgive me? I think I'm probably going to be here till at least 5. Maybe 6, but it's going to be definitely dark. Sorry, this is a real life conversation, by the way. You guys don't have to pay attention to this. But I don't even know if I can promise to be done by 5. I definitely won't be done during the day, and I almost certainly won't be done. We might actually go to 7, because this is actually taking a very long time. I know you could have never predicted that I'd spend too much time on this. Yeah, we're not going to be done by 5:40. But this is pretty important. I have to do this because I need this stuff for when I'm in Unova. If you're okay going at night at like 7, I can definitely do that. But I imagine you're probably going to want to eat something before then, right? If you're okay going at like 7, I can do that. 一人で走ってくる? I'm sorry. Am I postponing a date for you guys? Oh no, I would dump you guys immediately, no. It's just my friend, we were supposed to go running today. And I think this tier list is probably just going to take too long. That's all. But I think I did qualify when talking to him yesterday that this might take too long. And this one is really important because I need this stuff. I can't film intros and stuff when I'm in America, so I gotta do this. Skipping leg day? Running is not leg day, right? It's catabolic. You could postpone the tier list for tomorrow. I'm leaving tomorrow. Guess we'll add this note about Vespiquen. Japanese name of Vespiquen is Bee Queen. Bee Queen. What's a Vespi? Does anyone know? Oh. Vespa is Latin for wasp. Okay, there we go. Hey, we even have a Latin graphic! We even have a Latin adjacent graphic. Cheers.
While wine vinegar doesn't actually hydrate you, in fact, in large amounts it can do the exact opposite, it does slake your thirst. In Roman history, it was always seen as a refreshing thing to drink.
Refreshed. The guy in the video was talking about Posca, by the way. Wormadam. Wormadam comes in 3 flavors and typings based on where you evolve them. If you evolve Wormadam. Now your female Wormadam. Now your female Burmy has 3 choices of attire when it evolves. It can either evolve into the grass cloak if it's in a grassy area, the ground sandy cloak if it's in a sandy area, or the trash cloak if it's inside a building, which is probably the hardest one to achieve. Mild spoilers, but let's be honest, they're all the trash cloak. Mild spoilers, although only one of them is the... Mild spoilers, although only one of them is literally the trash cloak, they're all garbage. Wormadam is shuddering in anticipation, I bet. Their stats do actually change. Plant Cloak has the most special defense. Oh yeah.
The magic ends here.
So although it has the best stats, it has by far the worst typing. We'll talk more about how bad Grass Bug is later. Sandy Cloak is sort of middle of the road in terms of typing. Ground is a really good attacking type, and also a pretty good defensive type as well. It's just a good type. And you've got that 105 defense, whoa!
Break yourselves upon my body!
And Trash Cloak is a steel bug type. One of the only unironically good bug combos, with 95 in both defenses. Although for all of these, 60 base HP is pretty terrible. The attacking stats also change slightly. Trash Cloak has, what is this, 69 in both offenses. The Ground Cloak has slightly more attack, and the Plant Cloak has slightly more special attack. So in summary, Plant Cloak specially inclined. Plant Cloak specially inclined. Sandy Cloak physically inclined. Trash Cloak balanced between them. Wow, you could 69 with Trash Cloak Wormadam. Incredible. Their move pools actually do change with their form as well, as you might expect. The Plant Cloak gains grass moves, absolute rubbish. The Sandy Cloak does actually get Earthquake? Hello? Hello? The Sandy Cloak does get the best of the special moves. The Sandy Cloak does get the best of the level up moves, because it does get Earthquake upon Eve. Never mind. Oh, don't worry, it gets Earth Power and Legends Arceus even though it's a physical attacker. And Trash Cloak gets level 47 Iron Head. Wow. Basically, all of these are terrible, but you could use your Earthquake TM on Sandy Cloak Wormadam. You can do it. Now, of course, I did notice that all three of these did gain Quiver Dance upon Evo, just like Motham, but the base stats are just so bad for all of them. So just forget about it. It's worthless. Probably not a surprise. Probably not a surprise how these are going to be ranked. The Grass Cloak is by far the worst. This typing is so bad. It is for sure Aaron's finest. It's probably better than dustox. Sandy Cloak is a bit better. Ground Bug is actually a pretty cool typing. And hey, this is a fully evolved Pokemon, unlike Nincada. I don't know why you would use this, but it's like kinda possible. I think it's better than Ledian. Congratulations. Okay, Dustox might be better. I think it's pretty obvious how all of these are going to be ranked. It does tie into their typing. I think it's pretty obvious how all of these are going to be ranked. Grass Bug is so atrocious. It's actually worse than Dustox. It's so bad. You're gonna be a defensive Pokemon with Bug Grass? No. Take that ridiculous outfit off. Sandy Cloak is definitely better. Ground Bug is an interesting typing, and Nincada can't really use it, but... well, let's be honest, Wormadam can't really use it either, but... it's better at using it. It's probably better than Ledian? Like... that's the standard we're using for this list. And Steel Bug is actually a really good type. No caveats. It's actually just really good. Unfortunately, it's still a Wormadam. Why would you ever use this thing over Scizor, who's an offensive monster, Fortress, who's a defensive monster with like 94 base attack, Escavalier, who's a defensive and offensive monster? You never would. But compared to these losers, it's probably better than Vespiquen. It is actually capable of taking a hit. Gonna do a bit of deforestation here. I can't believe he deleted Viridian Forest. Welcome to Unova, a brave new world where, hey, bugs are actually allowed to be good. Asterisk. Leavanny! What? Oh, I just spelled it wrong. TCG? Swaddle! Absolutely adorable. And it is one of the emotes you can use today, which actually might not be a good sign. We're suffering a bit from the Unova tax here because it's level 20 to its first form, but it's then friendship to Leavanny, which is probably a good thing. If you're leveling this thing up, and It does suffer a bit from the Unova tax, but you also get this at a bit of a later level. You get this in Pinwheel Forest. I think you're already in the 10s when you get it. So this level 20 Evo is actually not that bad. And then the final Evo into Leavanny, it's actually not level-based. It is friendship-based, which is probably a good thing. It probably means that you can get to max friendship and get the Leavanny Evo sort of ahead of the power curve. Assuming you actually use this thing, or if you don't, you can just walk around with it, have it in your party, and that way it actually gets a power buff thanks to the Evo, without actually taking XP from your Pokemon that are actually fighting. So, I actually do think the Friendship Evo is an advantage for this line. Now this ain't Caterpie, okay? Now this ain't Caterpie. Because Now this ain't Caterpie. It's Swaddle. So these stats are just better than Caterpie's. 70 defense is a lot. That's actually more than Metapod's. 53 base attack. I mean, it's not good, but it's better than Caterpie. Swadloon, the leaf-wrapped Pokemon. $90 defense and also 80 special defense. That's actually not bad for a mid-stage Pokemon. And its attack actually goes up as well, very slightly, 263 attack. For a Cocoon stage, yeah, these stats are okay. And this is also a very easy Cocoon stage to skip because of the friendship mechanic. I remember back in college, my very first girlfriend, I wrapped her in a blanket once, and she said, "I feel like a Swadloon." I'll always have that memory of 10 years ago by this point. And once you're best friends with your Swadloon, not too difficult because it is very cute, you get Leavanny. Has a very fun design. It is meant to be like a caretaker. Has a very fun aesthetic. It's meant to be a caretaker, so it's wrapping up those Swadloons. Once you're best friends with your Swadloon, not very hard because Swadloon is very cute, you get to hire a Leavanny. Has a very fun aesthetic. It is the nanny Pokemon. So swaddle is actually a verb that means like to wrap in cloths, like you would for a baby. Very, very cute. This thing would actually fit right at home in that new Dragon Tales game. Dragon Tales the Veil Guard diffuses a lot of the situations. Now, you would expect that this kind and caring Pokemon would be focused on defense. But you would be wrong. But you would be wrong, okay? This nanny's got hands, or blades. Whoa, 103 attack? 92 speed, those are both pretty good. And reasonable bulk to go with that. Wow. Don't touch the kids, okay? Stay back. You gotta go through Leavanny first. And apparently these weren't good enough because they buffed it. Apparently these stats weren't good enough because they buffed it. They care about the kids. You thought you could defeat this nanny before? Well, think again. Plus 10 special defense, baby.
The magic ends here.
Rest easy, the kids are safe with leavanny. Pretty high praise. Pretty high praise for leavanny. Pretty high praise for leavanny. Unfortunately, some of that support, I have to confess, not quite grassroots. In fact, some of it may be astroturfed. Pretty glowing praise for this leavanny. You would think you'd want to invite this into your home. Unfortunately, I have to confess, some of my praise was astroturfed. Actually, it would be better if it was astroturfed. Unfortunately, these were actually genuine grassroots statements. I chose this portrait because it's shocked that it's in this tier. You all know why. Good God. Grass bug. Grass bug is so bad. I think it's actually the worst dual typing in the game. I think it's the worst. Let's compare this to some of the other traditionally terrible dual typings. Ice grass, right? You die instantly to everything. But you do have stab ice, which is really good. And you can benefit from the new snow mechanic. Rock steel, also god-awful. You die instantly to everything. But if they don't have a fighting or steel move, you're probably okay. But if they don't have a fighting or ground move, I mean, fat chance of that, but you're probably okay. And at the very least, you get stab rock. Bug grass. Bug grass. You get nothing. Well, that's not true. You get terrible weaknesses. You instantly die to so many things. And offensively, it's worthless. It's worthless. Bug and grass on offense pair horribly. You basically hit the same things for half. It's so bad. You might try to brew some tropium. At least you can hit like rock ground types with the grass moves, but remember, rock ground types tend to be defensive, physically defensive. And you're a physical attacker. Just try and use this thing to actually fight enemies. Good luck. In Unova, pretty much everyone has Pidove, and you instantly die. There's maybe 1 or 2 Pokemon on an enemy team that you can hit neutrally. The vast majority of them just resist all of your moves, and your stats aren't that good. You can get away with bad stab if you have incredible stats. And while leavanny does have very good stats for the... category of Pokemon we're talking about, they're not good enough to overcome a typing this diabolical. This is so bad. Maybe you could get around this maybe you could try and get around this with good coverage, but surprise, surprise, you don't get good coverage. The struggle bug is real. Hey, if you find a way to make leavanny work, hey, you're gonna be a trailblazer. Hey, it does get sticky web. Hey, 92 speed sticky webber. Unfortunately, almost entirely killed by the worst typing in the franchise, so... Unfortunately, almost entirely killed by the worst typing in the franchise. And its stats are good for a beginner bug, but not good overall. Should be B tier, I would agree, except I played Black and White 2 on my own. And no. This thing is so bad. You can't do anything. Almost entirely because of the type. I'm serious when I say you could swap grass. I'm serious when I say you could swap grass out for literally any other type or just delete it and it would be better. And there's very, very few dual type combos where you can say they would be better as a monotype. That is a damning statement. Bug Ice is better? Oh yeah. At least you can use ice moves. I think that's it for Leavanny. Very sad. You can just ignore what some nerd is saying in the chat. They are absolutely gassed out of their mind on tropium. For an idea of what they're advocating that makes Leavanny good, you can have Protect and Swords Dance. Protect lets you scout enemy moves, and then you can safely Swords Dance. Here's my plan. How about you use a real Pokemon that can just attack immediately and kill the opponent without these ridiculous gimmicks? What is this song? What in the world? We're gonna have to move forward here. I cannot move the... Hello? Okay, I can't skip forward. Well. Back to number 4, I guess. Leavanny is at least B tier? No, I will not budge. I will not budge. People are saying that Leavanny should be in B tier. No. I will not budge. Leavanny is about nurturing kids. Well, here's a lesson for the next generation, okay? Believe in yourself, okay? If your friends told you If your friends jumped off a bridge saying that leavanny should be in B tier, would you do the same? No. Believe in yourself. Stand firm. Grass bug is pure ass. It should be glad that it's even in struggle bug. Leavanny is better than Beedrill? Yes, but it's not better than Mega Beedrill. Scolipede line. The Scolipede line. Venipede is the first one, right? Oh, aspect ratio is wrong. I wish I could, like, highlight these so I could find them more easily. Starts as Venipede. Now, there is a Chad Scolipede emote, so that's a bit of a spoiler, but don't get your hopes up too high. Bug poison throughout the entire line, which is not a good thing, but it is better than bug grass. Both of its evolutions are level-based. Although this is a parallel to leavanny, both of its evolutions are level-based, which in this case is bad, because I think you would reach max friendship before 30 for Scolipede. Stats for Venipede are... I mean, it's a stage 1 bug, so yeah, these are pretty bad. I think Swaddles are actually better. Whirlipede, standard cocoon antics, gains more defense, loses some speed. Still not great, and these are more relevant than Swadloon stats, because you might actually have to try fighting with this thing, whereas Swadloon you can just skip by being friends. At level 30, you get Scolipede. I don't really know what this means. Its back seems pretty straight, so I don't know where the Scola comes from. It's a bug, right? So its stats aren't that good. It's a bug, right? So stats can't be that good. What in the world? Well, it does have a lot of legs.
You're too slow!
Wild speed. 112 base speed is genuinely excellent. 90 base attack is, it's like pretty good for a bug. That's fine. Reasonable bulk for a bug. Again, 60, 89. Okay, 69 is not good. 99 agility master. And hey, Game Freak decided that for whatever reason, this wasn't good enough, and they buffed it. Hey, 10 more attack. Actually a relevant buff. What were its abilities? Just poison point, swarm, who cares? Speed boost? I gotta say, I think they really opened Pandora's box with hidden abilities. Maybe they're giving too many Pokemon speed boosts. $2 microtransaction from Bro Duderman. They literally just wrote in Japanese speed boost. Well, thanks. Where do we rank Pendor? Well, it's actually got pretty good stats, and it has an insane ability, hidden ability, in Speed Boost. The other Speed Boost Pokemon has completed its metamorphosis. So this thing, it's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? It's a poison bug type. Despite having a somewhat respectable 100 attack, Poison Bug is trash. Poison Bug is total trash, so you cannot actually fight with this thing. Do not actually try attacking your opponent, even though you actually do get Mega Horn. Poison Tail, wow. Offensively, it might actually be worse than Grass and Bug. However, it is way better defensively. Grass and Bug is actually... Poison Bug is actually a pretty reasonable defensive type. And that's good, because the main thing that Scolipede does is not necessarily attacking. Even though it does actually have some pretty good attacking options. You can actually Earthquake things, which is kind of crazy. But this is far, far more useful as a support Pokemon, because you can Toxic Spike, and you're a really fast Toxic Spiker. You can also lay down regular spikes, and those speed boosts, you don't have to use them, because you can pass them off with Baton Pass. This thing gets Swords Dance, it gets Iron Defense, and it gets passive Baton Pass boosts. So this thing is actually pretty useful as a Baton Pass bot. I think Ninjask is still better as a Baton Pass bot. But Scolipede is not bad at that, if it has to. For actually using Venipede in your in-game playthrough, where the main thing that matters is just attacking things, you can just forget about it. Because Bug Poison is kinda hopeless. As for using this as a Baton Pass bot, yeah, you could do it. Ninjask is probably better. But Scolipede is an option. we can put it higher than masquerain. Because masquerain was straight dumpster until 7. We can put it higher than masquerain, because masquerain was straight trash until Gen 7. And this thing was at least kind of okay since it was introduced, so sure. What types can poison actually hit for super effective damage? It is only grass, who cares, and fairy, which actually is useful. Vivillion! Vivillion! This is the Gen 6 bug type. Scatterbug is the first form, right? Starts as a scatterbug. This is another completely uncontroversial beginner bug. Very early Spupa Evo. Very early Evo into Spupa at level 9. And then final Evo Vivillion level 12. Scatterbug stats. Terrible. Shouldn't be a surprise by this point. Spupa, I think it's got more defense than Metapod, we can say that much. 22 attack, 27 special attack. But hey, this is actually Gen 6, so you do have the EXP share. You don't actually have to use this thing. I can't spell Vivillion. I'm just gonna... I have no idea how to do this. And final evolution to, apparently it's Vivillon. I think I've been saying Vivillion the whole time, but it's Vivillon. The main gimmick of Vivillon is the main gimmick of Vivillon is that it had different forms based on where you were in the world, which I like. It was a nice way to incorporate the sort of gimmick of Vivillon is that its pattern actually changes based on where in the world you are. Look at these 20 separate forms. And this was in Gen 6, which had the GTS and the PS as the player search system. The best trading interface we've ever had in the franchise. They figured out how to do it perfectly, and then they went ahead and made it worse in subsequent generations, as is Pokemon tradition. Although you only need one form in order to get your dex completion, you could actually try and collect all the Vivillon forms. Did you know that Pokemon is based on bug catching? It's true. You could trust me. It was also... This also made the Wonder Trade feature where you would just get random Pokemon. It made it a lot less disappointing when you got a random Spupa or Scatterbug. Because even though it's probably not going to be useful for you in-game, hey, it might be a Vivillon form that you don't have yet. As for the stats, do these look familiar to anyone else? This is Vivillon. This is Butterfree. Huh. Well, Vivillon has significantly better speed. However, it has less special defense. So it's kind of a toss-up as to which one is better. Vivillon's better. Vivillon is basically just better Butterfree. Exact same typing. However, Vivillon doesn't have the useless special defense. It has much better speed, which is very important. It also gets Compound Eyes, and the Powders, and Quiver Dance, and Hurricane. What the hell is Friend Guard? Reduces damage that other allied Pokemon receive from attacks by 25%. It does not reduce the damage dealt by moves that deal direct damage. And it doesn't affect it itself. Well, apparently it has the hidden ability Friend Guard, which reduces the damage your ally takes, but I don't think you would use Vivillon for this. Now, you can't see it here, because it's actually not available in the modern generations, but... Now, you can't see it here, because it's not available in the modern generations, but for balance reasons, Game Freak removed Vivillon's most powerful asset. You've heard of Sleep Powder. You've heard of Poison Powder. You've heard of Rage Powder. But what about Powder? Powder covers the target in powder for the remainder of the turn. If a Pokemon affected by powder attempts to use a fire-type move, they will take damage equal to 25% of their maximum HP and cannot execute the move. Oh, but PP is still consumed. So this is literally the meme, somebody set us up the bomb. You powder your psychic powers activate. you powder your opponent, and powder has priority, by the way, so you don't actually need to be faster. You powder your opponent, and then you've set them up the bomb, because they try to fire attack you, and they blow themselves up. Whoa!
Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend.
If it wasn't clear, I'm kidding. This move sucks. But it is very funny. And hey, they do lose their turn, so if you successfully set them up the bomb... And hey, they do lose their turn if they trigger the explosion, so if you do set them up the bomb, you did deal 25% damage to them. Apparently in Japanese, this move is just called Funjin, dust. Dust? I think I'd rather... Dust. More like Dustborn, am I right? Ugh. Dust. It must be a signature move of those characters from Dustborn. Ugh. Now, although Vivillion is effectively just better Butterfree, you would actually use Butterfree in your Kanto run. I don't actually think you would use Vivillion in any games that it appears in, because why don't you just use a real Pokemon? This exists in the context of permanent experience. This exists in the context of party-wide experience share. And usually far better options. Starting in Gen 6, there's some pretty extreme power creep in your options. And I don't really think you would actually use this thing. You can, and it would be better than Butterfree. However, you have so many options that are better than Vivillion. And you don't actually have many options that are better than Butterfree for when you obtain Butterfree. So I think this is still going to be in good investment. It's not bad. But it doesn't have the legit non-meme in-game use that Butterfree does. Even though its stats are basically just better. But it definitely at least deserves good investment. Wow, 4 Alola bugs. The Vikavolt. Vikavolt line. It's also worth noting that Vivillion actually needs to relearn Sleep Powder, which is not possible until at least Gen 8, and by that point, power creep is completely out of control, so it's even more outclassed in-game. How is it not Butterfree tier? Bait used to be believable. Vikavolt! What's it start with? Grubbin is what it starts as, right? Starts as Grubbin. It is actually a pure bug type at its first form. Evolves into Charge a Bug at level 20. And then evolves into Vikavolt and level up in a special magnetic field in Alola. This is actually a late game area. And later on, it's just a Thunderstone evolution. Grubbin is actually a physical attacker. For a stage 1 bug, 62 attack is, yeah, kind of okay. When it evolves into Charge a Bug, it gains the electric typing, so it is now a bug electric type. And it is still a physical attacker. 82 attack is actually not bad at all. Wow, it has a 400 BST as a cocoon. That's actually higher than Butterfree already. I think the cry is also really funny. It's like a honking horn. Unique ability here, Battery. The signature ability of Charge-a-Bug. So this is a signature ability of the middle Evo. That's crazy. Powers up ally Pokemon special moves. R.I.P. Plusle and Minun. Wow, raise the power of ally special moves by 30%. Oh, but actually it's not 30%. More precisely, it's 5,325 over 4096. The next Kingdom Hearts game. Once you reach the special magnetic field, wherever that is, or if you just get a Thunderstone in the later games, you can then evolve Charge-a-Bug into Vikavolt, known in Japanese as Kawa Ganon. Well, if you are wondering what Ganon's up to, I just wonder what Kua Ganon's up to. Apparently, he's an electric bug type. Really cool design. Comes with the levitate ability. And let's look at these. Check out these dex entries. It zips around. Zip implying fast movement, right? On sharp, look out for an opening. Concentrates electrical energy with its large jaws and uses it to zap its enemies. Ooh, okay. Vikavolt flusters opponents with acrobatic flying maneuvers. Wow, this thing's pretty nimble, pretty agile, right? And hey, it's called Vikavolt, and Vika is, I think, the fastest character in Radiant Dawn. Also the inventor of denim, apparently. Ooh, and in Scarlet, it displays exceptional mobility. It weaves between trees and shoots down bird Pokemon with its electromagnetic beams. Wow. Exceptional mobility. Exceptional mobility. 43 speed. I mean, you can describe something as exceptional in a negative sense, right? For context on how slow 43 speed is, Golem has 45. This is not just a Slola, this is just slow. This is not just... Even in the context of a Slola, this is a disaster. We've regularly seen speed loss into the cocoon stage. This is speed loss out of the cocoon stage. That's crazy. Why does this thing have 70 attack, by the way? And also, I somehow have not mentioned, oh my god, 145 special attack. That's incredible. So we're kind of being doomer about the terrible speed, but this is not even Tropium. It's good in Trick Room. And with 145 special attack, yeah, I think you can get away with being a bit too slow sometimes. Okay, I mean, too slow all the times. Too slow all the time. Yeah, 145 special attack is incredible. I think this is tied with Chandelure. If we could make this like 30 attack and 83 speed, that would be nice. .145 special attack is bonkers. Super good. And it does actually have a real type to use that stat with because, hey, secondary electric type. Really good. Couple things hold this. Unfortunately, a couple things clip Vikavolt's wings. Most obviously, the god-awful speed. And it also barely qualifies as an early bug because its final evo in its introduction region is just so late. It's probably the latest evo of any of the bugs we've talked about so far. Until the rework where it's now Thunderstone, because now that you can Thunderstone it and immediately go to Vikavolt and relearn all the stuff because Stone Evos are now broken, that's like super valuable. But no matter what, it's always going to be way too slow. I'm thinking very solid B. Apparently in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon you can evolve it earlier, but I'm not paying $40 to do that. Just use citrus berry to avoid the $40. Ribombi! Ribombi! I purposefully chose the cutest picture of Ribombi possible. Starts off as this little cutifly with just an adorable Japanese name, Aburi. As far as I know, Aburi is a term for lightly flame grilled, which you apply to, for example, Aburi salmon sushi, where you lightly grill the salmon. I don't think that's what they mean by this. But it is weak to fire. Evolves into Ribombi starting at level 25. And it is a bug fairy type. You could go with Honey Gather, or you could go with Shield Dust. You should definitely go with Shield Dust, because Shield Dust is just better inner focus. Hopefully we've learned by now that you shouldn't expect too much from these first stage bugs, and yeah, this is not very good, but it does have 84 speed. Level 25 to evolve. Once you reach level 25, you'll get Ribombi. Aburibun! Aburibon! Now we've got a ribbon. Bug Fairy. Fairy, really good secondary typing. Arguably one of the best types in the game. Super, super OP. Introduced in Generation 7, right? Generation 7, we did just talk about Vikavolt. Infamously known as Aslola, because all of the Gen 7 Pokemon are just trudging through the mire. They have terrible speed. If this Pokemon was introduced in Aslola, why does it have 124 speed? Checkmate, liberals. Turning point Alola. Now, physical stats, bulk stats overall, complete trash. However, 95 special attack is actually pretty good. Pretty good. But is it good enough? Fails the Go-Goat gradient, baby. But it's probably still good enough. $464 total is bizarrely high. This is really high. But most of it doesn't actually do anything. The only real stats this thing has are 95 special attack and 124 speed. But 124 speed is a lot. What are you going to do with that 124 speed? Well, you have some options. You have Pollen Puff. That's a pretty cool move. You got Pollen Puff. Pretty cool signature move. Where's Moonblast? Okay, yeah. What do you actually do with your stats? Well, you have Pollen Puff, which is a pretty cool signature move. You get Quiver Dance. I've heard this move is pretty good. You do actually get Moonblast, although it is a breeding move, so you're probably not going to get this in-game. Oh, and also just, you know, one of the best moves in the game, Sticky Web. Beautiful. The best Sticky Web user, not just on this list, in the franchise. As for in-game, probably not going to use this thing. You probably have better options. But unparalleled Sticky Web user, and Sticky Web is nuts. On top of being a Sticky Web bot, you actually do have a really high speed stat, 95 base special, stab Moonblast. That's not bad at all. We'll put it in front of Butterfree. Taking a closer look at Pollen Puff here. It's a 90 base power special bug move. And I think it's one of the only modular moves in the game. You can choose one. If you attack your enemy, it's actually a 90 base power special bug move. But you can also target your ally, at which point it becomes just heal pulse on your ally. However, you have to be careful. If your group tank is... However, you have to be careful. If you're the healer in a party where Chestnut is the tank, be careful, because there's anti-synergy. Because Bulletproof blocks Pollen Puff. No friendly fire allowed. I can imagine Chestnut bleeding out on the ground. Why no heals? Report Rabambi for no heals. Oh yeah. We can do that. We can just imagine... I gotta find it. I found it. We can just imagine Chestnut bleeding out on the ground. Medic!
Medic!
I need healing. I need
healing. Report Rabambi for no heals. Healer noob. Everybody okay with Metamorphosis tier Rabombi? I'll do a quick recap for people that are just joining us now on why stuff is ranked the way it is here. So Ninjask, super awesome baton passer. Shedinja, super wall in the right contexts. Rabombi we just did, super sticky Weber. Butterfree, actually extremely good in-game. Pretty much the only one that's actually good in-game so far. In its home region of Kanto. And it's reasonable with Compound Eyes, Sleep Powder, Quiver Dance. Really good stats on Pandora, I forget its English name. But its main use is baton passing speed boosts. Bug Poison terrible for actually attacking. Masquerain, complete joke until it got a Gen 7 glow up, at which point it's a pretty decent Sticky Web and Quiver Dancer. Vivillion, for the most part, actually just better than Butterfree. However, you wouldn't actually use Vivillion in the games it's in, where you would actually use Butterfree. Vikavolt, awesome special attack, terrible speed. Normal Beedrill, Aaron's finest, complete trash. However, Mega Beedrill, actually pretty good, RIP. Leavanny, actually great stats, god-awful typing, can't damage anything. Wormadam, trash, hey, it's a Bug Steel type. Vespiquen, actually good stats, but god-awful defensive typing on a defensive Pokemon. Mothim, surprisingly good stats, but probably too slow, and I mean, it is still a bug-flying type. Beautifly, trash stats. So much worse than Butterfree, doesn't even get the powder utility. Ariados, come on, you know why. Horrible typing, horrible moves. Horrible stats, just awful. Kricketot, god-awful stats, and then 10 years of the Biden administration, trash. Wormadam, ground, horrible, can't damage anything, barely survives any hits. Ledian, dustox, god-awful defense, just god-awful offense. I guess it's okay on defense, but it doesn't really do anything. And Wormadam Grass has the same worst typing in the franchise as Leavanny, except it doesn't actually have good stats. So that's the really quick recap. Hopefully you're all caught up. We're almost halfway done, guys. Although I think the bugs actually are going to take more time than the pseudos, because there actually aren't as many pseudos. Araquanid! 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 Did you know that the new Monster Hunter Wilds game has an arachnophobia feature? Araquanid! Did you know that the new Monster Hunter Wilds game actually has an arachnophobia mode that might actually be scarier? It changes these small spiders into, like, blobs that then do some R18 things to you. I think they're actually scarier than the actual arachnids in the game. The replacing spiders with blobs is kind of pertinent because Araquanid is a spider that features a blob. Starts... Oh, wrong aspect ratio. Starts as a Dewpider. Evolves into Araquanid starting at level 22, so you can expect Ariados levels of performance, right? That's the same level as Ariados. These stats are pretty bad. But they do get better when it evolves, right? Into Araquanid. Oh, you can bet they got better. Talk about a glow up.
The magic ends here.
132 res! I wouldn't blame you for turning on arachnophobia mode, seeing that much special defense. Ooh, I'm scared. And actually 92 defense. So wow, 68, 92, 132 bulk. That's okay. It's actually very good on special, and it's reasonable on physical. 42 speed is atrocious. This is one less than vikavolt. And 70 attack is kind of bad. And 70 attack is, I'm going to say, the lower end of mediocre, not very good. It is a bug water type. What's this ability? Water Bubble. Well, Bubble's a terrible move, so what does Water Bubble do? Water Bubble halves the damage dealt to this Pokemon with... Water Bubble halves the damage dealt to this Pokemon with this ability by Fire-type attacks. Oh, so it's half the thick fat. And doubles the power of Water-type moves used by the Pokemon with this ability. It also prevents Pokemon with this ability from being burned. Whoa. So it's like thin fat, because you don't actually get the ice resistance. It literally is just water veil, you can't be burned. And it's like... well, it's not quite like adaptability. Because it's only half of your stabs. It's only the water one, not the bug one. But it also is doubled. So it's like double half of an adaptability. So I guess it's adaptability. So it's like double half of an adaptability. It's like... adapt. Water Bubble is completely insane. Water Bubble is completely insane. Doubling the damage you deal with your water moves is actually much better than a 1.5 stab multiplier. Because that means that, for your water moves at least, everything that goes into the calculation for your water attack is getting doubled. Not... so your water attacks with araquanid don't actually have 70 base power. So your water attacks with araquanid don't actually have 70 base attack. They double everything invested into your attack. So it's going to be... Water Bubble is way better than it sounds, and I know that it already sounds good. Water Bubble doubles everything. Water Bubble doubles all of the numbers on your water attack. So this base attack value, any IVs, any EVs, and your stab multiplier of 1.5, all of those get multiplied by 2. That's crazy, but it's only for water moves. But water's a good type. Does it even have any physical water moves? Oh yeah, it's got the best one in the game. Okay. Bubbles float to the top, right? This thing is really legit. If you want to attack your enemies, you can do that. Really brutal water attacks. It's not quite Vicious Rend, but it is still very strong. If you want to do more of a support role in competitive, hey, this thing has Sticky Web. And it can actually take a hit because, wow, it's got decent physical bulk. And in competitive, in competitive, you have the option to either hit really hard with your water move, or you could actually do more of a utility thing, because it does actually get sticky web. Now, its speed is god-awful, but it does have pretty decent physical bulk, and unironically, insane special defensive bulk. So wow, you can take a hit and get your sticky web off. Although, Ribombee is still far better at that, because Ribombee just sticky webs without having to survive anything. We can put this above masquerain, right? Out of the way. The real water bug type is here. Get out of here. I think I missed a microtransaction. Hang on. Sorry, I was in my own bubble. $5 microtransaction from Torgo Entertainment, who says, my favorite Gen 7 Pokemon, and in my top 3 of all time, best part of this guy, watching these slow roll of people finding out what Water Bubble actually did. Yeah, it kind of sounds too good to be true. However, unlike real-life bubbles that do eventually pop, ruining people's lives, of course, unlike real-life investment bubbles that do eventually pop and, of course, bring financial ruin, this is a solid, good investment. This water bubble, not gonna pop, okay? Well, I guess you could use Mold Breaker. Mold Breaker doesn't even pop the water bubble, because Mold Breaker only works as you attack. And, oh wait, no. You could use Mold Breaker. So how do we do this? Unlike real-life investment bubbles, which eventually do pop and ruin people's lives, we can say for sure, Araquanid, good investment. This water bubble ain't gonna pop. Well, unless you use Mold Breaker. Although I think if you Mold Breaker Fire Attack, burn Araquanid, because Mold Breaker only applies as you're attacking, it will then regain Water Bubble as your turn ends, and then the burn will be healed. So this thing is basically unburnable. I guess theoretically, you might have been able to kill it with a Mold Breaker. I guess theoretically, you might have been able to kill it with fire if you have Mold Breaker, since it would no longer resist you. But a lot of fire attacks are special, right?
The magic ends here.
Good luck with that. When we do Golisopod, can we play the Guzma theme? We can try. I don't think Guzma theme will get copyrighted. Pretty much all my streams have been getting copyrighted lately. It's very annoying. But Guzma should be fine. If Guzma gets copyrighted, you owe me the ad revenue of this stream. As long as you're okay accepting that burden. What are these specific encounters for liquidation? Remix is more likely to get claimed. But I think I've used Guzma before and it didn't get claimed. Shio? I like salt. Guzma theme. Just arrived. Can you explain leavanny placement, please? I know nothing of the parameters for your assessment, but I would love to learn about my favorite mon. I'm sorry, man. I literally... wait, no. Oh, you do have a badge. You probably know this is a joke, but... I'll just be firm and explicit. This is a joke. I literally, before this, did a special thing, even though we're almost done with the list. I went through every single Pokemon, and I explained exactly why it was placed where it was placed. I did that just for anyone who didn't arrive. And like 10 minutes later, I have to do it again. It's endless. It's endless.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renew, with endless options for renew, with endless options for renew.
Hope is an illusion.
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you. Oh my goodness, this is awful!
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. Anyway, to answer your question, the main reason why leavanny is here is that even though it has really good stats for a bug, grass bug is just unacceptable. It's so bad. I hope that answers your question. Good thing that graphic is so long so I can go to the bathroom. Alright. 5 minutes, let's loop it. Alright, I hope this doesn't get claimed. It's your boy Golisopod. Welcome to the Guzma Nation. Before you get Golisopod, you have to use Wimpod. Man, I am terrible at spelling these. It's your boy. Oh. It's your boy Wimpod. Kusoku Mushi. Kuso is right. Evolves into Golisopod starting at level 30. Has the Wimp Out ability that switches it out automatically if it gets knocked below half health. You know what? Compared to some of the other bugs we've seen, this actually isn't that bad. But of course, compared to any real Pokemon, this is unacceptable. Hey, 80 speed's pretty good. This is basically a lowland Magikarp. I'll spell a Pokemon name right in the first try someday, guys. This is Magikarp. This is Wimpod. Actually have the exact same speed. Oh, but Wimpod's got 30 more BST! And very thematic, the struggle bug is real. You can forget about fighting with Wimpod, but it is in games with universal experience share. And you can teach it TMs, but good luck. Really doesn't matter what stats you have. It really doesn't matter what moves you have with stats like that. Once you get to level 30, you do unlock ya boy golisopod, destruction in water bug form. Here's the pod. Awesome stats. 75 140 defense. 75 140 90 bulk is crazy. That's really good.
Break yourselves upon my body.
125 attack, also incredibly good. You would never use special attacks. 40 speed sucks. It keeps getting slower. 43 for vikavolt, 42 for araquanid, 40 for golisopod. However, I mean, it's not really however. This thing's stats make a pretty good first impression. As does its signature move, First Impression. So First Impression is Bug type extreme speed? Yes. 90 base power physical bug move, plus 2 priority, not just plus 1, plus 2. But it does have a condition, which is that you can only use it on the first turn that you're sent out, just like Fake Out. First Impression is a move that you actually want to be switching in and out in order to make full use of, and that has incredible synergy with Golisopod's special ability, Emergency Exit. Now, after evolving from Wimpod and gaining incredible stats, this thing no longer wimps out. Instead, it Kikikaihi, Crisis Prevention. This Pokemon sensing danger switches out when its HP becomes half or less. That's bad. It's actually a downside. Tactical Retreat. This is unfortunately very bad. Because it activates... Now, if this activated at the end of turn, this actually might be kind of good. Because it would allow you to take a hit with your really beefy defense, counter them with your own hit, and get a switch. That would be amazing, which is why they didn't do it. It activates immediately as you drop below half health. So you can actually have a move queued, your enemy attacks you, you get dropped below half health, and you get switched out. Which is almost always bad. There could be cases where you could use Golisopod to soak the hit and then bring your ally in, but you can't control that. So this almost always ends up being downside. I could just be dumb here. But I also, flavor-wise, don't understand this. I thought the whole point was that it is no longer a wimp. Maybe it is? It could be that, despite the fact that it now has good stats, it's still a wimp at heart, and so it retreats. But in that case, I don't understand why they changed the name. They should have just kept it as Wimp Out. Maybe this is just a... Maybe this is just meant to be... This really is just corporate PR speak for wimp out. No, no, no. I'm not wimping out. This is a tactical retreat. But I personally, if they wanted to keep golisopod with a... But I personally, if they wanted to keep a negative ability on golisopod, I think it would have been more fun to make it the reverse of wimp out. Make it something like Last Stand, where if you're below a certain amount of HP, you can't switch out. I think that would be a more interesting downside, because then you'd have, you know, the reverse of the wimpod thing. Apparently, Wimp Out makes you run away from wild battles, but Emergency Exit, it's not quite a clone because it actually does switch you, but they're effectively the same. Golisopod has a lot of issues. Wimpod, obviously, completely useless. But it is in a game with universal experience share, which is nice. Has awesome stats once it's a Golisopod, but Emergency Exit is so bad. It is a very, very bad negative ability. It's also especially bad on Golisopod, because Golisopod's stat spread, slow and bulky, with really good attack, really wants to do things like Swords Dance Aquajet, right? This would be a really good Swords Dance Aquajetter, but you can't do that because if you get Emergency Exited, you lose your stat boosts. Really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. However, you can just smack them in the face with a first impression to do something. And if you have enough of a lead over your opponents, eventually they're never going to be able to damage you because you'll just kill them. We can probably put him in B tier. Water Bug also a good typing, and it gets good moves like Liquidation. It's very strong. If this thing did not have if it did not have Emergency Exit, if it had literally nothing, just a neutral ability, I'd probably put it in good Infestment. But considering the drawbacks it has, we'll just put it in B. Alright, I think that's it for the Guzma theme. What about Fire Emblem Lo-Fi 1? I gotta make sure to not get claimed here. I'm just very scared. This is the first one, right? This is it. Let's do that. Orbeetle. Orbeetle. Orbeetle, not actually... Orbeetle, not to be confused with Orabeetle. This one's actually from Galar. What's the first form called? It's not Scatterbug. Blipbug, thanks. We of course have to start with an actually, because Blipbug is the embodiment of well actually, but in Pokemon form. This guy is just itching to correct you on your minor mistakes. In terms of being a beginner bug, the first evo into its cocoon form, Dottler, happens at level 10, so that's usually when you'd actually get to the final form, and the final form Orbeetle, level 30, so this is much higher than earlier bugs, but again, this is in a game with universal experience share, so it's not that bad. What a nerd. This number isn't even 200. This is a bad start. And Blipbug itself is actually pure bug. Let's check out the Dottler radar and see what the forecast is. Forecast says highest stats resistance.
The magic ends here.
Didn't need the Dottler radar to tell me that one. I mean, 50, 80, 90 defenses, that's okay for like a middle stage, but good luck trying to attack anything. You do have 50 special attack, and at this point you do actually have bug and psychic typing. So you do have stab confusion. I think the big problem is that you're stuck in Dottler for 20 levels, which basically means this thing's a bench setter. You can't actually fight with this thing. How much higher can this special defense go? I didn't mean to put an E there. Holy moly. Citizens of Earth, we're under attack. We can't stop these invaders.
The magic ends here.
They're impervious to our energy weapons. Hey, not only does it have 120 special defense, it actually has 110 defense. Both of those numbers are really good, but we've got a little bit of Shuckle syndrome going on here, because 60 HP is not good. But I'm mostly trying to not oversell the bulk. 60, 110, 120 is actually pretty respectable bulk. I think that's actually close to the water poison thing that everyone hates. Except that's a water poison type, which is an amazing defensive type. And this is a bug psychic type, which is not an amazing defensive type. I think most shocking is 90 base speed. 90 base speed is not bad at all, and 80 special attack is mediocre, but hey, that pairing, along with this much bulk, you're definitely going to get an attack off. I think this thing is significantly faster than it looks. Does actually get a Gigantamax form. Does actually get a Gigantamax form. How do I get to the Gigantamax form? Gmax Gravitas. Gigantamax form gives it a Gmax move, Gmax Gravitas, which inflicts damage, and applies gravity. I'm not gonna talk about gravity again, but you can check out the Gen 4 moves tier list to learn all about the gravity of the situation. You can definitely tell, but you can definitely tell which usually the Gen 8 Pokemon actually have pretty cool Gigantamax forms because they were designed with the idea that they would get a Gigantamax form. Citizens of Earth, I'm here to bargain. Do you like psychic moves? Do you like bug moves? That's about all you're getting. Hey, it's got sticky web. And body press with 110 defense. Body press with 110 defense. And you are ballin' with Shadow Ball. You can suck them with Giga Drain. Alien bugs known for sucking a lot. Oh yeah, let's compare it to Ledian. Disease. These are orbeetle stats. And these are Ledians. Orbeetle? Ledian. Orbeetle stats are literally higher in every single category, including resistance. Ledian can't even win at resistance. Orbeetle even has higher attack, but it doesn't have Iron Fist, so it does less damage. Orbeetle's abilities: Swarm, terrible. Telepathy, pretty bad. Frisk is actually kind of useful. If you're wondering why this thing has Frisk, it's because aliens are known for probing humans. I don't think that's actually why. It's because Frisk in Japanese, mitoshi, is more related to the ability to detect things instead of, like, literally frisking them in the New York City sense. So it just has psychic powers, so it can see your item. This probably should have just been a Ledian Evo, considering how much it crushes Ledian in stats, and they even both have the same sort of ladybug aesthetic. But no, they're separate Evo lines. After pondering the Orbeetle, low B. It actually has pretty good stats overall. But again, this is in a later generation, so there's a lot of power creep. And it's basically Wimpod, right, in terms of usefulness. You cannot use this thing until level 30, at which point, it's okay. But Psychic Bug, also just not a great typing. Water Bug is definitely better. It's not a disaster. You thought it was the villain to Ledian's pulp space hero? Orbeetle and Ledian sort of share the ladybug aesthetic, but the main thing that Ledian is actually based on is Kamen Rider, which is a Japanese superhero. It is a bug-themed Power Ranger, basically, although it's probably more accurate to say that the Power Rangers are non-bug themed Kamen Rider. Kamen just means mask. So he's the masked rider, and it is a bug mask. So not only does Orbeetle outclass Ledian in terms of basically everything, Lokix outclasses Ledian at actually being the masked rider. Because that is also the theme of Lokix, except wow, they actually decided to make Lokix a hero. Now, every hero has humble beginnings. Lokix starts as nimble, and it's got the, Now, every hero has humble beginnings. And humble beginnings is right, because its first form, nimble, this is spelled like a tech startup, right? Can't spell nimble correctly, you gotta swap out one of the vowels with a Y. And just like most tech startups, it's kind of a scam. You call this nimble? I call it crap. What is this? This is horrible. Hey, at least the BSD is over 200. You only have to wait until level 24. This is a Gen 9 Pokemon, so there is universal experience share. Evolving into Lokix, you actually gain a dark typing, and if you thought the Final Fantasy villain X-Death was a dumb name, you're right, but let me introduce you to X-Leg! Hilarious. Why isn't it Cross-Leg? Hey, wow. These stats are pretty good. Remember when we talked about how good leavanny would be theoretically if it had a real type? Well, this is basically that. It's basically leavanny, except it's not a grass type. Dark is a way, way, way better attacking type than Grass. It is not even close, especially post Steel type nerf. And this mask ain't just for show, because this mask comes equipped with some tinted lens. Now, tinted lens is better the worse your stabs are, and it's a bug type, so its stabs are terrible. which means that Tinted Lens gets a lot of use. Is Lokix the hero of the day? I think Lokix might actually be the masked hero we need to save the day. Let's put it above Butterfree. People actually use this thing, and it's not a joke. It also gets first impression, by the way. Huge part of this is Tinted Lens. Without Tinted Lens, we'd probably be looking at a B tier. But Tinted Lens is huge. Actually being able to use your stab attacks makes it way better. This thing is very, very good in the current UU, which is power crept to hell. So it's amazing that this thing actually finds unironic use there. Operating in the shadows of UU, as a dark type should. Also just a really cool design, and one of the only new Pokemon that actually has cool animations. It puts those X legs to use. Whooshah! You get him with some flip kicks. Although they kind of overuse that animation. Pretty much all of its attacks have that. I think I missed a $5 microtransaction. Give me a second. I was too enamored with Lokix. $5 microtransaction from Jacob McBaggins, Volcano Badge Wielder, who says, if you want a cool visual for the premium, the recent Kamen Rider Black Sun has a Kaijin form that looks basically just like Lokix. I'll look into it, but if we get copyright claimed, it might not be in there. Sorry. And hey, unlike Gen 1 Lickitung not learning Lick, Lokix actually learns Low Kick. You've heard of saving the best for last? Well, how about the worst for last? It's Spidops! Spidops' first form, Tarantula. Actually very cute. That's probably the last positive thing we're going to be saying. Oh, Japanese name is cute too. Tamanchira. Tama means orb. Oof. Hey, probably on the better end of the first form bug stats we've seen. Abilities either Insomnia, which is okay, or Stakeout, which is also okay. Theoretically, you deal increased damage to the opponent if they switched out, and then they're switching in, but I don't know why you would switch out against Tarantula. And it evolves into Spidops at level 15. Same abilities of Insomnia or Stakeout. Same pure bug typing. Japanese name is Wanaida. Wana means trap, so it's trap spider. In order for a trap to function, somebody has to be able to fall for it. Who would be dumb enough to use this thing? I think that Spidops is actually a psyop to try and convince people that power creep isn't happening. This is a straight up Johto Pokemon that they just made in Gen 9. Stat total 404, viability not found. This is god awful. $60, 92, 86 bulk with pure bug typing. You're not doing anything with 79 attack. You're not doing anything with 52 special attack. You're not doing anything with 35 speed. This is so bad. Does get a unique signature move, Silk Trap. What Silk Trap does is it's one of those protect variants, so it stops any damaging moves. Doesn't actually stop status moves, but stops any damaging moves, and if the opponent makes contact with you, then they get their speed dropped. Now that's mostly for the benefit of your allies, because you have 35 speed, so you're still not going first. Hey, it gets first impression. Spidops. Spidops. Now, I've heard of missions where you need your best agent. I've heard of missions where you need your best agent. For missions where you need your finest agent, send Spidops. I think it's actually the worst in the entire list. At least it gets Sticky Web. You also have to keep in mind, this thing is in Gen 9, which is the first open world Pokemon game where you can go left or right. There is absolutely zero context where you would ever say that Spidops is the agent for the job. In fact, you know what? He's actually just gonna stay down here. He's been reformatting Viridian Forest. His very own Silk Trap. He's waiting patiently for somebody to pick him. He's waiting. He's waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. Guys, Silk Song someday. Still waiting. I think Spidops actually had some potential that could have been... I think there were ways to actually have Spidops do something. It should have definitely had... I think there were ways to have Spidops actually do something in a way that would have been flavorful. You could give it some sort of special aptitude with web moves. So you could maybe make it that its attacks spiderwebbed the opponent and prevented them from switching out. Or maybe that its attacks actually applied sticky web. That actually would make it useful. Another thing that I think might be cool was if you gave it an ability, maybe call it Spy Network or something, where it's got like some tarantula minions, and then the first time an opponent tries to stat boost, the tarantulas steal their stat boost. So it's like the move Snatch, except it's passive for one move, and you can steal their first stat boost. That would actually be really cool, I think, and that's also in flavor with like spies and secret agents, and it would be unique. And you know what? It still wouldn't make Spidops any good, but it'd be cool. You walked right into my web. You've heard of Madam Web. Well, here's Mr. Web. Oh. How about this? How about this for a spy-themed ability? Spies are known for leaving notes, right? So how about when you send in Spidops, it automatically uses Memento. Here's something to remember me by. -2 attack and special attack. That would actually unironically be a lot more useful than Spidops. Alright.
Mementos, the Fresh Maker.
Does it still do more than Ledian? No, I don't think so. Ledian can set up screens. And Ledian is in a ton more games. There's a ton more meme potential. You do have to keep in mind that Spidops is Gen 9 only. There's no reason to use this thing. Does it still do more than Wormadam Grass? Well, Burmy beat me up in Legends Arceus, so no. All right. Only 6 hours, halfway done? Well, I think there were pretty much double the amount of bugs compared to the amount of pseudos. So it should actually be faster in the second half. I think I'm gonna go to sleep now. Send the ghouls if you must. Well, at least you know what's coming, so it's not a secret. I'm looking for it. Where is it? Where? I found it.
I have fought bravely, and I have triumphed. Have I not earned my rest? No.
I trust in you!
Light, save my soul.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Thanks for watching. All right, we still need a way to end the list, right? I think this is our list. I don't think we're going to change any placements. I'm pretty happy with all of these. So we just need to say goodbye. So what do we say? Oh yeah, adios. That's pretty easy, right? Yeah. And that's our beginner bugs tier list. And that's our beginner bugs tier list. I hope you enjoyed these previous, I'm gonna guess 2-ish hours of infestation. I hope to catch you later. But for now, I'll have to say goodbye. Or in the language of the bug type.
Vamos!
Bien hecho. Seguido.
Adios.
Adios. Alright, that is our beginner bugs tier list done. Preview for you guys, because I have the intro in mind already. But it is Starship Troopers. So, you know the scene where they capture the brain bug. And we will be capturing Orbeetle. It's afraid. It's afraid! That'll be the intro. I have to film that today because I'm not going to have my green screen once I go back to Unova. Alright. Let's do the pseudos. Now this should be easy. It's not going to be easy. I do have an intro idea for these pseudos as well. Gotta actually... Is this gonna work? Oh, it actually doesn't. I gotta go to pinned messages. Hopefully you don't have 2 hours of setup for this. It is a much smaller list. Yeah, I think there's not as many. Well, you're gonna include Hisuian Gudra and Archaludon. Can you wait for 10 seconds? Okay, here's the list. The order is a little wrong. Let's make sure everything's in the correct order. Yeah, there's far fewer Pokemon. Metagross was Gen 3. Salamence was Gen 3. Gen 4 was Garchomp. 5, we have Haxorus and we have Hydreigon. They have both Gudra forms. Then we have Komo-o. We have Dragapult, and then we have... This is also Gen 8. Okay, there we go. Alright, there's everything. Oh yeah, there's so many fewer Pokemon on this. It shouldn't be that bad. How many tiers do we even need here? Most of these Pokemon are pretty good. So we can definitely call the top tier best, right? It's gonna be most of them, by the way. These are almost all extremely good. Or literally Metagross. Well, actually, Metagross I don't think I would put in the top. The powerhouse tier? I'm not calling them powerhouses. The lowest could be late bloomers. Maybe Blossom. Blossom's so bad. What do we call these? Four is definitely enough. Are the worst pseudos better than the best bugs? Probably not. I think the best bugs are actually better than the worst pseudos, but like just barely. Pretty much nothing on this list is actually bad. It's no spoiler to say the worst pseudo is Goodra. But even then, Goodra's not that bad. But compared to the best Pokemon in the game, yeah, it's pretty bad. Lance's losers. Lance Reaver tier. The Lance Reaver. Drake's finest? Why does Drake get to do it? Badra. Goodragon tier, $2 microtransaction. What does Goodragon mean? The slime pit? Dragon's Den? Drazna's oh, Drazna's so bad. Does Drazna even have a Goodra? Raihan's Regret? I like that. I like Raihan's Regret. And we get some sad music for Raihan's Regret. Raihan's Regret, that hair, what does that mean? His hair? Or my hair? And what do we name these tiers in between? How about Pseudo Legends? RP 2021 Cheese Peak Hair. Sky Limit for A, Deep Trouble for B. Oh yeah. I guess just good investment is like the same thing. Well, I can't believe it's not legendary. Goodra investment? I guess so, because it's a pun on investment, but we're not even putting Goodra there. We also didn't put Bees in Beedrill, so... Goodra investment. Gotta make sure this actually works. It's not working. Help! Help! I can't even find critical error. Help! Found it. Oh, there we go. Investments. There's a lot of S here. Fixed it. If anybody watches Grubby, the famous Warcraft 3 creator. So Warcraft 3 is mostly a single player game where you play against other people. But this Grubby guy started playing Dota 2, which is a team game. And then you can tell he started playing Dota because suddenly during single player games he would start saying help. As if anybody could help him. Is 3 tiers enough? Pests, okay. Pests! Three might actually be enough. Okay, fine. Lance's finest. Because he's the Dragon Master, right? I actually don't know if we need pests, because most of these are very good. You don't need me to tell you, pretty much every Pokemon on this list is good. At the very least. I don't get the joke here personally. Well, not everything has to cater to you. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Ready to work.
I sacrifice 5 Patreon. And I cast the Wrath of Arceus. Destroy all video games wherever they are. Destroy mobile games twice. Nobody does the work to actually understand things. It's always me. These are the consequences of the mobile phone generation. I'll explain what S are soon. I know the pun, I question if it's good. It's good, you don't have to question it. I just don't know if we need 4 tiers. Probably 3 is enough, because there's so few. We'll keep it at 4 for now. Just so we get a bit more division. Okay, so if we're actually set up here, I guess I can get the costume. BRB. What's the longest graphic? We have quite a few that are kind of long. This one does involve dragons. Sort of tangentially. I guess it works. I don't think it's long enough, but I should play this anyway.
Who are you?
Yeah, I wasn't fast enough.
I don't think anybody complained, but I'm gonna pretend they did. It's endless.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renew, with endless options for renew, with endless options for renew.
Hope is an illusion!
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you! Oh my goodness, this is awful!
Okay, during that graphic, I actually reached level 55. We did it! Alright. Okay, these colors are all pretty close together, right? Let's make this one, like, green. Let's make this one yellow. Alright, so how do we start this? So this is going to... I think the criteria is all the same as the stuff we talked about for the bugs, right? So it'll just be exactly the same. We're just going to give them credit for wherever they're best. For most of these Pokemon, it's almost always going to be in competitive, because with one exception who's just always been overpowered at everything. Almost all these are just trash in-game because you can't actually use them. However, they're just the best of the best in competitive. So I do have an idea for the intro. The intro is going to be Raid Pseudo Legends. It's gonna be just a fake Raid Shadow Legends ad. And you'll get a if you sign up now, you get a free 3-star Tyranitar. I don't know if we're actually gonna incorporate that. We might do that when we do the Patreon segment. Maybe just like, what's up, Kaiju Club? Or something like that. What's up, Gojira Gang? It's your boy, Tyran. Okay. What's up, Kaiju Club? It's your boy Tyranitar coming at you with the Pseudo Legendary tier list. What are these pseudo legendary Pokemon? Well, the answer depends on who you ask and also where they're from. For English speakers, which I assume is all of us if you're watching me yap about this, the definition is kind of variable, but not that variable. For most of us English speakers, which I assume you are, because why else would you be listening to me yap about this? For English speakers, Pseudo Legends have a couple criteria. Typically, they are late game Pokemon that are 3-stage Evos with. What makes a pseudo legendary? What makes a pseudo legendary? Well, that's a good question. And the answer varies depending on who you ask and where they're from. For English speakers like us, I'm saying us because if you're listening to me yap, I assume you're also an English speaker. Most of the criteria for pseudo-legendary... The criteria for a pseudo-legendary is that they are a 3-stage Evo line that ends with a 600 BST final form. Now, they may or may not be dragons. Now, you could, well, actually, pretty much any part of the definition. Some people think they have to be dual types, but some of them aren't. Some people think that they have to be dragon types, but some of them aren't. What? Who doesn't like dragons? For me, imported cheese. For me, imported cheese. For me, imported cheese, the Tyranitar. Now, for me, imported cheese, currently a 600 BST Tyranitar myself, I'm saying that it has to be a 3-stage Evo line that has a 600 BST. You'll notice that Haxorus does not fulfill that criteria. Well, I like Haxorus, okay? And it basically fulfills everything except the 600. And we also ranked Spear in the partner list to this, the beginner bugs tier list. And if we rank Spears, we've got to rank Axes, okay? I included Haxorus because I like it. I included Archaludon despite the fact that I hate it. And you can blame DEI for this one. DEI. It's in the game. So in Japan, their version of pseudo-legendary is actually called the Ropyakuzoku, the 600 Club. Oh my goodness, this is terrible. And we'll go more into the exact requirements of the 600 Club when we get to Duraludon, but just to put your concerns at ease for now, that's why Duraludon is on the list. Even though I, personally, do not think it's a pseudo-legendary, and I will never acknowledge it as such. Never! I think that covers most of the bases for what is a pseudo-legendary. I think that covers most of the bases for... what people would consider a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. I don't think there's any controversial ones that I didn't include. I think that covers most of the bases for what could potentially be a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. I don't think there's any controversial exclusions. Some people have said that Trapinch line should be on here. People just really like Trapinch. No. The stats are way too low. It doesn't fit any of the other criteria, no. And some people think Volcarona should be on here. That's just insanity. No. This is my list. This is my list. If you want to challenge it, you can make your own. This is my list. If you want to change my mind, you're gonna have to fight me. And I have a 600 BST, so I don't fancy your chances, okay? What are the actual tiers? Well, before I go over what are the actual tiers we're going to be using? Well, before I go over what each tier... What are the actual tiers we're going to be using? Well, before I describe the criteria for each tier, I should probably describe why the word est is... What are the tiers we're actually going to be using? Well, before I describe the criteria for each tier, I should probably describe why the phrase est is capitalized in all of them. So est is actually a name. It's a character from the Fire Emblem franchise named Est. And Est is a Pegasus Knight who joins you very late. When Est joins you, she sucks. Her stats are terrible. But her growth rates are very good, so just like pretty much all of these Pseudo Legendaries, Ests in Fire Emblem are units that join late with bad base stats, but the promise of high potential after training, and that is what all of these Pokemon embody. Our top tier here. Just got here. Why is Archaladon on the list? I can't. Did
I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renewal. With endless options for renewal. With endless options for renewal.
Hope is an illusion!
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you!
Oh my goodness, this is awful!
It's endless. Endless! Just like the time it takes to train all of these. Anyway, Archaladon's here because the Japanese criteria for Pseudo Legendary is 600 BSD. Our top tier, the best. Disclaimer that for all of these archetype tier lists, we're probably going to be ranking these Pokemon more against each other than against Pokemon as a whole. So with that in mind, even Pokemon that end up at the bottom of this list are probably better than 90% of Pokemon because, I don't know if you guys knew this, the Pseudo Legendary Pokemon are pretty good. The top tier in this list, the best. These really are the best of the best. So if you are in the best tier, you are one of the best Pokemon in Pokemon history. And that's going to be a couple of these. Below the best, we've got investments. These Pokemon have probably left their mark on the game in some way. but they're not exactly fit to hang out with the literal best Pokemon in the franchise. No dishonor in being in an invest... I would still say these are good investments, though. Below that, we have pests. It's maybe a bit harsh of a name for the tier. In fact, this tier might actually end up being deleted, depending on how much we need to actually differentiate these, but I'm just gonna say that these are probably not worth trading. What do we say for pests? We had a tier called pests here, but I'm actually just gonna do some pest control. I still need to get my void set. I don't think we need this. There's so few Pokemon. Pests eliminated. So new lowest tier, Lance's Finest. New lowest tier, Lance's Finest. These Pokemon are still pretty good. It's just that compared to the absolute monsters that make up the rest of the list, they're not that good. But I'm gonna reiterate that being on the lowest tier of this list still makes you better than the vast majority of Pokemon. $10 macrotransaction from Blue Crimson 217. Thank you for the macrotransaction. Oh boy, I sure can't wait for the Gudras to be in the best. Does he know? Does he know? I talked about the criteria, right? That we're giving them credit for wherever they do the most. I did say that, right? I think I did. I didn't tell them to like and subscribe yet. I'll say it again just in case I left it out earlier. As for the actual criteria we're going to be using to rank these guys, we are mostly... As for the actual criteria we're going to be using to rank these guys, we're going to be considering whatever they do that is the most useful. So that can be either in-game. Probably not, because most of these Pokemon are actually terrible in-game because you don't get them until the very end, and they're very weak and require a lot of training. They also get credit, though, for what they do in competitive, and many of these Pokemon are extremely prominent competitive staples that have shaped the entire competitive metagame, so that's where most of their brownie points are going to be coming from. Many of these pseudo-legendary Pokemon, including me, specialize in attack. And if you also have a good attack stat, then make like Haxorus. And equip a hammer. Hammers count as axes in Fire Emblem. And smash that like button to help increase the reach of the stream. And as we alluded to, and as you know from the opening, if you evolve into a Patreon right now, you'll get a free 3-star Tyranitar. And I'm playing, and as we said in the beginning, and as you know from the beginning, if you evolve into a mighty Patreon like the ones on screen, you'll get a free 3-star Tyranitar. And hey, I play Raid Pseudo Legends every day. You can maybe join my guild. Hey, I'll see ya in-game. There we go. Was that fake enough? Four-man raids. Did I not say reach of the video? Sick of being well actually. I'm sick of it. Sure, we'll redo it. We probably have the Raid Pseudo Legends done. So we'll just do the like button. Many of these Pseudo Legendaries specialize in the attack stat. If you also take pride in your attack stat, then make like Haxorus. And equip a hammer, which apparently counts as an axe in Fire Emblem. And smash that like button to help increase the reach of the video. There we go. Is there anything else we need to say? I think we did everything, right? We did all the criteria. We described the tiers. We did an intro. We asked people to like and subscribe. That's all. That's everything, right? I think so. I don't think we need to talk about the dragon type. Everyone knows dragon type's good. Alright. In the beginning, Pseudo Legends were told about the Dragonite line. At the time of implementation in Gen 1, literally the only dragons, so In the beginning, Pseudo Legends were told about the Dragonite line. Back in Gen 1, Dragonite was literally the only dragon, so there's been a very strong link between the Pseudo Legend archetype and the dragon type. Now, wrong aspect ratio, right? Great things have small beginnings. Mini beginnings, if you believe the Japanese name. Mini-ryu. Mini-dragon. Now, this base stat total actually places... This base stat total of a first form is actually competitive with some of the final forms of the beginner bugs. But don't get it twisted, unless you mean to donate a twisted bow to me. This is bad. Dratini is basically incapable of doing anything on its own. You need to get this thing to at least level 30 to get it into Dragonair. There's no E, right? And Dragonair isn't that much better. 420 Blaze It. I wouldn't describe any of these stats as setting the world on fire. Terrible. I guess 84 attack is... Context is important. In the beginner bugs tier list, we were saying, yeah, 84 attack, that's not that bad, but we're playing with the big boys now. 84 attack is not good. $5 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. Thank you for the microtransaction. Ah, the Dragonite line. Why did I lose the design space Dragonair was going for? I don't mind the Barney final form. Well, thanks for the $5 microtransaction. Hey, 5 times 11, that's 55. If you somehow survive until level 55, keep in mind all of these Pseudo Legendaries are in the slow EXP group, so it takes forever for them to level up. You'll eventually be rewarded with Dragonite, known in Japanese as Kairyu. Kairyu's inside me? Well, I'd much rather Kairyu than Caillou. I know Caillou and Dragonite. I know Caillou and Kairyu here are both a little lacking in the hair follicle department, but don't make fun of Dragonite for that. Make fun of Caillou for that. Caillou sucks. Wow! Hey, did you know that Pseudo Legendaries have incredible stats? They're literally all good. '91, 95, 100 bulk is great. 134 attack is amazing. 80 speed is usable. It's usable. Especially with the many ways that Dragonite has to boost. Now, Dragonite as the most veteran entry on this list, being in the game since Gen 1, has actually changed a great deal throughout the generations. Almost every iteration of Dragonite as the generations continue is slightly different, and most of them are viable. So in Generation 1, in Generations 1 through 3, remember that Dragon was special, so you weren't able to use your incredible attack stat with actual Dragon moves. In Generation 1, Dragonite was mostly doing epic rap battles of history. Gen 1 is history by this point. You were mostly boosting with agility and then cheesing your enemy with rap. Somewhat viable. Generation 2 and 3, probably the low point for Dragonite, I would say. You do have 134 attack, so you really can't be that bad. But you're kind of just throwing out random physical attacks. Even with the addition of Gen 3 Dragon Dance, you still can't really use your Dragon Stab, because Dragon Dance is not boosting your Dragon moves. Because again, Dragon was special. Gen 4 is where things really started to pick up for Dragonite, because now we have physical Dragon. Ooh! Dragonite was the first to start outraging. However, it was, for the most part in Gen 4, bad Salamence. There was a period of time, I think a brief window, where Dragonite had Dragon Dance, but Salamence didn't? No, it wasn't that. There was a brief period of time where... Was it Dragon Dance or was it Outrage? One of them was missing something. One of them didn't have Outrage. But I don't remember which one it was. Maybe they both did. It was Mence that didn't have it. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I knew one of them was missing something. Generation 4 is where things really started to pick up for all of these Pokemon, but most of them didn't exist. Gen 4 is when things really started to pick up for Dragonite. Dragonite could finally actually use its incredible attack stat with Dragon moves. Crazy. And in the beginning of Gen 4, it actually did have a real use. It had both Dragon Dance and it had Outrage, whereas Salamence did not actually have Outrage until Platinum. Now, of course, once Salamence actually did get Outrage, well, why would you ever use Dragonite? And the answer is, because Salamence was so good it got banned. In which case, yeah, I guess you would just use Dragonite. Generation 5, things continue to get better for Dragonite because Gen 5 saw the addition of hidden abilities, and Dragonite gained one of the best abilities in the game, Multiscale. Multiscale is awesome. It's kind of like a much better Sturdy. How Sturdy functions is that if you get knocked out from full health, you stay alive on 1. How Multiscale works is that any damage you take while at full health gets halved. So it basically makes you impossible to knock out in one hit. Unless you're getting hit by, like, Stab Blizzard from, like, a strong special attacker. It makes you incredibly difficult to kill. And Sturdy only activates if you would have died. But Multiscale always activates if you're at full health, which means you can roost back up to full health with a reduced... Which means you can... Sturdy only actually gives you value if you would have died. However, Multiscale always gives you value because it hits you dead. Now, Sturdy only gives you value if you would have died. Otherwise, Sturdy doesn't do anything. In some rare cases, if you get hit by like a brutal blizzard, Sturdy would be better. In the vast majority of cases, Multiscale is better. Multiscale, cutting any damage you take if you're at full health, often allows you to take less than 50% from an attack, in which case you can roost and actually reactivate your Multiscale. This gives Dragonite an incredibly powerful niche as a bulky setup Pokemon, because it's so hard to kill. And it has really good bulk because, hey, it has 600 BST. throughout Throughout Gens 6, 7, and 8, I don't think that much changed. It's mostly bad Salamence when it comes to just straight up offense. But it has a lot more setup opportunities because of the incredible multi-scale. And the consequences of the special extreme speed Dratini that you can get from the Dragon's Den have been disastrous for the meta. Nowadays, what Dragonite is best known for is basically pretending to be God. One of the main sets that Arceus uses is, it's called Extreme Killer. And it uses Arceus' normal type and extreme speed to just run through teams. And Dragonite sort of does that in modern gens by going Terra Normal and using extreme speed. It even has more attack than Arceus. Is this a JRPG? Time to usurp God. Pretty much impossible to cover all of the applications of Dragonite throughout the year. I guess you'll have to watch the false swipe Pretty much impossible to cover all of the applications that Dragonite has had throughout the years. You'll just have to watch the false swipe gaming video on it, I guess. But you can probably guess through all of the praise we've been heaping onto it. Yeah, this is indeed one of the best. For a $5 microtransaction, you can even take out a weakness policy. Multiscale also helps you abuse weakness policy. Well, Zebo just sent an emoji of a trophy, but they do have a Dragonite profile picture, so I'm not sure if this trophy was earnestly earned. I don't know if it actually matters, but Dratini and Dragonair actually don't have multi-scale. They instead have Marvel Scale, which changes into multi-scale upon reaching Dragonite, but I don't want to say any more about this. I'm sick of talking about Marvel movies, and I assume most of the viewers are as well. Multi-scale's obviously better. And even then we can't really escape, right? Because Marvel is dipping into the multiverse. It never ends. Tyranitar! One of the best Pokemon in the history of the franchise. Applies to a lot of these Pokemon. And you do have to believe me, okay? I know I look like I would be biased, but no, guys, trust me, Tyranitar's really good. Starts as a Larvitar, actually a rock ground type, with the Guts ability. This 300 BST, not great. It is worse than Geodude, which is probably not what you want out of a Pokemon that you catch after becoming the champion in Gold and Silver. Level 30 Evo into Pupitar. Despite Pupitar being a cocoon stage Pokemon, it actually has more attack than defense. These stats are okay for a middle stage, but remember that you are going to be stuck in the middle stage for quite a while. You do still have rock ground typing, and actually you have shed skin, so your ability has changed, and it's gonna change again once you have still have the rock ground typing, so that's actually pretty good stab. Your ability has changed now into shed skin, and your ability is going to change again once you reach level 55 and reach your apex form. Ah, it's Tyranitar. Bangirasu. I'm actually surprised this thing has never actually been banned. You are now a rock dark type, and you have the choice of two abilities. Sandstream, the way better one. Automatic weather setting is incredible, but there might be times when you actually don't want to set sand because your other Pokemon don't want it. In that case, I guess you could use Unnerve, which is basically no ability. Tyranitar's base stats as a pseudo legend, really good. Excellent physical bulk, 100, 110. Excellent bulk, 100, 110, and 100 special defense, but it's actually way more than 100. It's actually even more than 150.
The magic ends here.
In the generation where it was given Sandstream, Gen 3, it didn't actually get a boost. But starting in Gen 4, all rock types, and Tyranitar is a rock type, all rock types... Now, in Generation 3, when it gained Sandstream, it actually just had 100 special defense. But, starting in Gen 4, all rock types, which includes Tyranitar because he's a rock type, all rock types in Sandstorm gain a 50% boost to their special attack stat. The whole stat, not just the base. So Tyranitar is actually bulkier in special than it is on physical. And a lot of rock types have just piss special defense, but not Tyranitar. 100 is actually pretty good. 134 attack, amazing. 61 speed, bad. It's bad. Can't get around that. I said special attack. Okay. Special attack for what part? Sandstorm boost? Okay. Now when Tyranitar actually gained Sandstream, it didn't get a special defense. Now when Tyranitar actually gained Sandstream in Gen 3, it actually just had 100 special defense. But starting in Gen 4, all rock types, which includes Tyranitar because it's a rock type, all rock types in Sandstorm gain a 50% special defense boost. And it's a 50% boost to their actual stat, not the base. So that makes Tyranitar extremely bulky on special defense. Now, most rock types have piss special defense, but Tyranitar has 100, which is actually pretty good. 134 attack, amazing. 61 speed, this is bad. This is no sugarcoating it, it's bad. And speaking of bad, this typing is not good. you can see that it actually takes super effective damage from, I don't know, is this most things? It's pretty close to a majority of types. A ton of attacks are going to be hitting you for double the amount they would otherwise, but don't fall for the super effective swindle, okay? Super effective text doesn't kill you, and Tyranitar's stats are so good, especially on special, that you can shrug off a lot of super effective hits. Although still, you wish you didn't have to. Rock Dark's pretty terrible. Tyranitar does get a Mega Evolution, not that he needed it, and not that he actually uses it. The boost to your attack is kind of meaningless, because you could have done that with an item. I guess it makes you bulkier, and it makes you very slightly faster. I don't think anybody ever actually used this Mega. I guess the most relevant part of it is that a Dragon Dance boost at 71 speed as opposed to 61 means that you now outspeed base 30s. I guess that's nice. But base Tyranitar is so good, and the Mega Tyranitar upgrade is so marginal that you probably would not use this. But it looked cool. I'm not gonna go over the move pools. I'm not gonna go over the move pool for Tyranitar. It learns everything. I don't think it's literally everything, but it learns everything. Should be another unsurprising ranking. Tyranitar, Meta Tyrant for almost all. Another unsurprising ranking here. Tyranitar, one of the most consistently powerful Pokemon in the franchise. It was good at the beginning, and they just kept making it better and better. It's good to be the king. I think Tyranitar was overused in literally every generation until modern times. In Gen 9, for the first time, Tyranitar has fallen to UU for one main reason, and that is the fact that it lost the move Pursuit. Not in the sense that it can't learn Pursuit, in the sense that the move Pursuit has been removed from the game. So this is an example of Game Freak's completely inept programming actually affecting the meta of the game. So I am confident that Pursuit was removed because they couldn't actually code it correctly. Pursuit is unique in that it's the only move that actually takes place in the switch phase. So your opponent attempts to switch, and as they're moving out, Pursuit hits them. And Tyranitar was one of the best Pokemon in the game at this. And Game Freak just could not program this properly. It's caused bugs since its inception. Acid Rain was caused by Pursuit. And eventually they just decided to cut their losses, throw out the spaghetti, and delete Pursuit. Now, I don't have any evidence that programming hurdles are the reason why they removed Pursuit, but it's true. Now, I can't definitively say that programming hurdles are the reason why they removed Pursuit. I don't have any evidence for this claim, but it's true. Tyranitar in UU is truly... Tyranitar in UU is a sad sight to behold. I am a little biased. Tyranitar in UU definitely brings a tear to my eye as somebody who invested in a dinosaur costume because I assumed that Tyranitar would never fall. But it definitely is a movement of the meta. The meta is infested with fighting types, which Tyranitar is extremely bad against. And the biggest blow for sure was Pursuit removal. I think if Pursuit still existed, Tyranitar would still be OU. It's also really bad with Terra. You'd think it'd be good with Terra because its own type is sort of terrible. But if you Terra out of rock, or steel, or ground, you actually then take damage from your own Sandstorm, and you no longer gain the boost in special defense that you would be getting from your natural rock typing. So although Terra makes almost every other Pokemon better, it actually makes Tyranitar worse. But you don't have to worry about that because next gen you can just kiss Terra goodbye. And good riddance, I hate Terra. Don't worry, guys. Tyranitar will rise again. Don't worry, guys. Tyranitar will rise again. I don't know how to continue that. How do we continue that? Hopium. Don't worry, guys. Tyranitar will rise again. Long live the monarchy. I don't know. Are there people defending Terra in the comments or the chat? One day, Tyranitar will rise again. You can trust me, okay?
I trust you.
That guy's green, and he trusts me. I don't know. I guess we could do this. Don't worry, guys. Tyranitar will rise again. You can trust my other green friend.
I trust you.
Thrall is also gonna finally be relevant in the next expansion. Just like Tyranitar, guys. I hate Terra, by the way. I think it's the death of flavor in Pokemon. It's almost as bad as reclassing in Fire Emblem. It just kills unique identity. Tyranitar is a rock dark type. It makes no sense that any Pokemon can suddenly go to any other type. It's so stupid. Pikachu is an electric type. It's not a normal type. It's not a fire type. It's not a rock type. It's not a grass type. It's so dumb. I hate it. I hate it from a competitive standpoint that you have to be ready for any Pokemon to become any other type at any moment. It's a result of cultural Marxism. These gimmicks have been getting worse and worse and worse because of this ridiculous idea that everything has to get something special. No. Tyranitar, me, I'm special. I get a Mega. They watered this down with Z moves. Oh, now anyone can use a Z move. It makes them less special. They made it even worse in Dynamax. Oh, now anyone can become big. Well, I already start as big. And it's sort of reached the apex with Terra. Now anyone can just throw on a stupid hat. Not like me, I'm throwing on a hood, okay? Anyone can throw on a stupid hat and just become anything. It's the death of individuality. And it's what the cultural Marxists want. I still don't actually know what a cultural Marxist is. I just don't like Terra. $5.75 microtransaction from Smash Hero 75. Thank you for the microtransaction. And thank you for funding the monarchy. I think that's probably it for Tyranitar. Terra's just reclassing from Fire Emblem. That's why I said that's why I compared it to reclassing. Reclassing is probably worse than Terra. Can I? Okay, I'm gonna change this song. Let's go to number 2. We haven't gone to 2 in a while. This part's probably not gonna make sense until you see the premium, but I did plan this. Pseudo Woodo. This is a tier list where we're ranking pseudos, and this thing's literally named Pseudowoodo, so we're gonna rank it. Don't like it? Fight me. I have great stats. I actually spelled it wrong. I spelled it wrong again. We'll get it next time. Okay, what if I just type Bonsly? I did it. Pseudowoodo starts as Bonsly. Actually has an... Pseudowoodo starts as Bonsly. Wow. This thing actually has better stats than some of the actual Pseudo Legendaries in its first form. I didn't know Bonsly had 80 attack. That's actually pretty good. It also has no level requirement to evolve. You just have to know Mimic. It does learn Mimic through level up, but you can get it another way. So you could theoretically have a level 2 Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo here. Hilarious Japanese name. Usokki. So Usotsuki means liar. Uso means lie, and ki means tree. So this is lying tree. It has a hilarious Japanese name. It's probably why this Pokemon exists, because they just couldn't resist the pun. For abilities, you have either Sturdy or Rockhead. Probably want to go with Rockhead, because it has some powerful recoil moves. In terms of stats, it actually only gets a 20 attack bump from Bonsly. Whoa. Pretty decent physical bulk, 70 HP, 115 defense. Dies to a squirt bottle, 65 special defense, and 30 speed is complete garbage. Pure rock type is very bad. Sudowoodo does have an interesting niche because it is a fake tree. It actually gets Woodhammer, which is a really good move to have for when you can get it. And it has Rockhead, Woodhammer, and Rockhead Head Smash. Whoa! Okay, $5 actually from Solomon Kearns. Thank you for the microtransaction. It apparently might actually be Bonsly instead of Bonsly, but I already said Bonsly. Actually, isn't it Bonsly as in basically like a bonsai, the tree, and also sly as in, you know, sneaky? That might actually be true, but I'll never concede that because I already said Bonsly, and I'm not going to re-record it. This is also a good opportunity to mention another amazing Sudowoodo pun, which only appears in Japanese. It's when you fight the grass-type gym leader in Scarlet and Violet. What's his name? Like, it's like Hubert or something. Or he's like the Brassican mage. He's the Thorn guy. The one who looks like the Ghost and the guy who looks like the Brambleweed Pokemon, except he doesn't even use it because Scarlet and Violet is a mess. In the English version, I think he says something like, "Behold my masterpiece, truly Woodo," or something, but I don't really like that because I think Sudowoodo is already kind of a stretch and you're just heaping more made-up words. I think in English he says, "Behold my masterpiece, true Lawoodo," or something, but Sudowoodo is already just trying to make the Japanese pun work, and I don't really think succeeding, because honestly, Woodo is not a real word. So you're just piling up more made-up stuff on top of the stuff you already made up. Not a huge fan. The Japanese version is hilarious. He says... I think he says, "Uso kara deta makoto." which means from lies bloom truth, but the character for truth is actually the same character for fruit. So you could also say something like, lies bear fruit, but it's like the fruit of truth. It's so good! And if you're ever in Japan, you gotta try a dessert called ice no mi. It just means ice fruit. It's kind of like gigantic Dippin' Dots, but better, with really great fruit flavor. And I didn't actually know that the character for fruit was also the character for truth. So for a while, I would just say to my friends, I'm gonna go buy the truth, which meant I was gonna go buy these ice snacks, because they're so good. That's my recommendation. Speaking of my recommendations, let's be real. Yeah, Sudowoodo sucks. I think in terms of overall Pokemon in the franchise, it's not that bad. Maybe slightly below the halfway point. But when you're competing with the actual Pseudo Legendaries, spoilers, this thing is actually worse than Goodra. But props to Sudowoodo for fooling me and sneaking his way into the pseudo tier list. Better secret agent than Spidops. Salamence. Oh, hang on, I dropped something. Salamence! Of the two true pseudos that we've ranked so far, I think Salamence is actually more successful than them. Salamence has always been good, and is still currently good. Starts off as a Bagon, maybe it's Bagon, but I've always just said Bagon. It's got Rockhead, hidden ability Sheer Force, I didn't know that. Hey, hey, this thing actually has 75 attack in its base form. That's way better than the others we've seen. Maybe it's not that bad. For a baby. Evolving into Shelgon, its speed actually doesn't decrease. It's still at 50. So that's unlike the Bug Cocoons, but its defense goes up to 100. This is actually more than Salamence. And its attack goes up as well. 95 attack at stage 2. That's actually fine. So not too bad in its first 2 stages, although still not great. Japanese name is Komoru. Don't know what that means. But if this thing ever reaches level 50, you're gonna be Komaru, which basically means you're screwed. Here's Salamence. How come this thing evolves 5 levels earlier than the other two? It finally achieves its dream of being dragon flying, although I don't know why this is named Salamence instead of Flygon. Awesome stats. No notes. 95, 80, 80 bulk is pretty good, but this 80 is actually a lot higher than it seems because it comes with the Intimidate ability. 135 attack is awesome. 110 special attack makes it a mixed attacker. But usually the reason why mixed attacking is bad is because you don't have both attacking stats. But Salamence does. For context, Charizard, a special attacker, has 109 special attack. So Salamence can very easily just throw Overheat onto one of its physical sets, and if a Steel-type physical wall tries to stop it, you just blow it up. With Overheat, no problem. Mixments is legit. 100 speed is really good, it's a fair bit faster than the other two pseudos, and after one Dragon Dance, you are going to be outspeeding almost everything. Super good. Just like Tyranitar, Salamence also got a Mega. Unlike Tyranitar, this one was actually good. Which might be surprising. So, just like Tyranitar, Salamence got a Mega. Unlike Tyranitar, this one was actually good. Now, at first, the distribution of points here... the distribution of Mega Stat points might actually seem a bit weird. You get 100 stat points from your Mega. We've got 10 in attack, okay. We've got 10 in special attack, okay. 10 in special defense, alright.
The magic ends here.
Hey, Ariados got 10 in special defense without needing to take your Mega Stone. 20 in speed, that's actually really important. Because 120 is a way, way, way better speed tier than 100. It means that after your first Dragon Dance, you are just home free. Nothing is outspeeding you. But the vast majority of the boost went into defense. Huh. Well, it turns out that Salamence's only real weakness was that because it is a dragon flying type, Ice Shard users could snipe it after any Dragon Dance boosts. But Ice Shard is only 40 base power. When you equip your armor and go up to 130 defense to counter the only thing that could stop you, well, the result is pretty clear to see for anyone that's not Smogon, because for whatever reason, they didn't instantly ban this. They said, okay, we'll give it a chance and see how it goes. You want to know how it went? People were unironically... You want to know how it went? You want to know how it went? People were unironically running Scarf Greninja. Because Scarfed Greninja could outspeed D-Dance Mega Salamence after one dance and Ice Beam it. Scarf Greninja. Scarf on your, 126 base speed Pokemon with Protean, with Protean, an ability that wants you to switch types. That is how bad the Mega Salamence epidemic was. Mega Salamence Mega Salamence didn't need any more attack. It didn't get it. It got its new power boost from its Aerialate ability, which allows it to use Return as a, 120 or 130 base power flying move. That's the only attack it needed. You can't Ice Shard it effectively because it has too much defense. You could burn it. However, where is it? Where is it? In Gen 3, in Pokemon XD, Shadow Salamence! First ever meta use of Refresh. Don't feel the burn. Refreshed. Once Smogon came to their senses, once Smogon came to their senses, after much justified mewling from the community, Smogon finally did something right for once and banned Mega Salamence. And bans are pretty much the only way to actually stop this thing. This thing is an absolute... And bans are pretty much the only way to stop this thing. Salamence has been featured in and dominates basically any meta it's a part of, except when it gets banned to Ubers, where sometimes the other legendaries are able to contend with it. And even then, sometimes not, because Salamence is actually faster than a lot of them. Probably the best one we've talked about so far. Has very... extremely good in a wide... extremely good in a... extremely good in many contexts. And hey, if you want to use it in... extremely good in many contexts ever since its inception. And hey, if you want to try using it in-game and you fancy your chances, why don't you start sending out an SOS signal on... I think we'll do that, yeah. Extremely powerful and meta-defining in countless metas throughout the generation. Extremely powerful and meta-defining in countless metas throughout the generations. Pretty much the only place where this thing doesn't stomp the game is in-game, because it's not actually there, unless you start your Alola adventure with an SOS signal. Then you might actually be able to chain into an early underleveled Salamence. No one's safe. $5 microtransaction from Blue Christmas 217. Megaments went from 135 to 145 attack cheese, so it did get an attack buff. I did say it got an attack buff, right? Only 10, though. I guess we didn't talk about Iron Thorns. And we're not gonna talk about Roaring Moon. I think they're just different Pokemon. And neither Iron Thorns or Roaring Moon have 600 BST. And if you don't have 600 BST, then I don't know what you're doing on this list. I guess we didn't talk about Iron Thorns or Roaring Moon, but paradoxes aren't real. They're basically separate Pokemon, and neither of them have 600 BST. I don't think I would talk about a Pokemon that doesn't have 600 BST on this list. But if you want a really short summary, Iron Thorn's bad, Roaring Moon really good. Metagross! Metagross! Hey, how come Game Freak lets you introduce 2 pseudos? Metagross is the first pseudo to not be dragon adjacent. And it's definitely the odd one out on this list. Almost all of them are draconic, at least in appearance, and Metagross is just a supercomputer. If you thought your job as a pseudo legendary was safe, watch out, AI's coming to take your job. Metagross, a dual-type Steel Psychic Pokemon. Well, I guess it starts with Beldum. Beldum? Beldum is the first form, Japanese name, Dumber. Beldum is the first form, Japanese name Dumber, which doesn't make any sense because there's no dumb, so how can you be dumber? Probably the worst stats so far of any of these pseudo first forms. And the bad news doesn't end there. What a moveset! Ore no tackle wa dou da? That's in the modern day, and computers do get better throughout time. Back in Gen 3, it was literally just takedown. So be sure to update your OS. It's actually only level 20 to get to Metang. It's actually only level 20 to get to Metang, which is closer. It's actually only level 20 to get to Metang, which is a lower requirement than for the other pseudos, but remember that Beldum is unusable. Yeah, these stats are kind of okay. 75 attack, 100 defense, 50 speed is bad. After enough machine learning, you do get to evolve into Metagross at only level 45. So Dragonite and Tyranitar are both level 55. Salamence was 50. Metagross only 45, so computers do outpace organic beings. Oh, here's Metagross, man. This thing just looks really cool. Ability Clear Body. Clear Body is every stat-reducing resistance ability combined. So it's Hyper Cutter. It's Big Pecs. It's all of them. You cannot reduce Metagross's stats. It can only reduce its own stats. Light Metal hidden ability. Light Metal is the hidden ability. Just use Clear Body. Metagross stats, sort of what you would expect from... Metagross's stats pretty much exactly match its appearance. Good luck killing this thing with physical attacks. Amazing physical bulk. Actually not bad special bulk. 95 special attack, also not bad. Although it would much rather use its psychic stab with its physical attack. Can't do that in its introduction generation. But can do that as early as Gen 4, not too long of a wait. And 70 speed is not great, but hey, it is better than Tyranitar. For Mega Metagross, the most relevant boost is the Speed Boost, all the way up to 110. And its ability also changes to Tough Claws, so 33% boost on all contact moves. So you really want to be using physical moves. Even though that 105 special attack isn't that bad, so you can kind of consider that plus 10 special attack kind of a waste. Many of the pseudos have really wide and varied move pools. However, despite being a computer, this thing is actually not that adaptable. I would say that one of Metagross's weaknesses is its move pool. Weaknesses, like relative to the other pseudos. It's not that it has bad moves, it's just that Pokemon like me, Tyranitar, get all of the moves. And Metagross is a lot more limited in what it can do. It can hit you hard with Meteor Mash. It can boost itself with Agility. It's got Earthquake, it's got Elemental Punches. Back in the day meaning Gens 3 and 4, one of the big things that Metagross could do was you could overheat your Nintendo PC and boom! Explosion was really, really scary coming from Metagross because of Metagross's gigantic attack stat. And this was back when it actually cut through half your defense. Metagross used to be a serious force. It was a really good anti-lead. Because usually you would... Metagross used to be a really serious meta force. It was actually very good as a lead. Because usually your lead is kind of disposable. But Metagross could very easily actually kill your opponents. And it was good against other Focus Sash leads because you could Bullet Punch them. And if you were on your last legs, you could then go boom. So you could actually come out ahead with Metagross very often. Unfortunately, as with Adobe software, not every update is actually an improvement. In fact, many of them have been nerfs. By far the biggest unwanted update to the Metagross OS was the Gen 6 Steel nerf. So in Gen 6, Steel got nerfed. Nerfed is in quotes because although Steel lost 2 resistances, one to Ghost and one to Dark, it actually gained a resistance to Fairy, and it's also super effective against Fairy, so I actually don't even think that Steel got worse. However, Steel on Metagross definitely got worse, because now instead of being neutral to Ghost and Dark, it's actually weak to both of them. And both of those types are actually very, very good offensive types because, hey, they removed Pursuit for some reason. See? I was the one keeping Metagross in business. Don't say that AI is taking your jobs. I was keeping AI in work. Mega Metagross was pretty good while it existed. RIP. I think that overall, despite it literally being named Metagross, I think we're actually not going to put it in the meta tier. I think this actually is going to be our first one in investments. Again, I want to emphasize here, let me be clear. Now let me be clear, body. I'm not saying Metagross is bad. It's still extremely good. I'm just saying it's worse than Salamence, Dragonite, and Tyranitar overall. The Psychic type itself has gotten a lot less impressive as the years have worn on, to the point where Psychic at this point is mostly a downside. If this had a different secondary type, I could definitely see it among the best still, but it's really let down by that Psychic typing. And by really let down, I mean only one of the best Pokemon in the game. But not quite on the tier as the... Just not... And by let down, I mean let down from the very best tier, but it's still really good. I think I missed a microtransaction. $2 microtransaction from Zephyr. I paused my summoning salt video to be here. Well, thank you for the microtransaction. Don't worry, I think we're still going to be summoning tons of salt here. Nothing else to say about Metagross, right? So, main negative points for Metagross. Main negative points for Metagross would be kind of a disappointing move pool, and Psychic is a little bit bad as a secondary typing. Garchomp! Garchomp! Don't think this is gonna surprise anyone. Do you know that Game Freak plays favorites? Garchomp starts out as a Gible, and Garchomp has the distinct honor of actually being good in-game, which none of the other pseudos are, but this is. So Gible starts as a dual type. It's a ground... Gible starts as a dual type, so the entire Garchomp line has the amazing ground dragon typing. In Platinum, you can actually find this thing quite early. You can actually get it under Cycling Road as soon as you can get Strength. In Platinum, they actually changed the placement of Gibble. You can find it earlier. You no longer need strength, which means, hey, you can actually use it in your Platinum playthrough. Would you want to? Well, I mean, 70 attack in its base form. That's not that bad. Wow, and it actually reaches Gabite at level 24. That's 6 levels earlier than Dragonite or Pupitar. Oh. Here's Gabite's stats. 90 attack, 82 speed, ground dragon typing. Hey, that's actually pretty good. You could actually stop here. But of course, they didn't stop there. Level 48 to Garchomp, so that's 3 later than Metagross, but still 7 earlier than either Dragonite or Tyranitar, and 2 earlier than Salamence. It evolves earlier, so it's worse, right? I don't even know why I'm asking you. No, it's not worse. Why? Somebody should have told them no. Of the Pokemon we've talked about so far, Garchomp has by far the best type. Ground Dragon is amazing. Why does this have so much HP? Why does it have so much attack? Why does this have so much speed? If you want the reason why Garchomp is the best, probably of any of the Pokemon we're going to be ranking today, it's this. It's literally these 2 points. Why did they give this 102 speed? Why? They literally just wanted to taunt 100 base speed Pokemon like Charizard. Not that I'm salty. Why did they do this? These 2 points of speed allow this guy to beat any 100 base speed Pokemon in a race, which is really important because if Garchomp attacks you, you're going to die, right? The thing is, if you attack Garchomp, it doesn't die because it has 108, 95, 85 bulk. Why? Compare it to Flygon, it beats Flygon in literally everything, right? Compare it to Flygon, it beats Flygon in literally everything, right? This is Garchomp. This is Flygon. Yeah. Garchomp beats or ties it in literally every stat. And it beats him in every stat except for special attack. That's the tie. Lomao! Garchomp is so good, they've basically given it nothing or just scraps since its inception, and it's just always been incredible. They gave it Mega Garchomp as just a joke, I guess. So you get 40 more attack, that's nice. They gave it Mega Garchomp as a joke, I guess. So you get 40 more attack, which is probably less than you're getting through Life Orb. You get even more defense. You actually go to 120 special attack. And the thing that makes Mega Garchomp worse, your speed actually drops by 10. Now, if you had taken this nonsense 10% special defense buff away, and just kept the 102 speed, this would have been completely busted. But because they dropped the speed by 10, it's actually worse than normal Garchomp. But Mega Garchomp occupies a very different role than Garchomp. Garchomp just kills your entire team, and Mega Garchomp is a mixed attacking wall breaker with this 120 special attack. It also loses the rough skin that Garchomp has, and changes to Sand Force, which doesn't do anything, unless there's a Sandstorm, in which case, yeah, I guess it's actually pretty good. I think the main function of Mega Garchomp is that it looks cool in Pokken. That's about it. For abilities for our friend Gabrias here. It may be named Gabrias, but it's definitely not ass. This thing is so good. For abilities, it has Sand Veil, which is useless / game breaking. It doesn't do anything until you get lucky and win, which is what you used to do with Garchomp by just spamming sub in Sandstorm until the enemy missed. You probably couldn't kill Garchomp anyway, but now you definitely can't. Big contributor to Sand Veil, the ability getting banned. And you're basically forced to go with Rough Skin, the hidden ability that was introduced in Gen 5. Rough Skin, it actually can make use of because it has such good bulk, but it probably would prefer a different offensive ability. But it can make use of Rough Skin on bulky sets if it has to. Far from a meme ability, but probably would rather have a different one anyway. Not saying that Rough Skin is useless. It's not a meme ability, but it definitely would rather have, like, Sand Rush or something. Actually, please don't do that. I forget that I said that. Although, actually, if there was Sand Rush, you probably would use Tyranitar. So, actually, yeah, go ahead and give it Sand Rush. Weaknesses of Garchomp. Well, the design is kind of dumb. I really hate these stupid head torpedoes. Apparently this thing can fly. We've seen it fly in Scarlet and Violet, and you know what? It looks dumb. But I don't know if we can blame Garchomp for that. It's in Scarlet and Violet and everything looks dumb. It's the mock Pokemon? Maybe it should be the match Pokemon. Because most Pokemon are absolutely no match for Garchomp. This thing is amazing. The only... We can say that Game Freak had a little bit of mercy. For some reason, Garchomp doesn't get Dragon Dance. The only reason I can think of for it not getting Dragon Dance is because it would be too strong. I mean, it didn't stop them when they made Mega Salamence. It didn't stop them when they gave regular Garchomp 102 speed. But Dragon Dance Garchomp, I guess that's just a little bit too far. It does get Scale Shot now, which is a nice upgrade, but it would rather have Dragon Dance. Anything else to say about Garchomp? Have you mentioned the hit song featuring Garchomp, Fly Me to You? I don't like modern music, okay? That song doesn't exist. In terms of competitive impact throughout the years, all of these are sort of interchangeable. It sort of depends on how you're ranking it, but I am going to put Garchomp at the top because we are considering all contexts, and hey, this thing is also good in in-game for some reason, because it wasn't good enough, so I'm going to go ahead and put it at the top. Did you know this is the Game Shark Pokemon? It feels like you're cheating. Hydreigon. 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 Probably the strangest evolution cycle of the pseudos, at least of the ones we've talked about so far. Starts as Dano? It might actually be Dino. I think it's supposed to be the German words for 1, 2, 3, but I don't know the German words for 1, 2, 3, so that doesn't really help me. Starts as a dark dragon type. It's dark dragon throughout its entire Evo line. Ability Hustle. Hey, doesn't that affect physical attacks? Yeah, it does, because Dino is actually a physical attacker. Huh. 38 speed is atrocious. Now, this is an Unova Pokemon, and if it's an Unova Pokemon, you know what to expect. Ridiculous Evo levels. So, unlike the other pseudos, which reach their second form at latest level 30, the second form, Zvilus? I think that's it. To get this Zvilus, and I know it's Zvi because... To get the second form, Zvilus, and I know it's Zvi because of Zvibeck, the twice-baked cracker. Level 50 for this thing. The hostile Pokemon. Still stuck with the hustle ability. 85 attack, 58 speed. Oh, this is not looking good. Usually when all of these numbers are close to each other, that's not really a good sign. If you can survive until level 64, I do believe this is still the highest Evo level of any final evolution in the franchise. You get Hydreigon. It might be Hydreigon. If I say it both ways, one of them is right. You now get Levitate. That's definitely better than Hustle. And for your stats... Oh. That's not very good, is it? I mean, this is good. But why are these numbers so close to each other? This is not very good. Why does this say 98? So even though Hydreigon is the dark type, Garchomp stole its two speed points. So even though Hydreigon is the dark type, Garchomp is the real thief. Give me my 2 points of speed back! Hydreigon's got some serious issues. This 105 attack, 125 mixed attacking, for a pseudo legendary, kinda suspicious. 92, 90, 90 bulk, not that bad. 125 special attack, okay, that's pretty good. And this is the first of the pseudo legendaries to be a primary special attacker. This 98 speed is a real issue. If this was 100, it would be a lot better. If it was 102, it would be better still. 98 is... ugh. In terms of move pool, it's really weird. It's got good special coverage, but it doesn't have Quiver Dance, right? It's not a bug. So it doesn't actually have the same opportunities to boost as the other pseudos. Almost every pseudo can Dragon Dance or Swords Dance and destroy you. And Hydreigon cannot do that. It does actually get Dragon Dance, but are you really gonna be... It does actually get Dragon Dance and Stab Outrage, but with 105... But with 105 attack, that's not that impressive. You can actually get up to no good with a nasty plot, but I would say that no good is right. This is not good. When you have 98 speed, you can't afford to just boost your special attack. You're too slow. It actually does have a fair amount of physical and special options. It actually has U-turn, which is kind of nice. But it's very dependent on... choice items to... But it's very dependent on choice items to patch up its stats. And your choice item can only patch up one of your stats, either your special attack or your speed. Hydreigon, unfortunately, let down by some pretty unfortunate breakpoints in its stat distribution. This weird mixed attacking spread without the access to the good, without access to the correct boosting moves it would need to actually be a sweeping threat. We also have not addressed the Q-Fant in the room, even though Q-Fant is not a fairy type, so pretty inelegant transition to fairy types annihilate this thing. Dark Dragon, actually pretty good when it was introduced, and then immediately... The new best type in the game is immune to your Dragon Stab, resist your Dragon... and then immediately, the new best type in the game, immune to your Dragon Stab, resists your dark stab, and quadruple effective hits you with its own stab. Ouch. This thing might actually be Lance's finest. And it's an Unova Pokemon, so you can forget about actually trying to use this thing in-game. You're never reaching level 64. Would you say it's better or worse than Iron Juglius? Is it Juglius? I'm afraid I'm gonna have to say no comment, because I don't know how good Iron Juglius... Is it Juglius? I don't know how good it is. This thing is actually very reminiscent of the Loptier from Yggdrasil. So actually, maybe it's Iron Julius! But thank you for the microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. And a $2 microtransaction from Sniper King 2, who says, Getsis loves that dragon, though. How did he get an underleveled Hydreigon? What a cheater. 666. Very sinister microtransaction from Sladaxar Sizelin. Saying it got really consistent competitive placings. Hydreigon has a better VGC history than Metagross, at least. VGC doesn't exist. I've never heard of it. Clown car format. Hydreigon has better VGC history than Metagross, at least. I've never heard of VGC. Clown format. It does have levitate, though. We can put it here. Subject to change. If we get enough Loptier worshippers, surely, if we pray from the bottom of our hearts, and I guess sacrifice some children as well, Hydreigon will finally be among the best. Depends on your hard work, guys. How many children should we start with? How many viewers are there? We do have Haxorus. Haxorus! I think most would... Haxorus! I think most would say that this is not a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, and I agree. Its BSD falls far short of 600, but it is still a 3-stage dragon, and I really like it, so we're going to talk about Haxorus. Haxorus starts as Kibago, the Axew. It's an Unova Pokemon, so of course its first evolution is 38, 8 levels higher than you would expect. But hey, the Haxorus final is actually lower, at only 48. Can have either Rivalry or Mold Breaker, or Unnerve, so Rivalry or Mold Breaker. Hey, 87 attack and 57 speed at stage 1. That's pretty good. The Fracture middle stage. Keep in mind, this Pokemon is not fully evolved. This is the middle stage. Did you guys know that axes have high might? 117 attack! Whoa! That's crazy! That's higher than most fully evolved Pokemon. 67 speed, a little bit slow. And if you sharpen that axe head to a razor's edge. Level 48, Haxorus. Very fun Japanese name to say. Ononokusu. How much attack do we get? Oh yeah, 147 attack! This guy's got 99 woodcutting for sure. Magic trees can't stop these axe blades. Five 540 BST, so we're actually 60 short of being a true pseudo. Like, where would those points even go? What? 30 in special defense? If you gave this thing, what, 30, if you gave this thing, what, say 20 HP, 10 defense, 30 special defense, it would definitely be better. And it would no longer be controversial to be on this list, but I don't really think it would change anything. It is very obvious what this thing does. It's an axe user. There is no subtlety. You attack the enemy, and you kill them. That's it. There's nothing fancy. Maybe you dragon dance, maybe you swords dance. The end result is just blood on the sands, okay? I remember when they were theory crafting Gen 5, they're like, wow, can anything survive this? Turns out, no. $5 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. Watch Mega Haxorus get sharpness. Guys, Megas are back, okay? I'm sure that Mega Haxorus will define the meta. Gets Dragon Pulse for some reason. Now, if you've maybe been... It gets Dragon Pulse for some reason. If you yourself have maybe taken a few axe hits to the head, you might use this, but 60 special attack versus literally double that in attack. Don't use special attacks. The hell? This thing gets close combat? What? And it has first impression. You're telling me this for the first time. What? Haxorus, despite only getting in... Haxorus, despite only getting in thanks to blatant bias from one green dino to another. Haxorus, I think, is actually strong enough to, unlike Sudowoodo, actually be considered among these titans of the Pokemon franchise. Now, it is definitely the worst of the ones we've talked about so far, I would say. Being a monotype is unfortunate. You definitely want to be a dual type overall. So no secondary stab is an issue. The 97 speed tier is super troll. One lower than Hydreigon, and Hydreigon was already too slow, so now we're 3 too slow, which is even worse. But Haxorus did have its day But Haxorus did have its time in the limelight, which might be why it is a lime green color. If you were there in Gen 5, you may remember the dark days of Dragmag. So the Dragmag obviously stands for dragon. The Mag stands for Magnezone. And it was called this because back in the day, only steel resisted dragon. There were no immunities. So all you had to do was use Magneton or Magnezone and its magnet pull ability to trap and eliminate your enemy's steel types. Once there was nothing left that resisted dragon, you would just spam dragon moves. What are they gonna do? They're gonna die. And Haxorus was a part of that because this thing hits so hard. Nice Ferrothorn. I guess it technically resists dragon moves, but a resistance is not going to save you. You could chop durians in half with enough boosts. Super, super scary. Dragmag, I would say the Dragmag days were dark. But unfortunately, when the skies cleared and the sun shone, I would say that was actually worse because the weather wars, sunny day, rainy day, sandstorm, they were actually worse. And like Rayquaza descending from the heavens, Game Freak decided, no more Dragmag, we're adding fairy types. Dragons no longer get a privileged place above other types. Since Gen 6 saw the introduction of Fairy, which was meant to take dragon types down a peg, they very intentionally, I think, made the next pseudo, Goodra, bad. I don't think this was an accident. Goomy, canonically in the Pokédex, is intended to be the weakest of the dragons. And yeah, it is. This was all part of Game Freak crafting a narrative, weakening dragons, and making them more in line with other types. Goomy, the soft tissue Pokemon, extremely cute, has either Sap Sipper for grass immunity, watch out, or hydration, healing status in rain. Gooey is a hidden ability, actually not that bad. Gooey, if an opponent makes contact with you, they lose 1 speed. Evolves into Sliggoo starting at level 40, so you have to get all the way to level 40 to get your first Evo. How are Goomy's stats? Ooh, that's not good. Until level 40? How are Sliggoo's stats? I can't spell anything. Ugh. These aren't that good either. 75 attack, 60 speed, 83 special attack, You only need to get 10 levels as Sliggoo before you can evolve into Goodra. Goodra's level 50, but it has a very annoying condition where it has to be raining on the overworld. Just a very annoying, somewhat random, time-gated evolution. Here's Goodra, the final form. We're gonna go to the stats. Get your emojis ready, because you already know which one we're gonna need. Why is Goodra bad? It's a tale as old as time. Assuming time started in 1995 with Red and Blue.
The magic ends here.
Way too much resistance. Way too little of the other stats. Well, maybe not way too little. It is still a pseudo. But wow, I did not need 150 special defense. But I will take the $2 microtransaction from Blue Crimson, which just has 5 Spellbreaker emotes. Thank you for training 5 more Spellbreakers. Oh, that's true. Special defense wasn't actually invented until Gen 2. So we'll just redo the intro of that. Why is Goodra bad? Why is Goodra bad? I'll show you the stats, but you already know the answer. Get your emotes ready. It's a tale as old as time. Assuming time actually started in gold and silver in the 2000s. There you go. And we don't have to redo the actual... I mean, you can still put res emotes, but I'll just use the previous one. People love resistance, so does Game Freak. Okay, this song's kind of scary. Now, these stats aren't... I want to reiterate, these stats aren't bad. Overall, they're actually, you know, fine. However, on your Pseudo Legendary Pokemon with a 600 BST, I don't want 150 special defense! In another very strange parallel between Pokemon and Fire Emblem, special defense and resistance in Fire Emblem is basically the only stat you can gain on demand for no real cost. In Fire Emblem, if you need resistance, you can use an item called Pure Water, which just gives you like 8 or 9 resistance, and it's like a dirt cheap item. It's not in high demand at all. In Pokemon, you have the item, the Assault Vest, which can make pretty much any Pokemon a special tank. Of course, if you put it on Goodra, it'll become invincible against special attackers. What are they gonna do? For a very minor cost. Of course, you can't use non-attacking moves while you're assaulting people with your vest on. But you just wouldn't run it on a Pokemon that needed boosting moves anyway. So much less of a cost than Choice Band. If you were running 4 attacks, it basically has no cost. The cost is that you don't have a different item. $100 attack, 110 special attack, pure type, possible fix to Goodra, which is possible fix to Goodra suggested by this $5 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. Real talk. What if Goodra had been Dragon Poisoned with 130 special attack and 80 attack? Well, it would definitely be better. Goodra is clearly intended to be a defensive Pokemon. I would say being Dragon Poisoned would be a buff. That also would help it combating fairies, which are a serious threat to dragons. And Poison is a very good defensive type. And this is clearly a defensive Pokemon. It would be a lot better if it was Poison Dragon. It would also be a lot better if it was Steel Dragon. Hey, that's not even hypothetical. It would also be a lot better if it was Steel Dragon, which is not a hypothetical because that is Hisuian Goodra. So Hisuian Goodra has that same juicy 600 BST. 80 speed is slow, but it's not that slow. 60 speed is slow. And it is that slow. But those points went into defense, bumping it up to 100. And some of the HP came out as well, also going into defense. So it is overall significantly bulkier on the physical side, and slightly less bulky on special. 80 HP, 150 special defense. How am I gonna survive? You'll survive, don't worry. Gets Power Whip, wow. You actually get Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam off of 110 special attack. That's some actual really nice versatility on the special side. Apparently you can curse and you can body press. I wish body press used res. When are we gonna get mind press? It sounds like one of those rage bait blogs. Finally, we'll take down InfoWars with mind press. I think for Goodra, we can safely say the moves are not the problem. It actually has a pretty good move pool. Issue with Goodra. Pure type, which is not good. And way too much special defense. I would say it's probably actually worse than Haxorus. But gaining the steel typing, Hisuian Goodra no longer has the monotype issue because it does gain a dual type, and that dual type is one of the best types in the game in the form of steel. It is way harder to take down, and hey, you even get a secondary stab type as well. Hisuian Goodra significantly better. I think we're gonna make a Haxorus sandwich. Although those Goodras better be careful, because that is a double-bitted axe. He could attack both of them on either side. Ugh! Everybody okay with a Goodra sandwich, Haxorus in the middle? Okay, the music is not okay with it. Sure. Remember her voice. Let's go to 4 again. Error. Whoops. I know how to fix this. No problem. Refreshed. Komodo. Let's say, in the beginner bugs tier list, we said hola to adios. In the pseudos tier list, we've got to say alola to Komodo. Trying to get this to... First form is Jangmo-O? I thought this was like a Star Wars guy, like Django something? Then it evolves into Hakamo-O at level 35. And then it evolves into Komo-O finally at 45. I do have to say, and this is like a very minor thing, it's not impacting the rating at all, but I just don't really like it when there's unusual characters in names, like hyphenations. It makes it kind of hard to type and to spell and search for. But this is very much like a me problem, and you can't see it in the premium, but I fumble typing out almost every Pokemon's name, and the hyphens don't help. I also have serious issues remembering the names of Pokemon that I guess are... I don't want to say they're exotic, but, like, the Tapus, I never know what they are, and the 4, like, Chinese Pokemon, the, like, Chu-Yi, Ling... I'm not even going to try and say them because it's going to be a microaggression, but I can't remember them at all. But I am biased because I am in Japan, so obviously I don't have a problem remembering Japanese names, but I don't know other languages. And you guys have seen already the debauchery that took place, given that I can't even say 1, 2, and 3 in German, so let's just move on. Jangmo-O, highest stat defense. That's not a good sign. Jangmo-O is also a pure dragon, which is not good. Hakamo-O, the middle form, the scaly Pokemon. They really went all out with coming up with a description for this thing. Okay, 75 attack, 65 speed, and this is actually a dragon fighting type, so dual stab at this point is an upgrade, not bad. Final form Komo-O, way more fun to say in Japanese. Jaranga, Jaranga, Jaranga. It actually has two raras in it. I guess it's supposed to roll like that. Jaranga, Jaranga. Whoa! It's using Scale Shot. Bulletproof or soundproof, so it fires shots, cannot get shot, and as we learned, you can't heal it with Pollen Puff, oh no. These are the stats. Well, these numbers are looking kind of close to each other, I don't know. 110 attack, a bit low for a pseudo legendary physical attacker. 100 special attack, eh. Ooh, 85 speed. Highest stat defense. I don't know. Most Pokemon, I'd look at these stats and be like, oh yeah, it looks great. But remember, this is a Pseudo Legendary, so I'm like, I don't know. There are some very fun things you can do with Komodo, though. On evolution, it gets a signature move, Clanging Scales, which is very strange. .110 base power, 100% accuracy, special dragon move. Hey, that's pretty good. But it does have a downside. It reduces your defense by 1. Huh. Why? So its special attack is lower than its attack. But its signature move is special. Why? Why? Does he get another signature move? Clangorous Soul? What? How come Game Freak lets you have 2 signature moves? I guess we should mention this. Main use of Clanging Scales back in the day meaning just Gen 7, was it did have a Z move variant, a unique one, called Blazing Orbeetle, which definitely does sound like a JRPG move. The only beat I subscribe to is Rhine's Hammer Beat. Generation 7. Clangorous Soul Blaze inflicts damage to all opposing Pokemon and increases the user's attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed stats by 1 stage. What? So you're telling me this is a guaranteed Omni Boost attached to a 185 base power move? Well, too bad they deleted it, because it was really good. Oh, now, although your soul is no longer blazing, and beating, you still do have a Clangorous Soul. This move still exists. How come Game Freak lets you have 2 signature moves? Clangorous Soul, also known as Soul Beat, no longer blazing, just Soul Beat. Clangorous Soul, also known as Soul Beat, no longer blazing, just Soul Beat. It's like when you ask to borrow your friend's copy of Soul Calibur and he gives you the off-brand. Here, try this fighting game, Soul Beat. An extremely nerfed version of Blazing Soul Beat. You do get Omni Boost on a move that you can choose. However, it does cost you 1/3 of your maximum HP. So it's not quite a belly drum. I guess belly beat. Really hard to say no to an Omni Boost, even if it costs you 30% of your health. This probably is the stat spread you would want for a move like that, because 75, 125, 105 bulk is actually good. You could absolutely take less than 70% damage from your opponent, which means, hey, you could actually use your Omni Boost. In terms of moves you would use to attack your enemy, hey, close combat's pretty good. I don't think it even had that in Gen 7. Whoops. Okay, I'm wrong, but also right. It didn't have it in base Sun and Moon, but if you paid $40 to get scammed by Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, then you got close combat. You get close combat, you get outrage. I guess you learn Boom Burst. Elemental punches. Body press. Stab body press? $2 microtransaction from Jonanon, who says, "This mon makes me want to give clamorous support." Thank you for the microtransaction. And $2 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. Dragon fighting in the Tapu Gen was unfortunate. We will get to that. We should also mention that Clangorous Soul is a sound move, which means that it does activate Throat Spray. So you can actually get +1 in all of your stats and +2 to your special attack. Komo-o... Oh, I'm not on the right, Komo-o has a lot of tools. Komo-o has a lot of tools. Unfortunately, Komo-o has a lot going for it. Has a lot of tools, some cool Omni Boost options. Dragon fighting is a really good offensive typing, and Komo-o would have been really, really good in not Gen 7 and 8 and 9. Because, of course, Dragon and fighting, both of those types are weak to Fairy. And when you are a defensive Pokemon that relies on surviving to be able to boost, getting absolutely blown up by one of the best types in the game, and having both of your stabs unable to affect that very same type, that's a big problem. That is a big problem. It's not that it never pays off, but you do have to be careful, because these fairy tales aren't make-believe. They're real, and you are going to have to address them. There's potential. I think you can make this investment. I just wish that fairies weren't in the game. I'm not speaking as Komo-o or Tyranitar here. I just don't like the fairy type. Let me actually... Because we only have 3 left. Let me actually message my friend, because I might be able to go on a run with him. Gotta get my phone. Because I think we'll be done by 5. Okay, I actually got a Japanese comment on a video. I never get those. Streamer ignores chat to play on his phone. Guys, I'm busy playing Raid Pseudo Legends. If you start the game, you'll be addicted too. Okay, message sent. Alright. Dragapult. Dragapult. Dragapult, the Gen 8 Pseudo Legendary. Starts as Dreepy. Now, I'm not taking off points for design, and also these aren't my original thoughts. I'm basically just plagiarizing these from, I think an animated video about have Pokemon designs gotten worse. I'll put it in the premium if I can find it. But this is an example of designs just getting way too busy, and them trying to get really cheeky, because Dreepy here is like an extinct... ghost? It's like an extinct... It's like the shade of an extinct sea creature, which then evolves into like a stealth bomber that fires these extinct sea creatures like rockets. I think it's a bit too much. Of all the Pokemon we've discussed so far, potentially including any in the beginner bugs list, this might actually be the worst. Stats-wise, it's actually not that bad. 60 attack, 82 speed. Oh. Astonishingly bad. However, of all of the pseudos, this is the one that most exists only as its final form. Dracolac apparently exists. I've literally never seen this thing. But yeah, did you know that there's actually a stage in between Dreepy and Dragapult for 10 levels? Where it exists as Dracolac. Here are the stats. 1 and 2 speed's good. 80 attack's okay. Oh, I don't know why I called this thing Draculac. Apparently it's Dracloak. But again, this is my first time seeing this thing ever, so please have mercy. Final form! Dragapult! It's actually been a ghost dragon type the entire time, or Final form, Dragapult. It's actually been Dragon Ghost the entire time. Level 60 Evo, so we're getting dangerously close to Hydreigon levels here, but not quite the same. All three of its abilities are pretty good. Clear Body means you can't be intimidated, which is really, really nice. Infiltrator means you can bypass screens. Cursed Body means enemies might get punished for actually hitting you, although you'll probably kill them first. Did you know this thing's pretty good? Ooh. Ooh, this is good. I like this.
You're too slow!
.120 attack, 142 speed. What a combo. Usually when Pokemon are this fast, their offense is kind of lackluster to make up for it, but with Dragapult, you get both good attack and incredible speed. There are Pokemon that boost their speed and still can't outrun you. Not to mention, you can also boost your speed, and then nothing will stop you. .120 attack is low compared to some of the pseudos, but it's definitely enough to hit hard immediately. And with a crazy speed stat like this, you wouldn't really mind running Choice Band. If I had to pick something that lets Dragapult down, it's that the physical ghost move pool is kind of lackluster. Remember Poltergeist? That was a good move. Well, R.I.P. It is a ghost move. Phantom Force is pretty terrible. You wouldn't use that. You can use Shadow Ball. You do have 100 special attack. It's not a disaster. It's just not great. Well, I guess I'll just have to fall back on Stab Outrage off of 120 attack. Oh no. $2 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. R.I.P. Poltergeist. I'm looking for the... Here it is. Well, stealth bombers operate high in the sky, right? I mean, this is not a surprise. This thing's really, really good. Insane speed tier. Insane speed tier. If you can outrun this thing, you probably can't kill it in one hit. Ghost Dragon is also a crazy typing. Ghosts are super, super good. Tyranitar literally screeching here because if only Pursuit existed, I'd want to knock this thing out of the sky. Unfortunately, Pursuit no longer exists because it does have flying, and I can't block flying creatures because I don't have flying myself. I don't have reach either. This thing's really crazy. It can do so much. It can attack you directly. It can use its insane speed to do just support things, set up screens. For some reason it has Will-O-Wisp. It can Will-O-Wisp hex you? Super, super versatile, super, super strong. All of this with suboptimal special attacking stats. People don't like King Gambit, but King Gambit sucker punching this thing in the face is probably one of the only things keeping it in check. And even then, it's still running amok. Even though you can't craft dragon darts in RuneScape, Dragapult doesn't care, because apparently it has an infinite stock of dragon darts, signature move dragon darts, double hit attack that does 50 each hit. I think it's strictly better than dual chop from Haxorus. But hey, Haxorus isn't even supposed to be on this list, so of course Dragapult's better. As part of the stealth bomber theming, and this is fun. As part of the stealth bomber theming, and I do think this is fun, so I'm not saying that the stealth bomber theming is a fail. These are also homing missiles. In Japanese, it's apparently Dragon Arrow. Gotta find this. In Japanese, it's apparently Dragon Arrow and not Dragon Darts. What was wrong with arrows? This move effect may be in need of research. That's a little worrying. Oh my god! Do we have to read this? This is the entire program for the targeting of dragon darts, also known as dragon arrows. Alright, you're all privy to these military secrets. We gotta pad this video somehow. Dragon darts is a multi-strike move that deals damage twice. If targeting an opponent where there are multiple opponents, Dragon Darts' first strike targets the original target, and its second strike targets the other opponent. If either the original target or its ally would take no damage from Dragon Darts, both strikes are directed at the other Pokemon instead, heat-seeking. If Dragon Darts targets an ally, both hits will hit that ally. Wide Guard does not affect Dragon Darts. The following reasons for taking no damage from Dragon Darts will cause it to target the other Pokemon. Type immunity, ability-based immunity, being protected by a protection move, so you actually can't cheese it with protect. If you protect, the heat-seeking darts know, and they'll go around you. Being in the semi-invulnerable turn of a move. If Dragon Darts would miss due to the user's accuracy or the target's evasion. If Dragon Darts would miss due to targeting a Tatsugiri, which is in its ally Dondozo's mouth. If both target Pokemon are immune to... if both target Pokemon are immune to Dragon Darts, only one of their immunities is acknowledged. So I guess it just fails. If one of Dragon Dart's strikes is redirected in order to avert a miss due to accuracy and evasion, this will activate the user's blunder policy even if both strikes successfully hit the other Pokemon. Okay. If an opponent is the center of attention, such as due to Follow Me, both strikes will target that Pokemon, even if it's immune to Dragon Darts. Okay, so you can hack the targeting program. If Dragon Darts targets a Pokemon that has pressure, even if it was not the original target of the move, it'll still cause the move's user to lose additional PP. Oh no, what a downside. In a max raid battle, if used by the wild Pokemon, each strike targets 2 opponents individually, hitting one Pokemon first and then another Pokemon adjacent to the first target. If the user has Prankster and calls Dragon Darts via a move that calls other moves, such as Copycat, and one of the targets is a Dark type, its type immunity is acknowledged properly, and it hits the other target twice. This is such an advanced targeting program. If a Focus Sash activates before the last strike is dealt, the following strike will cause the defending Pokemon to faint. A Focus Band can still activate repeatedly to prevent fainting, but each chance is independent. Sturdy will activate with each hit if the defending Pokemon has a maximum HP of 1. Okay. Whew. Yeah, so... you can program this, but you can't program Pursuit? And you know what? We still don't know how it interacts with Ally Switch when targeting an ally. We'll still play it.
Research complete.
You're telling me Game Freak could code this? Where they literally curve the bullets, and they couldn't program Pursuit? Come on, guys. I might be a little biased. Give me back Pursuit! Dragapult, definitely among the best, but it's still a newcomer, still has yet to cut its teeth, so we'll see how good it is once Pursuit's actually back in the game. Duraludon and Arcaludon. I guess it should go after. Let's put it after Baxcalibur. 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 Now, I was the original Kaiju Pokemon, okay? But I'm gonna be honest, now that Baxcalibur's in the game, it's a much more direct Godzilla rep than me. Rep meaning representative, not reptile. Starts off as... Am I in the right? I am. Starts off as a Frigibax, The entire line is Dragon Ice typing. Starts off as a Frigibax. The entire line has the Dragon Ice typing. Evolves into Arctibax at level 35, and then Baxcalibur at level 54. So pretty standard evolution levels for a pseudo. I guess this first evo is a little bit later. These stats for a first stage, I'll take them. 75 attack, that's not bad. 55 speed, sure. Arctibax stats, actually pretty good, right? 95 attack, 62 speed, 90 HP, that's kind of a lot. But the one people really care about, it's Baxcalibur, right? The Holy Blade Baxcalibur, drawn from the back of the beast. How much damage does it do? Oh! Hey, that's less than Haxorus. Axes do have more might than swords. But this is the highest of any of the true pseudos. Wow. 115, 92, 86 bulk. Pretty good. 145 attack. Absolutely brutal. 75 special attack, whatever. 87 speed. You can fix it. You can fix it. How do you fix it? You've got some options. You could go with Scale Shot and with Icicle Spear, both of them taking advantage of the loaded dice item, or you could just go the standard dragon type tactic of just dragon dancing and then killing everything. You can do either one. Stab, Ice, and Dragon, extremely brutal combo. Stab, Ice, and Dragon, extremely brutal combo. Even gets Ice Shard. Ice Shard, of course, only 40 base power, which is really weak, but you have 145 attack. That is more than Mamoswine, who has only 130 and was viable mostly for Ice Shard spamming. How do you stop dangerous physical attackers? Well, you could try and burn them. How do you stop dangerous physical attackers? Well, you can try and burn them. You can try. And you'll fail because we have the ability Thermal Exchange. So, when a Pokemon with Thermal Exchange is hit by a Fire-type damaging move, it gains +1 attack, but you still take full damage, so that doesn't really matter. It's nice, but I would rather just take less damage. The important part is this. It also prevents the Pokemon from being burned. So, RIP Water Veil. Water Veil sucks, worse than both Water Bubble and Thermal Exchange. Being completely immune to burn is a huge bonus, because that would have been one of the counters to this thing. Baxcalibur does actually have a signature move, Glaive Rush, which I do believe is unique. Kyoken Totsugeki! The giant sword assaults. 120 power, 100 accuracy. Of course, it does have a downside, but you can play around it. Glaive Rush inflicts damage if the move hits until the next time the user acts. Any attacks directed at the user, including Oko moves, deal double damage and bypass accuracy checks. So you essentially give your opponent no guard against you, and you take more So you essentially give your opponent no guard against you, and you take double damage. That's the potential downside, but I'm not really sure there's an opponent left to hit you. Extremely powerful, with a reasonable drawback. This is also Game Freak really working within their skill set, because the incredibly stiff and crappy animation of Glaive Rush, actually this time it's not tropium, it is on purpose. It looks terrible, it's literally like a puppet on a string, and that actually is what one of Godzilla's attacks looked like back in the day, when it was actually just a dude in a suit. So in this case, I will say, yes, it is charming crappiness. For one of the first times ever, being an ice type is actually a real upside. Because you get crazy stab bonus, and with the new snow weather, hey, that means you can chill with Alolan Ninetales under the Aurora Veil. Your opponent cannot possibly one-shot you. You can Dragon Dance, you could Scale Shot, you can do whatever. You're probably gonna win. Best tier for sure. Would not be surprised to see this guy continue to do great things for the remainder of Pokemon history. Extremely strong. Is the level 5... Is the level 54 Evo a Godzilla reference? When was the first Godzilla movie? (1954), okay. Apparently the reason why this has a seemingly strange final Evo level of 54 instead of, 55, is because the first Godzilla movie came out in 1954. So I actually would say this Pokemon is a loving homage. Game Freak actually can make some pretty cool Pokemon. Because it's an ice type, hilarious. Although they can make cool Pokemon, let's not kid ourselves. For the most part, Pokemon designs have been downhill and they are in the dumpster. It's Archaludon and Duraludon. I'm just gonna tell you right now, most of this is just gonna be me hating on the design. I really hate this thing. I don't think James Turner designed this, but I'm just gonna pretend he did. Starts as Duraludon. This was introduced in Gen 8. It's a Steel Dragon. This is supposed to be a parallel to me, Tyranitar, and I do hate it, but I do not consider this thing my equal in any sense. I think just one of the worst designs in the series, because, for me at least, nothing makes sense. So this is supposed to be like a skyscraper? And that does make sense. For a period of 2 years, when Gigantamax existed. I don't like it, but it does make sense. Apparently it's made of a very light alloy, so I won't complain about this strangely high speed. I don't really understand why this is a special attacker, but it is. They say that jet fuel can't melt steel beams. 50 special defense? I'd say they most certainly can. Horrible special bulk. This is actually a single stage Pokemon, at least when it was introduced, so this is actually a single stage Pokemon, at least when it's actually a single stage Pokemon, at least when it was introduced, so in that sense it's also a pretty terrible rival to the 3-stage Pseudos. Move pool is whatever. Gets steel moves, gets dragon moves. Thunderbolt, I guess. Is it meant to be a lighter? Somebody's saying it's meant to be a lighter. Yeah, I guess so. It does kind of look like one. Great message for the kids. Go ahead and light up. Great message for the kids, right? Go ahead and bug your parents for a smoke stick. Take a deep breath, kids! Great influence. So it's a lighter, and it's a skyscraper? And you're supposed to use it in Sandstorm because they sacrificed the entire final gym of Sword and Shield. It's literally a room with 3 trainers with just weather gimmicks. And this is used by Raihan, the leader, and he uses it in a Sandstorm. Okay. So what themes are we working with here? And they gave it an evolution. And now it's a drawbridge. Pokemon sucks. And now it's a drawbridge slash staple remover slash railgun. And instead of using it in Sandstorm, you're actually supposed to use it in Rain because it has a new signature move. Electro Shot, which is electric type Solar Beam, and it doesn't have to charge in Rain. Am I just dumb, or is there just way too much going on and none of it makes any sense? No, it's apparently better than Solar Beam, which is not hard to do, because you get a special attack boost as you use it. Why is this an electric move? God, this looks so dumb. Don't let people gaslight you, okay? Don't let people gaslight you. Poison's a terrible type. Pokemon used to be better, okay? These designs are horrible. It's also not even a level up evolution if you spend... It's also not even a level up evolution if you get scammed out of $90 and you buy both Scarlet and Violet and the Indigo Disc DLC. You just get an item, a metal alloy. You just plop it on your Duraludon, you get Archaludon. Cool. Well, it does get a boost up to 600 BST. I don't know why it has 105 attack. Still has terrible special bulk. Speed doesn't actually change. So it's mostly the defense, special attack, HP, those all went up. Special defense went up by 10. Abilities change. You can have either Stamina, Sturdy, or Stalwart. Ooh, what does Stalwart do? Stalwart allows you to ignore redirection moves, so this thing cannot be taunted. Just like a vanilla boss. Wow. That's supposed to make me like it? Stamina is definitely the better choice. Stamina is whenever you get hit by a physical move, your defense increases. That works really well with its very high defense stat of 105, being its third highest stat. Okay. This is just a mess. Is this how old people feel? Where they just can't keep up? And things just stop making sense. And they start blaming themselves. Oh, 130 is defense. Oh, never mind. I'm just going crazy. You definitely would just want to use Stamina. Stamina is whenever you get hit by an attack, it increases your defense. And you have 130 defense, it's your highest stat, so you'll be very hard to take out with physical attacks, and increasingly harder to take out as you take more hits. How many times do I have to hit this thing to kill it? I'll do whatever it takes. Unfortunately for me, and I guess you if you're facing it in competitive, this thing is extremely hard to kill. You would say then, okay, if you can't hit it with physical attacks, use special attacks, but it can equip Assault Vest, right? So not only is this thing an eyesore, it is an eyesore that refuses to leave. And the whole time it's had that same great Steel Dragon typing. if you've seen any of my other videos, you'll understand how extreme of a stance this is from me. I would have preferred a pre-evolution. I think there actually should have been a baby form. There should have been a baby form, and it should have been a branching evolution into either Duraludon or Archaludon. I think that would have solved all the issues, and you could have had like a construction theme going on. You could have gone to either the skyscraper or the drawbridge. You could have gone to either the lighter slash skyscraper or to the drawbridge slash railgun. I wonder if this is what old people feel like, where they just can't keep up with everything that's happening, and they either start to doubt their own mental faculties, or they just blame the youth. I'm gonna go ahead and just blame the youth, and say that this is way too busy, there's just way too much going on. Although this thing is incredibly viable, I'm not denying that, although it has 600 BST, I do not grant you the title of best. This is outrageous. It's unfair! Well, actually, no, these guys up here are using outrage. I hate this thing. I don't care how good it is. I do not grant it the rank of best. The only reason it's even on the list, you can blame Japan. Look at this. Look at this! Actually, don't look at it, it's hideous. We went over this a little bit at the beginning, but we call them Pseudo Legendaries, and in Japanese they're called the 600 Club, the 600族. So the whole thing's still not on screen for you guys, but this is the Japanese page for it. And here you can see, it's so weird to see this. It's the explanation for Japanese audiences of our term pseudo-legendary Pokemon. And yeah, this is just pseudo-legendary in Japanese. And you can see on their list here, Beedrill is right here. This is Archaludon. And then 600 base stat total Pokemon that are not part of the 600 club. And then they call them the illusion Pokemon. So these are what we would call the mythicals, like Mew. They also do not grant Mega Pokemon that reach 600 the rank of 600. So to actually get into the 600 club, you have to have 600. Can't forge any IDs, okay? They're checking. And in a similar vein, their term for cover legendaries, they're the 780 club. Or sorry, not 780. Where is that? They have a lot of clubs in Japanese. There's maybe too many clubs. Mugen Daina ga gaitō suru. The 690 Club. I think this is literally just the Dynamax hand thing. What's its name? Eternatus? Is it really a club if you're all by yourself? Look, where does Archaladon actually go? Goes here, okay? There you go, that's the real rating. However, I hate this thing. So I'm putting it here, okay? We'll do it this way. Look, even though I'm a dark type, okay? I pride myself on being a trustworthy source of information on Pokemon games. I don't actually know if that's true. Look, even though I'm a dark type, I take pride in being your #1 stop for trustworthy information on Pokemon on the internet. Trustworthy according to who? According to me. Where does Archaladon actually go? It's probably better than Baxcalibur. Like, this thing is so good that it's banned. However, I personally, I just hate this thing. So I do not grant it the rank of best. I should never have even granted it the rank of Pseudo Legendary. Training it was a mistake. So I'm gonna have to look at this list for like another 5 minutes as we wrap up. So for my own sanity, which is already teetering on the brink, I'm putting it down here, okay? I would rather, if it were up to me, I would infiltrate, if I truly had guts like I did as a Larvitar, I would infiltrate Nintendo HQ, and I would just delete this Pokemon from existence. I know that would actually end up burning some bridges, and I'd never be able to work at the Pokemon Company again, but that is the point. I actually don't want this bridge in Pokemon. It's not as if they'd hire me anyway after the things I've said about their franchise. I went to sleep and I saw the life stream. That's like the afterlife in FE7, right? Well, I guess it does make sense. Usually when you go to sleep in a stream, that is when you die.
Damn it! If my interns abandon me, I'll never complete my research. The beds must be burned before the interns fall asleep.
Isn't that a bit much, sir?
Burned down to their frames. No one goes to sleep until our research is complete.
Oh hey, Sephiroth's in that graphic. He visited the livestream himself. Did I say FE7 instead of FF7? I meant FF7. Alright, anything else we want to say? I love the part of FE7 where Elwood fell into the stream. I think his dad got sent to the live stream, right? When Nurgle sucked him. Nice try, Iwashimizu. I see you. No. Bade used to be believable. We're not doing Fire Moth. You think I don't know the kanji for moth? What do you think I am?
Something need doing?
I tribute 2 interns.
I can do that.
And I summon the Unstoppable Gate Guardian. Negate all added effects from casual creatures, but you still take the damage. You think I don't know the kanji for moth? Oh, you're right, but you definitely were saying fire moth, so I'm just gonna assume I was correct. I'd never admit I was wrong. It does contain the radical for bug, so I'm guessing that actually is moth. But this is true. Nobody in Japan would ever actually write moth that way. You would just say ga. Ga's the word for moth. What about the word for mosquito? Ka. Ka's mosquito. Ga is moth. Okay. Isn't Zygarde 600 BST with 3 stages? Where is it? Bait used to be believable. Alright. I'm pretty happy with this list. Of course, very top heavy because these are like the best Pokemon in the game. I'm surprised that I think Haxorus is actually better than Goodra, so Fake Pseudo actually making a pretty good showing. Two lists, so much content, yeah. Alright, so we do actually need an ending because we didn't actually film an ending. So, like, a final send-off for the list. We had to cross that bridge when we got to it. Can we have Tyranitar destroying the bridge be the ending? Just cut to black. Remember that the intro that does not yet exist, but will be filmed pretty much right after this, is Raid Pseudo Legends. So maybe we could tie it into that. T-Tar Sandstream cuts the power of Electroshot. No more adios. We already did that. Maybe there's definitely footage of Godzilla destroying bridges, right? Gotta answer my friend. Legally, it's not Godzilla. I don't know what Mushi Densetsu is. There's footage of Godzilla destroying skyscrapers. Well, that's for sure. If I destroy it while it's a skyscraper, then it'll never become a bridge, right? I posted one in channel discussion. Hang on. Godzilla destroys bridge. Okay. And here is our final Pseudo Legends tier list, sponsored by Raid Pseudo Legends. And I told... And here is our final Pseudo Legend tier list, brought to you by Raid Pseudo Legends. And I'm no longer on the hook legally because I told you it's sponsored. If I'm being completely honest, Archaladon might actually be the best Pokemon on the list. It's pretty much unstoppable. It beats every other thing on the list. However, it's just an image on a screen. I'm off to save the world, no matter the cost. You might say that the actions I'm about to take are a bridge too far. You don't have enough badges to control me. And then we'll go ahead and cut to Godzilla destroying a bridge. I think that'll probably work for an ending, right? Alright, so nice, quick, and easy, 10 hours. Whoops. But we got 2 tier lists out of it, the value. Alright, so what is the actual plan? So, it's currently Sunday night here in Japan. I don't have any food, so I guess I have to go get food. It's currently Sunday night here in Japan. I have to, like, finish my food because I'm leaving tomorrow for Unova. That's why we did this today. So, I'm probably, while I'm still dressed like this, no jerk, no, it's not the right time to jerk. Gotta film the intro for the bug video. Gotta film the intro for this, because I'm not gonna have my green screen in the United States. I'm just gonna do that first. And you won't hear anything from me tomorrow or Wednesday, probably, because I'm just gonna be going to Unova and settling in and trying not to lose my mind, almost certainly unsuccessfully. Am I doing that Japanese events for Legends? I haven't heard of that. So I might, assuming that it is a real thing. You can do giveaways for it on your channel. After the things I've said about Game Freak, I doubt it. Better bring a bulletproof chestnut? Well, I am going to be in the Northeast, so I'll probably be okay. No cheese stream on your birthday? When's your birthday? Come back with a new Nintendo PC. November 18th. I won't say there's a 0% chance, but it might be. There might be a week off. We'll see. I can still wish you a happy birthday. Happy early birthday! That's true, we can say that now. Although we didn't do early birds this time. We'll do it next time. We'll see how the premium archetype tier lists go, but I would say that, at least from the standpoint of the person typing things, almost always wrong in the search bar, I would say there definitely was enough to talk about for each of the archetypes. They both will definitely make for full videos. I remember somebody in the poll said there's no point in talking about Pseudo Legendaries because there's nothing to talk about, and we talked for like 4 hours. Without that much filler, I don't think. So next we would probably do the ones we didn't choose. So early birds and Route 1 rodents. SV has tainted the day of Ash's birth. Well, you're older than Scarlet and Violet, right? So Scarlet and Violet is corrupting your day. You don't have to move. They should move. You were there first. What tier lists haven't been done at this point? Can milk it for a while. What archetypes are there left to do? There's a lot. Box legendaries, mythicals. We can also do Fire Emblem archetypes. We haven't done any of those. Let's just copy Mecha. We can do all of them. Minor legendary trios. Hey, Otanzobia Medical. That means happy birthday. Drumus just put out a video on Lucario likes. I don't know what that means. Is Komodo a Lucario like? Because it has better attack than special attack, but it uses special attacks. Did I try the new Diglett Donut at Mr. Donut? No, but I did see it. $5 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. Stream almost over. Time for me to catch the bug segment I slept through. Thank you for the, I'm assuming, last microtransaction. I will be putting timestamps after this. And then I will, I guess, just be getting ready to go to Unova. Because I'm going to Unova. I still have a fair amount of time. I leave tomorrow at like 4-ish p.m. Japan time. So I do have time to prep for everything. Slow, bulky, mixed attacker tier list when? You can just watch the Ruby and Sapphire list. Have I done a fairy list? Like on just fairies? No. But I don't have any lists for just types. There is a type tier list. I guess fairies are on there. Oh, Pika clone list. We could do that. I mean, the best one is obviously the ghost one. Mimikyu. But I guess we can rank the other ones as well. Spin-off tier list, once I've played enough. You like minin'? Sadly, plus and minus, terribly outclassed by Charjabug's battery ability. Tier list of 30 least liked Pokemon. We could maybe do one of those lists where you can pick your favorite or least favorite of each type in each gen. I've seen that. That's pretty fun. Is Shared still here? Probably not. Also include the early Dark-type Poochyena, Purloin, and Nickit. We'll probably just put them in the Route 1 Rodent. Does anybody know when Emerald Legacy releases? This time I did say Emerald Legacy on purpose. Yeah, regardless, there's plenty of content to milk lists. We can milk this forever. December? Perfect. Alright. December 12th for Emerald Legacy. Oh, there's a set date. That's perfect. How do you balance this and work? This is work! How is this sustainable? Well, here's the answer. Although it is a spoiler for FE7, and I do mean FE7 and not FF7. Minor technical difficulties.
Who are you?
Thank you to the mighty Patreons for your contributions. You must not need a visa. Nice. Well, that's very complicated. But basically, you can't do this in Japan unless you have a special visa. And I have one because I'm a Japanese descendant. Somewhat. It's a little complicated. It's almost exactly like the SpongeBob meme, where Man Ray is trying to return the, where Man Ray is trying to return the license to Patrick, right? So I'm a Japanese descendant through my grandmother, which I know doesn't really make any sense because my mom is Japanese. But that's not how the government views it. Because my mother, even though she was born and raised in Japan, was an American citizen by the time I was born, even though she's still a first language Japanese speaker and is culturally completely Japanese and lived in Japan for like 30 years. It apparently doesn't count. So trying to explain this to the Japanese government is really difficult. But my grandmother and my mother are both in the Japanese government records. So basically the conversation was, hey, so you agree that my grandmother is Japanese, right? Yes. And you agree that my mother is Japanese, yes? Yes. And you agree that I'm related to my mother? Yes? Yes. Okay. So if my grandmother is Japanese, and my mother is Japanese, and I'm related to my mother, I'm Japanese, right? No, sorry. We acknowledge that you are Japanese in relation to your grandmother, but we do not grant you the rank of Japanese descendants. So you get a weird, like, half visa that doesn't have any restrictions, but I just have to do, like, extra paperwork. It's just annoying. It's very strange. But the important thing is that there's no work restriction. I don't look Asian enough, that's true. People think I'm from Mexico, which is fair enough. I'm not. And I know this because I don't have the precious Mexican memories that allow me to craft tacos, apparently. Only Gen 5 Crooks for Cash streams viewers will remember the tale of precious Mexican memories. Alright, so next stream might be next week. Potentially not. Have I gotten more tacos from that guy after? I have not. They're very expensive, unfortunately. I've 100% seen people that look like you. I've seen people that look like me too. There's one in like the upper right corner of my screen right now. Oh. So if you do look a lot like one of my Mexican friends, I know, it like, is a thing that happens. My first girlfriend, the one who became a swadloon, she's from Colombia. She thought I was Hispanic. This wasn't like a Whiscash situation, but that's just what she thought initially. Suspected of being Mexican, an American citizen with Japanese Egyptian descendants, or ancestry, and is currently working in Japan is the definition of Mr. Worldwide. Is it? We'll see. Well, I am just going to be going to the United States for the next few weeks, so hopefully at some point there, you'll see the premium edit of both the beginner bugs and pseudo legendary tier lists. That is why we did this today. But while I am in Unova, I do actually just want to spend time with my mom and sister, so it's probably going to take a little while. Might be, if I can get them to agree. I know my sister would be down for it. I think my mom would as well, so it would just have to be technically possible. There might be a Cheese Clan Q&A, so you can finally hear not just me. I think the Q&A with my sister was pretty successful. We did that last year, or earlier this year, I think in February. So this time my mom would be there too. And you can blame her for everything you've had to endure. But I don't know when that would be. Might be near the end. Potentially what we might do is, if I can get my mom to agree with us, we might do an Iron Mom run of Fire Emblem, where we'll see how far my mom can get. Probably not very far, but we'll see. Or maybe my mom will be the tactician, and I'll just obey her moves, which will probably still result in lots of deaths. We'll see. Well, you can always find me in the Discord, link in the description. Should be able to find the templates we used for this in the description as well. We did just thank the Patreons. I guess I'll thank you again, but I won't play the graphic. Thanks, Patreons. If you have a good attack stat like Haxorus, then be sure to equip a hammer, which apparently counts as an axe, and smash that like button to help increase the reach of the stream. put Cheese Mom into intense FE training. In exchange, she has to put you through intense physical training. One of the potential streams, and this would be a test for a real-life stream, would be, because my mom is a professional personal trainer, if there's equipment we can use, and if there's like a net connection, and if we can figure out how to get it to work, get ready. And this is not a joke. Imported cheese, real life.
The magic ends here.
Resistance training. How do I have so much resistance in every single game? Well, it doesn't come without some hard work. Resist it. Maybe. That probably has a lot of technical hurdles, though. Alright, so I do have to start getting ready. I have to film the intros. I do have to start getting ready to actually go to Unova. Gonna be quiet for the next few days, probably. But you can always find me on Discord. I gotta add timestamps to this. And although this did actually take longer than I expected, it still didn't take too long. Because it is... We started at 7 a.m. in Japan here. And it is currently... What time is it? We actually don't have daylight savings time here, so it is... What time? Oh. Oh, it is 5:33 p.m. It's close. It's pretty close, so... I am on a bit of a time crunch here, and I think we actually are out of time, so thanks a lot for watching, guys. And I'll see you next time, whenever that is. Probably not next week, but not guaranteed not next week. But probably not next week. We're really running out of time here.
Alright, well, that's it. We just officially ran out of time. I have to be done by 5:40. It is now 5:40, so that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll suspend the chapter here, and we'll pick it up next time. Thanks for watching, guys. I gotta go.